Catholic Joe, superhero. What can one man possibly do? Written by Stephen S. Thomas. Narrated by 11labs.io. This was to be dedicated to the Immaculata, the Mother of God and our Mother, but she deferred to her most chaste spouse, Joseph, and to my beloved wife and family to whom I will forever be grateful. Copyright 2023, Stephen S. Thomas. Preface. The tagline on the book says, "What can one man possibly do?" To be honest, this was more of a challenge than a question. Whoever you are reading this book right now, I challenge you. I am getting right in your grill, going nose to nose with you and asking, what can you do? You might say, well, I'm just one person. I have my obligations. Tell that to William Wallace, St. Francis, St. Teresa of Calcutta, St. Joan of Arc, and St. Maximilian Kolbe. They were one person who started very simply, but they had laser focus on what was before them. As you read this, know that marriage is under attack like never before. Our mother at Fatima even forewarned us. The battle approaching will be over the very life of the family. And so I ask once again, what will you do? As you read this book, I pray that the fire that is meant to be transferred to you will find a place in your heart, that the triumph foretold will beckon you to take your part in this epic struggle. I started writing this decades ago, but a plethora of reasons and life's demands kept me from putting a serious dent into its completion. It wasn't until I walked with a friend across the U.S. on a pilgrimage of reparation for our country that God poured out His grace on this work. There were many reasons that were instrumental in writing this book. One reason, and I'm almost embarrassed to say, was a sincere need for therapy. I kid you not. I don't know about you, but I feel beat up, hollow, squeezed. Like Bilbo said, I feel thin, sort of stretched, like butter scraped over too much bread. After the wokeness, the virus, the turning of everything sacred upside down, the absolute insanity that everyone can see and is becoming accustomed to, scary. Where do we even start? Another reason is that we live in a world that needs hope, direction, light, freedom. We need righteous, authentic heroes. In these pages you will find all of these things, plus some good laughs. Lastly, and most importantly, my heart aches for my church, Christ's bride. There is a gaping wound in the domestic church, the family, that needs to be healed. I will spare you the litany of woes. Joe will, in his own special way, speak to these issues. Catholic Joe is an archetype. He is virile, highly intelligent, yet flawed in a comforting kind of way. He is filled with courage and daring, and seeks to do the right thing, yet he must learn after touching the stove more than once that his strength and instincts may not always take him down the right path. As a husband, father, beloved son of the church, spec-ops ace turned military general, he's prone to follow the path of strength and power as his default setting. One thing to remember, as our faith and our way of life continue to come under attack, there is always hope, for there is one, Jesus, who will never disappoint. So, as the demons screech and lash out, knowing their time is short and their eternity set, we must arm ourselves with the most powerful, unstoppable weapon. That is, the knowledge and truth that we are all called to be grafted into God's family. We are kin to the Most High. I owe thanks to many people. The first would be to my wife, who has sacrificed so much, and so many people who have planted and watered the seed of faith in me. Sit back now in a comfy chair and prepare to enter a world where you are no longer the victim. Catholic Joe is based on some real people and events, especially the supernatural experience in Chapter 32, as well as a little fiction. See in Joe your dream, to feast on courage, to dive into the darkness, to face the faceless enemy within. Proverbs 16:32 says it all. More noble a man who conquers himself than even he who conquers cities. Chapter 1. Catholic Joe. Joseph Salvatore strode through O'Hare Airport with a strong gait, his Gucci aviators gleaming and his trench coat rustling while his earbuds silently screamed, "Boom, boom, boom, boom." Joe liked to go with John Lee Hooker's classic for unique missions, and he was definitely on one now. Time was of the essence. 3 hours earlier, he had called in a favor from his jarhead buddy, Colonel Richard Locke, who ran worldwide logistics for the Marine Corps. Joe was hitching a 7:45 p.m. ride to Vegas on an equipment transport plane, a massive Airbus A400M. His youngest brother, Vinny, was about to plunge into a dark chasm. The eldest of 8, Joe came from a traditional Italian family. His grandparents had emigrated from a tiny island off the southern coast of Italy, Malta, which happened to be the most Catholic country in the world. His faith was in his bones. Awake or asleep, this was not superficial or merely a cultural thing. He believed it. He breathed it. Let there be no confusion or misunderstanding. Joe Salvatore was Catholic, and he loved it. This, of course, is what made him the most dangerous man in the world. Through a special door to the tarmac, credentials were flashed. Then, up the stairs through the plane's door. Joe poked his head into the cockpit to give a subdued "Ura" to the pilots. Richie's man on location had already informed them about their deadhead. Respectful, mutual, sober nods. As a lieutenant general with legendary connections in most places where he navigated through the military world, a red carpet rolled invisibly before each step. He had cheated death more times than a litter of cats, and his honest, no-holds-barred approach was his hallmark. Joe had many nicknames. During boyhood, it was Bully Buster or G.I. Joe because of his ardent desire to join the military. As a young officer, it was Storm, and during ops, it was Danger or HK, short for Hunter-Killer. He hadn't cottoned much to that one, however. He secretly favored Storm because, back when he trained Marines, Joe insisted they sing his own gospel-inspired cadence call entitled, "The Storm is Coming." Those who persevered to graduation were finally allowed to sing a new lyric with the instructors, "We are the Storm." They were stone-cold killer recon Marines now. Now in the jump seat, posture perfect, cocooned by the din from the massive turboprop engines. And concerned about Vinny, he pondered these things, smiled a small dark grin, and shook his head. Joe pulled out the greatest weapon he had ever brandished, 19th century rosary beads given to him by an old Monsignor at St. Mark's Basilica in Venice, Italy. While the pilots were going through their checklist, a crewman appeared. "Can I get you anything, sir?" pointing to a makeshift bar that was obviously not a normal feature in the A400M. "What do you got?" Joe asked. "Macallan's 15-year double cask." Richie had done his homework. Joe nodded. "That'll do." A rosary in one hand and scotch in the other, Joe thought. Anticipation of both helped break the melancholy that was pressing upon him. The crewman produced a neat glass like a magician, pulling out a bouquet of roses from his sleeve, poured a half glass, handed it to the lieutenant general, then disappeared down the arm of the fuselage. "Richie even knew my favorite type of glass." He held the curved glass up and looked at the finely aged amber liquid, slow waves rotating back and forth beneath his nose, relishing the distinct aroma of a perfectly aged single malt whiskey. Ah, faint vanilla and strong peat. Closing his eyes and purposely breaking connoisseur protocol, he deftly tilted his head back and drained it all, welcoming the warmth as it made its way down. Suitably glowing, he gazed upon the large, well-worn beads, which featured a palm-sized reliquary. He unscrewed the top of the crucifix to split it, then slid the front facing with the corpus to the side. Behind it, he looked for the 1,000th time at the small fragment of wood behind the glass and a Latin inscription, Verum Crucis. The true cross. He closed his eyes and went to a place deep within his soul and kissed the priceless relic, then pressed it into his chest. As was his custom on flights, he began praying the sorrowful mysteries. He marched from one smooth bead to another as he repeated Hail Marys. As he looked down at the beads, he flashed back to when he met the 91-year-old Monsignor, how he had kissed his hands out of respect, a tradition Joe knew well. The Monsignor had pulled out a well-worn leather pouch, and pinching the sides together, he He reached in with 2 fingers to pull out a thick crucifix with black beads. He put his hand on Joe's shoulder, and with a warm and searing stare, he looked deep into Joe's eyes. In Italian, and with a barely audible yet thick accent, he stated, "Questa croce ha una reliquia della vera croce." This cross has a relic of the true cross. He pressed it firmly into Joe's hand. Joe reached down to accept the gift, saying over and over, "Grazie, grazie, grazie, tante." Taking the rosary, he kissed it reverently, slid it into the pouch, and placed it in his left pocket. The Airbus jolted forward for takeoff, bringing Joe back to the present. He couldn't count how many takeoffs he had experienced. Each one represented a new mission, a new opportunity, and it usually filled him with a mixture of excitement and fear. This one did not have any excitement or even any fear, but the unknown gnawed at Joe. Usual why, he knew a mission backwards and forwards. He could tell you every possible variable to plan for. But this one was different as the plane's high-pitched engines prepared for takeoff. Once the plane reached cruising altitude, Joe battled to make his way through the mysteries of the rosary. As he looked down at the scar on the side of his right hand, he fell into a sleepless trance. He stared at it for close to 30 seconds. Suddenly, he was transported back to what was one of his most dangerous yet defining missions. It was the one that spelled out his toughness and gave him a certain cult status with his brothers in the Corps. Throughout training, Joe had proven himself a Marine who performed extraordinarily well under pressure situations. He worked his way up in the 1st Marine Division from a simple enlisted to become what is known as a Mustanger, or someone who rose up from the ranks to become an officer. His skill and physical framework, as well as his ability to communicate and lead his units, were well noted by his COs. Joe soon found his niche in training ALCOMs and non-coms in hand-to-hand combat. He loved this part of his job. Soon he was training the best of the best, and eventually why he was commissioned to work across branches. The Army Rangers, Navy SEALs, the Air Force AFSOC, and his own Marine Raiders and Force Recon utilized his talents to turn his fellow soldiers into killing machines. Joe tried to communicate how taking someone's life should be precise and detached from emotion and should not be done indiscriminately. He always contemplated the taking of an enemy's life very seriously and almost with respect. He didn't relish or enjoy it, but looked at it as his job. Also, it was kill or be killed. Very simple logic. Joe wanted to make sure that he did everything he could to bring his brothers home alive. After close to 2 years of training, he felt like he needed a change. It was already made known to him that a promotion was forthcoming, and eventually a non-combat job awaited him. Joe wasn't ready to sit behind a desk, so he put in for some upcoming missions. Eventually, word got out about Joe, and a Brigadier General McConnor, who knew Joe, had a special mission that needed extra attention and talent. In the city of Fallujah, a very high-level resource was being held by Al-Qaeda, and it was Joe's task to extract this asset, alive, and take out the enemy stronghold. Usually on missions, they shared only minimal information, so Joe was given a picture, nationality, and a high-level background. This mission would entail a team of 6 doing a halo jump, high altitude, low opening. This prevented radar detection but required team members to wear oxygen and high-altitude equipment. Each Marine donned night vision goggles and a special-way designed jumpsuit with master and backup parachute. They each had close to 1,000 rounds of ammunition, Laws rockets, as well as grenades and small mortars. They were prepared for shock and awe in close-quarter combat. It was an unusual windy night with low visibility as they prepared to jump into a remote section outside the city of Fallujah. They completed one more quick run-through of the checklist, and they prepared to exit the C-17 Globemaster III. Joe liked to insert a little classical music with his jumps, Gustav Holst's Jupiter, and Dvorak's New World Symphony No. 9 in E minor. These always got his juices flowing. Tonight would be a Dvorak night. 2 of the 6 special operators would be stationed with lasers and sniper rifles at high vantage points to allow them to paint targets to guide their armaments and to give cover on evacuation. The other 4 were prepared for direct engagement. A stealth chopper was positioned outside of enemy radar 20 minutes out. The mission was precise, and the men were prepared for almost every contingency except one: an ambush. As Joe and his team dropped within 150 yards of their target, they quickly shed their unnecessary gear and prepared to move into formation. They had rehearsed this engagement over and over, and with the use of satellite imagery, they knew their surroundings fairly well. Before they took 2 steps, floodlights temporarily blinded them in their night vision glasses. Temporarily dazed, the team ripped off their goggles in unison. Joe knew that their cover was blown and yelled for his team to find cover. He positioned himself and his team behind several larger rock formations typical in the Afghan region. Immediately after the lights flashed, what looked like 20 to 30 muzzles started to flash in the distance, up a slight hill. AK-47s and grenade launchers unloaded on Joe and his team. He screamed into his radio, "Stay down!" as he and his team were pinned down. He yelled to his spotters up high, "A little help, guys!" He also radioed to the base, "Drop zone kinetic. Mission compromised. Case of ACSTAT." The first order was getting those lights, but it was raining bullets and shrapnel, and no one dared even move. After what seemed an eternity, his snipers took out the lights one at a time. With precision shots, each light exploded, and the team's exposure became less and less. Joe poked his head up and saw a large movement on his left flank. There were close to 20 enemy soldiers approaching, AKs blazing. He had to act quickly, otherwise they would never make it out. He yelled out, "Left flank!" His 2 snipers read it before he even called it out and put headshots on the first 2. The darkness hid the brutality of each headshot, but the sound of the thud was unmistakable. This temporarily halted the enemy's approach. This was their chance. Joe motioned with his hand. 2 in his team directed grenade launchers toward the first attackers to slow the blaze of bullets coming from up the hill. The exploding grenades' deafening booms let out concussions in the air, spraying shrapnel like rain. 2 on his team pointed their M240 machine guns to their left and sprayed out hell on the approaching enemy. They immobilized the threat on their left, and an uneasy calm ensued. Every Marine experienced an overwhelming rush of adrenaline. With hearts pounding, they attempted to catch their breath, and their heightened sense of awareness caused them to start at the slightest movement. Joe thought he heard a chopper in the distance, and immediately fresh gunfire erupted behind. Joe turned to engage and was hit 5 times in rapid succession, all in his body armor. The force knocked him off his feet. He fought off a dizzying spell, immediately reached for the grenades at his side, and released 3, one after the other. He covered the best he could. Bullets continued to rain, and suddenly he heard, "I'm hit," by one of the 2 who were engaged with their first frontal attack. Then, not more than 15 seconds later, he heard the hideous sound of bullet-penetrating helmet and witnessed the slow arc backwards of his comrade as he took a lethal headshot. Joe radioed, "We have 2 down, 1 deceased. I need backup. Stat." He yelled to his snipers, "Paint a target! We're running out of time!" He instantly saw the lasers pinpointing the areas where JDAM bombs would soon be wreaking havoc. Amidst the chaos, Joe tried to make sense of how this mission could have been compromised from the very beginning. Someone had to have betrayed his team. He heard in his ear, "Hang tight. Stealth chopper on the way. Fireworks 10 seconds out." After receiving the coordinates, he turned to communicate that they would attempt a tactical retreat as soon as the fireworks started. He radioed for his partner to help the injured Marine in 5-4-3-2-1. He grabbed his fallen comrade by his belt with his left hand and the M240 with the other. As he did, a bullet tore through the flesh of his left shoulder, and as he was spun back, bullets pounded him again and again in the upper part of his body armor. 4, 5, 6 shots sending him backwards. A stray bullet grazed the side of his right hand, neatly cutting the skin, and even more shots hit him in his armor. The snipers were doing everything they could to fend off the attackers, unloading 50 cal rounds as quickly as they could. But there were too many. Like ants exiting their hill, the enemy kept coming. The wound on his shoulder was not life-threatening, so when Joe gained his balance, he reached down again. This time, with his bloody right hand, grabbed the deceased Marine and waited for the missiles and chopper to arrive. He looked down at the fallen Marine and time stood still. They had trained for weeks together, shared laughs, drinks, and rigorous training. He remembered pictures of his 2 daughters, 9 and 11, and his brunette wife, Lynn. His daughters, not 48 hours ago, were on a Zoom call, showing their dad pictures from their trip to the zoo. Joe said a prayer amidst the buzzing chaos for his teammate's soul as he snapped back into reality. The missiles arrived with deafening precision, one after another. For the next 10 minutes, the ground shook and kept the assault at bay. Soon thereafter, a stealth Black Hawk chopper arrived 30 yards to their right. Amidst the retreat, Joe provided as much cover as he could, letting out bursts of fire from the M240 he picked up from the fallen Marine. When soldiers and casualties were loaded, he turned to enter and took several more shots to the armor on his back. A fourth caught the top of his left calf. He grimaced in pain and rolled onto the chopper. The leg shot hit an artery, and he was losing blood fast. A medic applied a proper tourniquet and immediately inserted an IV. Joe slowly faded and lost consciousness. The next day, in a fog, he found himself in the hospital. He was awakened by alarms and tubes and wires were coming out of his body. He heard whispers and talk from staff nearby. One of the orderlies mentioned to another, "This is one tough son of a bee. Took over 15 shots in his armor, covered with bruises." Another mentioned, "Lucky as hell none of those killed him." He shook his head. "Man, yeah, tough mother." Joe lay still, within the shell of his body, his mind and soul taking in everything that happened. His fallen comrade, the other injured soldier, how they and he had miraculously survived. He contemplated and thought, "God, why me? Why'd you save me? Why not him?" He thought of Lynn and the 2 daughters he would be contacting to deliver the flag that represents so much. Before long, Joe was roused from his thoughts to wheels playing "Urch, Urch" on the concrete runway. Joe shook off this haunted memory that was seared in his soul and shifted back to the conversation he had with his brother Vinny the night before. He prayed for his brother, and he prayed for himself, for wisdom, patience. He didn't know how he would respond. Many years earlier, many a confrontation did not end well for Vinny, who had a temper to match his wit. Vinny was probably the smartest of all the children and had made quite a fortune in the information technology space. He recently sold his company for a 9-figure payday, with incentives to manage for a minimum 2 years. Vinny was as sharp as they came, but money, wealth, or even charisma would not help him today. Joe took a deep breath and exited the plane. His buddy Richie had a car and driver waiting. Joe thought to himself, "I love these guys." Nothing was left undone with his Marine Corps buddies. They were like another family to him. The driver, a young lance corporal, sprinted out to get the door and snapped off a salute with an intensity and adoration that Joe loved. He returned the salute and said, "At ease, Marine." After Joe slid into the back seat and some small talk, the driver asked Joe, "What brings you to Las Vegas?" Joe looked out the side window and his eyes wandered far in the distance. "I'm not quite sure. Let's just say this is a special mission that has yet to be determined." Joe rattled off the address and the car made its way into the night. Chapter 2. My Brother's Keeper. As the car made its way further into the maze of Green Valley North, just northeast of the Wild Horse Golf Club, a far distance from the famous strip of Las Vegas, Joe drifted back to the night before. He had stood slumped against the edge of the sliding glass door in his bedroom, his muscular left arm lifted above his head, holding the weight of his 6'4" frame. He looked out as if in a trance, watching the moths and beetles flitter wildly, encircling the high-intensity UV light he had installed. The electrified grid immediately zapped any insect which got too close, which all the more enhanced his stupor with its consistent buzz. As he stared, the light now seemed to retreat before the darkness. It hung heavily from the front of what once was a majestic barn that housed proud Arabian stallions. As Joe's gaze dipped lower, His spirit was temporarily restored as he looked pleasingly at the concrete basketball court in front of the barn, the place of so many memories. He thought back and savored each that he could recall. His young boys feigning bravado, challenging his dominance on the court, the little girls wanting so much just to be a part of the action, their giggles and laughter turning his impatience to joy as he lifts them high above his head, legs wiggling and kicking at the air as he patted diapered bottoms. So many memories. How he wished he could freeze them all at that young and innocent age. Joe snapped back into reality as Mary, his wife, quietly walked in and slid into their well-worn brown leather wingback chair, which welcomed her with a poof. Earlier, she had seen Joe on the phone as she cleaned up after dinner in the kitchen. He closed himself in the dining room, talking to his youngest brother, Vincenzo. His facial expressions and rising voice were enough to let her know that something was not right. As she scraped the leftover polenta into a Ziploc bag, she spied curiously through the glass panels on the French door. Their youngest, Gianna, who was 8 years old, hopped in front of her with both feet together and arms over her head, making a one-person wave. Mary knew she would have to wait to get the lowdown. She gave Joe cover as she chased their 8 children upstairs to get teeth brushed and faces scrubbed. After a half an hour, she heard the door open and lightly close. She slid downstairs quietly and saw her husband stoically set his phone down on their dresser and slowly run his fingers through his salt and pepper hair. Just as she started to say something, Joe turned to face her and she saw eyes that were red and swollen. She had seen this look before, many times, when Joe buried those in his command. No matter the rank, it always pierced him to his core. He always insisted on being the one to visit spouses or families if possible, even though a small piece of him died every time. As if utterly defeated, he called to her in the most calm and gentle tones, "Round up the children for the rosary." "I'll be in just a minute." He slipped out quietly and made his way through the kitchen and into the powder room bath. A shadow clung and followed him as he went. Mary quickly called the children down to the parlor for the family rosary. It was a tradition that seemed to be the very cement that held their family together. At times like these, though, it took on a special significance. All present looked out the side of their eyes at what is usually the rock of the family, dropping down and kneeling before the statue of the Madonna. This night, they saw their father hunched over as if carrying an enormous burden. Children, like animals in the wild, have that innate ability to sense when things are not as they should be. This rosary was prayed with more passion and fervor than usual, each child unnerved by the towering figure, swaying as if ready to fall. After finishing prayers and giving the usual kiss and blessing on the forehead, Joe sent the children up to get ready for bed. Mary stayed behind, asking, "Joe, what's going on? Is everything okay with Vinny and Kathy?" As he turned his head slightly to the right, she could see his jaw muscles working furiously. "Vincenzo says he and Kathy are breaking up." Mary gasped. "Joe, you're kidding me." Mary moved behind Joe, putting her hand on his shoulder and barely whispered, "The kids." Mary asked, "What are you going to do?" Joe turned to look at her. He pulled her into his arms and squeezed her with a greater intensity than what she was used to. "I'm not sure. I need to get my head around this." He held on to her for over a minute, staring out into the night. Mary welcomed his strong arms around her. She savored this moment as she pressed her head against his chest and could hear his accelerated heartbeat. She was the heart of the family and had tried her best to support him and their large family, in good times and bad. She thought back and remembered when their marriage teetered on the edge of the abyss. Before every mission, she and Joe would talk, and he always assured her he would be okay. No matter the time of day, when the battle was over, he would always try to communicate, even with a text to let her know he was fine. He knew she would be praying and worrying as each hour went by. There was one night, after a battle, the phone call or text never came, and like every spouse, she started to imagine the worst. After a full day, she couldn't stand it and tried reaching him, but to no avail. It wasn't until 3 p.m. the next day that she heard her phone ring. It said private on the caller ID. She took a deep breath and answered the phone. An administrator from Walter Reed had introduced himself, and before he could say anything, she burst into tears. Through her sobs, he attempted to interject, Your husband is okay. He's going to be fine." She took a deep breath and started to calm down. He shared the extent of Joe's injuries, and that they were not life-threatening. In her mind, she let out a prayer. Thank you, God. Once she got all the details, she booked a flight to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. She arranged for Joe's parents to watch the children and could hardly wait to put her arms around her husband. When she arrived, a doctor was pressing a stethoscope on his back, listening to his breathing. His shirt was off, and his body was a mass of bruised flesh. His left shoulder was wrapped in a bandage, and his left leg was in a temporary cast and sticking straight out with a support to keep it from moving. His massive frame was slumped over with his right elbow leaning on his right knee. Tears immediately started to flow as she pushed her way into his room. "Joe?" He slowly lifted his head and turned with obvious pain. His eyes were shrouded in a fog, and with a weak voice he responded, "Babe, how are you doing?" Mary wanted to throw her arms around him, but the marks on his body spoke to the agony she saw on his face. She stayed by his side for another 4 days, as doctors and nurses worked around the clock to bring healing to his broken body, but they did little to repair his shattered soul. The whole time their conversation was strained. She couldn't wait to get him home and get their life back. It didn't take long before she realized he was a different person. His body was there, but a part of him was not. Gone was the sparkle in his eyes, the mischievous grin. The harder she tried to break through the wall that had come up, the more frustrated they both grew. 2 weeks into his rehab at home, she noticed he had not started to wean off of his pain medication, but actually increased the dosage. She would stop in on him in their bedroom, and he would be sitting, staring out the window with a stoic look. Her heart was being ripped from her body as each week went by. How she longed to have her husband back. At first, family and friends came in a steady wave to bring love and encouragement, but eventually it was just the both of them, as if living on separate islands. In her darkness, she prayed and prayed, begging God for help. God, who is faithful, put on her heart that just as her husband was a warrior, she too must be a warrior. She must fight, and that she did. The first thing was to call a priest she knew he respected, and she asked him what she could do to save her marriage. He told her to have masses said for him, and to ask anyone who would listen to pray for them. He also gave her some spiritual warfare prayers, and the number of a marriage counselor he trusted. So she went on her own offensive, and put her battle plan into place. She reached out to her family and the poor Clares for prayers, and she had 30 masses said on his behalf. She also called to make an appointment with the counselor he had recommended. One night when the kids were down, she said a prayer the priest had given her. She took a deep breath, entered the bedroom, and locked the door. "You are not going to keep pushing me away from you." Joe, with an exasperated look, wrapped in a dark cocoon, said, "I'm not pushing you away." "Joe, you need help." With this, he flared up and bellowed, "I don't need help." He paused to find the right words, mumbling, I need my..." And his voice trailed off, and he turned toward the window and whispered, "I need my Marine back." Tears started to form. "I need my Marine back. I let him down. I failed him." His voice grew in intensity as he spat out. "Now his wife has no husband. His daughters have no father. I let them down. That's on me. That's on me, do you understand?" he yelled. She tried to go to him and comfort him. "Get out! Please! Just get out!" Mary hesitated, and silently, a grace was poured into her soul, and tears formed in her eyes. These were not tears of pity or sorrow. These were tears coming from righteous anger. "I will not get out," she screamed, "till death do us part, in good times and bad. What does Semper Fi mean, Joe? What does it mean? Always faithful," she screamed. He reached over to the nightstand and clumsily grabbed the bottle of OxyContin, to pop another pill. "You're addicted to those, Joe. Get out!" he yelled. With a dark look that had a mixture of fear and anger, he said again, "Get out!" Immediately, Mary left their bedroom and called Far Caporelli. "Father, I can't take this anymore. He is growing angrier, and I don't know what he's going to do, and he is addicted to these painkillers. I'll be right over, Mary." Within 15 minutes, there was a knock at the door. She let him in. "Father, I'm so sorry to bug you with this," and he cut her off. "Mary, you did the right thing. Pray, and let's let God do the rest. Where is he?" Mary led him up to their room. "Are you sure you're going to be okay? He's not in a good space at all." Father turned to face her, and the look on his face caught her off guard. His eyes were piercing, and he carried himself with an air of indestructibility. "The power of God will put an end to this once and for all." He took his stole out, kissed it, and put it on, and as he did, she could see his mouth move and his eyes close. It was as if a cloud descended upon him. He pulled a holy water vial from his pocket and splashed the bedroom door. He turned and looked her in the eyes with an ethereal calm and said, "Please wait out here." He entered the room and gently closed the door. She listened, not knowing what to expect. She heard voices become slightly raised and then shouting, and footsteps heading towards the bathroom. The toilet flushed and more loud talking. After 30 minutes, Father opened the door, and as he exited, said, "Give him space tonight. Tomorrow he will be ready." Mary looked puzzled. "Ready? Ready for what, Father?" "He will apologize, and I told him to come see me for confession tomorrow. He'll be okay. Guilt and shame can be very powerful, but we helped him let that go." "Father, how can I ever thank you?" "Mary, call me any time. I think God has his hand on Joe and your family. I don't know the future, but I get the real sense that your husband was allowed to experience this for a reason. God has his hand on him. There will be ups and downs, but stay steadfast, as I know you will. Things are going to work out, Mary." And with that, he left her. Mary was suddenly back in her husband's arms again, and she relished his embrace. He put his hands on either side of her cheeks to kiss her, and looked down at her with affection. "I'll be up soon." And she looked up at him with a tender stare, turned, and slipped out of the room. Joe sat down and turned the chair facing the darkness, holding and stroking his square chin with his left hand. He ran his right hand through his overgrown standard military haircut, which framed a high, strong forehead. Joe leaned back in his chair, thinking as he always did about strategy. What plan of attack should be employed here? He stretched his legs, crossed his arms tight to his chest, and thought to himself, "I can't believe what I heard. It was like I was talking to a different person." Joe gave voice to his thoughts. "He knows better. What did our parents scratch, claw, fight, and give their blood for?" Joe's voice was getting louder. "This is going to kill our parents. Kill them." Mary walked back in. "Joe, please. The children," as she quickly closed the door behind her. "I'm sorry, Mary. I just can't believe it." Joe's emotions shifted from shock to anger, and then to sorrow as he turned and hid his legs under the table, pulled himself in, and placed his heavy head in his right hand. Sir? The lance corporal brought Joe back into reality. He had arrived. It was time to give little brother some love, some very tough love. Chapter 3. Tough Love. Vinny's wife, Kathy, cornered her husband in the study, and with crossed arms and a black look, she spouted, "Why is he coming here? And why are you so nervous?" Vinny said, "You don't understand. I talked to him for over an hour trying to get across to him that we were splitting up, and his hard effing head just couldn't absorb what I was trying to say. He kept asking, 'Are you sure? Have you gone to counseling? Did you try Retrouvé? Yada. Effing yada. He drives me crazy.'" Vinny faced out the window toward the golf course. Kathy taunted, "Well, for once, why don't you act like a man and drill it into his head? What are you afraid of? Vinny looked down into his hands. He mentioned Mom and Dad. He said this will kill them when they find out. Kathy's volume increased. You're a grown man! Kathy sarcastically chimed. You're a multi-millionaire! As her voice raised in volume as she spat out. You sold your precious business! Vinny turned and looked directly into Kathy's eyes from across the room and wondered how they could have gotten to the point where their initial love was now, at times, a festering hate, or at the minimum, a strong dislike. Vinny turned his back. When he gets here, I'm going to ask you to go to the other room. I'm not sure what is going to happen, and I don't want you getting in the middle of anything. Vinny turned back to look at Kathy with a somewhat sympathetic gaze. Okay? Kathy nodded with a slight attitude but a calmer tone. Okay. Joe grabbed his bag next to him, pulled out a $50 bill to thank the Marine, who had already sprinted out to open his door. As he reached in to grab Joe's bag, Joe pushed the $50 into his hand. The Marine recoiled. Sir, it's an honor to do this. He stammered. It's an honor for me. He stepped out of the way so Joe could slide out. Joe stood up and stuffed the bill back into his pocket, looking intently into the soldier's eyes, and gave a strong salute. Thank you, Marine. What's your name? And where are you from? Sounds like a Polish accent? Joe asked. Yes, sir. He snapped a quick salute. From Waterwitz, sir. My parents came over when I was young. My name is Lance Corporal Bogdan Kluger, with the 23rd Marine Regiment Unit. I am in 2 years and plan on re-enlisting. That's excellent. Joe turned his head, thinking to himself, Kluger. Kluger. By chance, did your father actually, probably your grandfather, Joe asked, know Pope John Paul? Bogdan's eyes lit up. Sir, my grandfather Jersey was best friends with him, sir. Holy cow, no kidding? Joe said in astonishment. Well, next time we meet, I would love to hear some family stories. Deal? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, son. Joe turned to go up the stone steps. He looked around, even though it was dark. The landscaping with precise accent lighting was beautifully done. His brother did like the nicer things in life. Joe forced himself up to the front door. He stared down at the Ring doorbell and thought to himself, what a great invention. 24-hour monitoring for minimal cost. Joe was big into technology and had some of the sharpest minds at his beck and call whenever there was a mission that required a little something extra. James Bond had nothing on Joe when it came to this. He shook his head quickly, reached down and pushed the doorbell. The patented tiny 3-part ring went off. He heard steps coming close. He uttered one more prayer. Holy Spirit, help me! As the door opened, Vinny extended his hand. Joe rushed in to meet his little brother. He threw his arms around his neck, and somewhere deep inside a dam broke. And with the broken dam came floods of water. Many tears were shed. Kathy looked around the corner and shook her head in disgust as she left the room. Vinny attempted to lighten the mood. Joe, you didn't have to come. As he attempted to pull away, Joe pulled him even tighter to himself, with no sign of letting go. As he held his little brother, Joe was carried back many decades to simpler times. He remembered the many times he bailed his youngest brother out from many difficult situations. The time the Collins brothers, new to the school, dunked Vinny's head in the toilet. When Joe saw his mom hugging his brother with tears in his eyes, Joe bent down on one knee next to his brother, put his hand on his shoulder and looked him in the eye. What happened, partner? When he heard the story, nothing could hold him back. He ran across a half a dozen neighbors' yards to find the brothers playing baseball on the street in front of their house. When he told them who he was, a look of doom washed across each face. There was one thing Joe hated and despised, and that was bullies. And the fact they despoiled his kid brother ensured that someone was going to pay. A pound of flesh would be had today. The one with the baseball bat made the tragic mistake of swinging at Joe. As he swung for Joe's head, Joe instinctively stepped into the malevolent kid's hands, decreasing the angle and bat speed. Grabbing the bat, he turned with the swing, ripping it out of his hands. The rest went down in neighborhood lore. No one knew exactly what happened, but two of the brothers did not make it to school for a solid week, and even then, when they showed up, they had a certain raw look to their faces, with a couple of band-aids attempting to hide Joe's wrath. The Koblenz family offered an official apology, along with 2 fresh pizzas, that the Salvatores accepted graciously. In fact, there never was another incident of the Koblenz brothers bullying anyone. There were so many stories, so many memories. Joe was overcome with emotion. Vinny tried again. "Joe, I appreciate you coming," as he tried to wiggle himself free. "But you're not going to change my mind." There was something about the combination of words in this statement that inserted, like a stiletto, into Joe's heart. A rush of emotions washed over his senses, his mind, his intellect, his will. He pulled Vinny tightly to himself, this time with his cheek to his brother's cheek. With an intensity he whispered, "Till death do us part, in good times and bad." Joe spoke in a methodical, measured tone. "Mom and Dad taught us marriage is sacred, forever." Vinny was growing angrier with each sentence. Joe continued, "The Corps taught us death before dishonor." With this, Vinny snapped. Now both brothers were transported back over 30 years to their backyard. Even though Vinny was the youngest brother, he spent many years being toughened in the school of big brothers. He was physically smaller than Joe, but what he lacked in size he made up with his "I'll tear your heart out of your body and eat it" attitude. Vinny pulled his head back as far as he could and slammed his forehead into the side of Joe's. The gloves were now officially off, and from here a melee ensued. Joe was slightly dazed by the headbutt. Next, Vinny threw a wild punch at his brother's head. Joe sidestepped the swing and tried to calm his brother's anger, but that wasn't happening. Bodies were flying, furniture was breaking. Eventually, Joe, with his years of training, got his brother in a rear-naked choke where he could calm him down. Joe, panting and catching his breath with his head behind Vinny's, pleaded with him, "Vinny, calm down. I'll let you go, but I gotta ask, what happened? This isn't you. You know what Mom and Dad taught us." Joe uttered almost in a whisper. Vinny answered, trying to catch his breath. "I don't know, Joe. I don't know." He paused and winced in pain, holding his head. "Life just seemed to take me, and I went with it." He continued as an afterthought, "I really don't know what the hell happened." Vinny shook his head and grimaced again in pain as he tried to turn and face his brother. "Can you let me go, please?" "No more headbutting?" Joe asked. "Hey, you were the one that started on the psycho Jack Nicholson shite." Vinny turned to him and asked, "What gets into you?" Joe responded, "When I heard you guys were splitting, it hit me hard. I thought of Mom and Dad and your kids and you and Kathy." Joe got up and looked at his kid brother. He reached down and pulled him up. "Let me help you pick this stuff up," said Joe. They both slowly bent over and started picking up chairs, lamps, a naked woman ladro that had broken in half. "I never liked that one anyway," Vinny said. Joe slid his arm around his brother. "I love you, man. You know that." "I know, Joe," said Vinny. "I'm sorry I went off on you." Joe piped in. "That wasn't my Nicholson, by the way." Joe lowered his tone, and with a nasally voice did his best Jack Nicholson. "I'd rather stick needles in my eyes," as they both laughed, pushing each other, feigning punches and blocks. "Where did you learn that arm bar, or whatever that move was? Was that your special ops training? It definitely wasn't anything you learned in the neighborhood." "Nah, I actually saw it in an MMA fight, rewound it back and forth and taught myself. There is nothing the opponent can do." "So you're going MMA on me now?" "I actually prefer a simple 6-hour 9, but when family is involved, MMA will have to do." Joe smiled. Then, with a look of seriousness, Joe looked at Vinny and asked, "Where do we go from here?" Vinny put the palm of his right hand on the right side of his head. "How about some Tylenol?" Chapter 4. Let There Be Light. "I see you got your stuff to spend the night. Why don't we go say hi to the kids up in their rooms? They'll definitely want to see their favorite uncle. Joe looked at his brother and asked, I'm surprised they didn't come down with all the noise. Vinny stated, they got those ear pods or buds or whatever the hell those things are called, music blaring in their ears constantly. Joe asked, do you think Kathy will mind? She'll be fine, said Vinny with no emotion. Joe knew what that meant. He and Kathy had never really hit it off. There wasn't outright animosity, but there was something about their relationship that was stiff. They climbed the stairs, and Vinny knocked on Daniel's door first and went in. Guess who's here to see you? Daniel peeled off his earpods, and with a lethargic look, he slowly turned over in his bed to face his father. As he lifted his head up and spied his Uncle Joe, his face lit up and widened with an excited smile, and he rushed off his bed. He was at the age where he wasn't sure if he should shake his uncle's hand, like a man, or give him a hug. Joe took that choice away immediately. He grabbed the young man and lifted him off the ground with a giant bear hug. How's my favorite Danny boy? Joe sang. Danny boy was the cherished nickname shared between the two. Joe set down the lad and stepped back staring at him. How old are you now? 19? 20? Ah, Uncle Joe. You know I'm not that old, Danny said. I turned 11 last March. Come on, Joe said. I see whiskers coming in. He reached over at the lad and put his arm around his head in a faux headlock. Uncle Joe, teach me more moves, please, can you? All right, Joe said. Let me see what's going on here first. Can we talk tomorrow? I'm beat. Danny responded. Sure, Uncle Joe. Joe mussed the youngster's hair. Let me go say hi to your sister, Joe said as he walked out of the room. It didn't go unnoticed to Vinny that the bedroom and his son lit up immediately when his brother walked in. He admired that quality in his brother, that positive energy he always carried with him. Vinny turned to Joe. Down the hall and to the right is Lucy's room. Vinny wasn't sure this one was going to go as smoothly. He led Joe to her bedroom, knocked, and stepped back to let his brother enter. Vinny and Lucy were on different planes these past couple years. Lucy was pegging all of the trauma because of the upcoming divorce on her father. Joe knocked again, a little harder this time. Lucy let out a contemptuous, "What?" Joe peeked his head in the door and quietly let out his patented low seal, which was their shared sign of affection. Lucy jumped off her bed and ran into her uncle's arms, her eyes filling with tears as she landed. This caught Joe by surprise. No words were shared. Joe just held this fragile little flower in his arms and let her pour her heart and emotions out. There, Lucy. It's okay, honey. Joe put his hand over the back of her head and pulled her face into his chest. She turned her head and let her emotions have their way. Vinny, who was waiting out in the hallway, heard it all. His heart ached. His inadequacies and failures as a father were producing this pain in his daughter, and he knew it. His eyes filled with tears as he leaned his head against the wall in the hallway and let out a very weak prayer. God, help me. Please. Help my family. As with any prayer wrapped in tears, it carried a significant potency. Vinny's raw soul was looking for some type of solace, some type of grace to hold on to. Perhaps it was time for his life to start to shift off the sands of his selfishness. Either way, he was grateful for his brother's presence bringing comfort to his children. Vinny felt like the young brother once again, looking to his older brother for help, for protection. Vinny turned to leave his daughter and brother to seek out his wife. He found Kathy in her common hiding spot, the far corner of their Mediterranean-style 3-story sitting, glazed before a noisy 60-inch flat-screen TV. Vinny walked in and sat down across the room from her. Kathy, can we talk? She gave him a caustic look. Please? He asked. There was something in the please that caught her attention. She stoically turned from the TV to see that he had been crying. She muted the TV. What's wrong with you? She asked with disdain. Is it your brother? Did he do something again? Let's call the police. Vinny raised his left hand up slowly and very calmly spoke. No, There isn't anything wrong. Actually, Joe is up with Lucy. When he dropped in to see her, she ran into his arms and started crying. This got Kathy's full attention, and she turned off the TV. She looked at her husband. The coldness recessed a bit, and as she looked up towards her daughter's room, a moan escaped. "Oh, Lucy," Vinny shared. "It ripped my heart out. You should have seen it." He breathed in deeply. "What have I done to our little girl?" Vinny looked down into his hands. Kathy was about to jump in and offer the answer to his question. She could think of a litany of things, but she didn't even want to engage in any conversation, and quite frankly, she didn't care about him. Vinny looked up and asked, "I know we talked about it before, and now may not be the time, but do you think we can talk to someone? Sometime, even if it's just for the kids?" Kathy's eyes met her husband's. The last thing she wanted was to reconcile. She hated him. In spite of the impending divorce, Kathy's devotion to her children was still strong. "I don't know," was all she could muster to say. This was usually Kathy's passive-aggressive way to eat at her impatient husband, but the weight of emotion from their children prevented her from retaliating in the usual form. Both cautiously looked at each other. Vinny nodded slowly. Joe sat on the bed next to Lucy as she poured out her feelings. He could see the imminent divorce was driving nails into her heart. This was the first time she was able to speak to her uncle about the devastation and how it was tearing her in two. She shared her disdain for her father. Joe listened patiently, and as he turned to face her, he saw the anger and hurt. "You know, I almost choked him out earlier," Joe said. "He pisses me off too, that guy." Joe attempted to lighten the mood. She took the bait and smiled. "You let me know if you need your Uncle Joe to rough him up a bit. He's still my young brother, and besides, nobody messes with my favorite Lucy in the whole world." She let out a weak laugh and wiped her eyes on her sleeve. She appreciated her uncle, and she felt something in his presence that she could not fully understand. She looked up at him, and his strong yet soft, compassionate presence. Yes, she knew what it was. She felt protected, safe. As the mood lightened a bit, she inquired with her uncle about each of the cousins and her aunt. "How is Aunt Mary?" she asked. "When will I get to see everybody again? It's been almost 2 years." Joe looked down at his niece with fondness and promised her he would talk to her dad and figure something out. He gave her one more hug and said, "I need to talk to your mom and dad. Let's talk again tomorrow, okay?" Joe tenderly brushed a strand of hair caught on her eyebrow to the side of her head and turned to leave. He exited out the door and then poked his head back in. "Lucy, everything's going to work out, honey." And he gave her a smile and a wink. Joe rambled down the stairs and called out, "Vinny, you around?" Vinny got up from the den and answered, "Down here." Vinny turned to Kathy. "Are you up for saying hi to my brother?" "That's fine," Kathy blankly answered. She began to think to herself, and she warmed up as she thought back to his kindness to her daughter. "I think I would," she said. Vinny yelled out again, "Over here, Joe." Joe walked in, and when he saw Kathy, he was a little startled. He said, "Oh, hi, Kathy. I can come back if this is not a good time." She instinctively walked up to Joe and said, "Thank you." She thought of her daughter, crying in his arms. She stoically said, "I'm glad you're here." This surprised Joe, and he looked at his brother Vinny. They both were a bit stunned. Chapter 5. Peel the Onion. Joe opened his eyes to a sliver of light poking around the vertical blinds on the third-floor guest bedroom. His phone alarm was playing its usual jingle as he turned to grab his phone on the nightstand. It was 6 a.m. MST, and he immediately started his routine of saying the Angelus. He heard an exorcist say that praying this simple prayer at 6, 12, and 6 would weed out the tough demons in his life. At first, Joe was skeptical, but as he adapted this practice, his usual thorns of the flesh seemed to lose a lot of their power over him. Now he was a big proponent of the Angelus, and so he prayed, "The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary, and she conceived of the Holy Spirit." After finishing, Joe sat up in bed, kissed his faded scapular, which had turned sideways across his muscular yet scarred chest. "Oh, Jesus, through the Immaculate Heart of Mary, I offer you the prayers, works, joys, and sufferings of this day, in union with the holy sacrifice of the Mass," Joe prayed, and he thought to himself, "Mass?" He made a mental note that Mass was 12 o'clock at St. Joan of Arc downtown. This church had an updated mission style with iconic paintings, as well as a miniature Lord's Grotto. Years past, Joe had met many devout folks there who lived in the midst of Sin City, almost in defiance of the spirit that sought in so many ways to oppress. And one other reason to go to this church was his good friend, was the pastor who he hadn't seen for quite some time. After Joe finished his morning prayers, he reviewed the events of the previous night. He laughed and shook his head as he thought about Vinny going off on him. He made his way out of bed in Dawn's sweats, his old USMC faded green t-shirt and his well-worn slippers. He pulled the cord to the right of the shades, opening up to a gorgeous vista of Wild Horse Golf Course. Joe let the sun pour onto his face and body. He turned and did his usual stretching, sit-ups, and push-ups. Then he made his way to the adjoining bathroom and threw water on his face and the back of his neck. He worked his toothbrush and lathered up for a quick shave. He wanted to sit down with Vinny and his family to assess the damage. As he trotted down, he counted 35 stairs. He made his way to the kitchen that was bathed in light. He had hoped to see some of the emotion from the night before translate to the next morning, but that was not to be. Kathy was to the far side of their large kitchen amidst 3 bay windows, arms crossed, head down on her phone, and Vinny was seated at the island overhang, drinking coffee, waiting for his brother. As Joe walked in, Vinny got up to hug his brother. Joe returned the hug with some extra muscle. Vinny asked, "How about some coffee, big guy?" "Excellent," Joe quipped. "Black, please." Joe called over to Kathy. "Morning, Kathy." She quickly and almost embarrassingly looked up and gently said, "Good morning," and turned her face back down to her phone. Something seemed to pull her out of herself. "Can I make you something to eat?" she asked. "Thank you, Kathy. I'm just going to do coffee now, but thank you," Joe said. "I would like to talk to you both if that's okay." He turned to Vinny and then Kathy. Kathy looked up and slowly closed her eyes, exhaled, and let out a sigh. "Joe, I know your heart is in the right place, but I really don't think you understand what is going on here." Joe gently interrupted. "I agree, Kathy. I really don't. And listen, if this is the best path forward, fine. I get it. I just want the best for you both." He looked directly into Kathy's eyes. "And for Lucy and Danny." He knew this was the way to her heart. Kathy let her guard down a little as she remembered the night before and Joe's kindness to her daughter. "What are you thinking?" Vinny was mildly surprised that Kathy took the bait. Joe asked, "I would just like to listen to you both, separately if that's okay." Kathy thought to herself, "My asshole husband hasn't listened to me for years, and because he probably thought I would never give in to this, and because this would give me a chance to let Joe know just how big of an ass my husband is." She said, "Sure." Vinny turned his head in surprise at his wife and turned back to his coffee. He took a slow sip with eyes staring forward and said, "Sure." Joe asked Kathy, "Do you want to talk here?" She nodded her head, and Joe turned to his brother Vinny. "Could you relocate, bro?" Vinny looked at Kathy, and she at him. An insidious spirit seemed to well up in them both. Vinny thought to himself that B is going to throw me under the bus. And Kathy, almost as if reading his mind, gave a slight sinister smile with an ever-so-subtle nod and turned away from him. Of course, this did not go unnoticed by Joe. He had spent hundreds, if not thousands of hours interrogating enemy combatants. They all had their own style of communicating. But to get to the truth was almost an art form that Joe had perfected over the years. As he contemplated this situation, he thought to himself, exhaled, and slowly closed his eyes and shook his head. This was not going to be easy. When Vinny exited the room, Joe started by commenting how much Lucy had grown. He asked her questions primarily about the kids to soften her up. When Joe felt the time was right, he asked, "Kathy, what do you think went wrong?" She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed. "I don't know where to start." She leaned forward. "He's a selfish, arrogant Napoleon." Joe thought, "Napoleon? How so, Kathy?" Joe asked. "He spent over 20 years building up his little fiefdom in his company. His company might as well be married to him. He spends most of his life there, and now he sells it and thinks he can act like he hasn't dumped us for the last 20-plus years. Do you realize all of the children's events he missed? The kids don't even know him. He never invested himself in their lives, and now he wants to turn it on? I don't think so." Kathy's raw anger began to surface. "I hate that son of a bee." She looked into Joe's eyes. "Do you know what he did for our 20th anniversary?" Joe couldn't even begin to imagine. He left it to his secretary to order flowers and set up dinner. Then she had an appendicitis attack and had to be rushed to the hospital. He didn't even know where we were supposed to eat or where to pick up the flowers. He tried calling her in the hospital. Kathy rattled off a litany of other selfish acts, each just as bad as the next. The whole time, Joe kept his gaze fixed on Kathy and listened with undivided attention. As he was trained, he parroted back what she shared and acknowledged her pain with each selfish act. This went on for another 45 minutes, and Joe spoke very little. He fought the temptation to fix whatever it was she was sharing. Kathy finally broke down in tears and said, "I just want this to be over," as she opened both hands as if pleading. Joe came around to her side of the table and put his hand on her shoulder. "I'm so sorry, Kathy." He stood next to her as she began to calm down. "Thank you for sharing. I know it must be hard." Joe stood next to her quietly, taking in her pain. "Let me track down Vinny." He got up to go. He felt he understood a little better now, at least from her perspective. There was deeper to go, but this was a good first step. Joe wandered through the house and found Vinny tucked into his desk in the study. As Joe walked in, Vinny looked up at him with a bit of a pissy look and asked, "I'm sure she told you everything I ever did, including our anniversary. Am I right?" Vinny asked, nodding his head. Joe acknowledged with a slight head nod as he sat down on the other side of the desk. Vinny piped in, "Joe, as the Allman Brothers song goes, I'm no angel. I've done my share of stupid, selfish things." Joe nodded. "But she has her share of skeletons as well. And she is absolutely insane. I can't say 2 words without her interpreting something totally different. In fact, I don't think she is even the same species. You have no idea what I have to deal with. Effing crazy nuts," Vinny muttered, shaking his head and twisting his hands inside each other. Joe let him go on for another 15 minutes or so about all the different things Kathy did to support his supposition that she was indeed crazy. Finally, he interrupted. "Vinny, let's pull back on the reins a bit, I get it. You guys are on different pages and you're not connecting. But I want to ask you to put your emotions aside and think about what you really think went wrong with your marriage." Vinny put his hands on the desk and pushed back, stretching his legs and running both hands through his jet-black hair. He threw his head back a bit, thinking to himself, staring at the 10-foot-high ceiling. After a brief moment, he abruptly sat up, put his elbows on the desk, and cupped his chin in his right hand. "I will tell you exactly what happened." And a dark cloud fell over Vinny. "After Danny was born, she pushed me away. She said she wouldn't let me near her until I did something." Vinny looked out the window with a disgusted look. "The bee would not let me touch her, Joey. My own effing wife would not let me touch her." The anger welled up as he slowly turned his seething gaze toward his brother. "And so, I went and got fixed. Yeah, fixed. Like a dog." Joe tried his best to hide any emotion and remain quiet. He found moments like these were critical to getting to the heart of any issue, and so he sat there and looked at his brother. Neither blinked as they looked at each other. Vinny waiting for his brother to go off on a moral tangent, and Joe, set like concrete, refusing to make any move. Finally, Vinny couldn't take the silence. What? No speech about how evil I am getting my nuts clipped? Come on, I know what you're thinking. What I did was wrong, say it! Vinny screamed. Say it! Joe just continued to look and listen. Vinny couldn't bear the silence. He needed something from his brother to respond to, anything that would keep him from opening that part of his soul that he had closed off to everyone, including himself. He knew if he opened that door in his soul, he would expose the worst part of himself, and what waited for him on the other side was the hideous demon of shame. Always there, keeping vigil, ready to pull him back into his humiliation, should he ever try to be tempted by freedom. Vinny turned back to the window and looked at that door in his soul. He stared and stared. This went on for several minutes, and finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He flung open that dark and rusted door and stared into the eyes of that demon that was waiting. Waiting with fresh ignominy, waiting to spill out the litany of every failure he had ever committed, especially the failure, the one that would concretize his decision in every nuptial act. The changing and distorting of that which was meant to be free, open to life, self-giving at its core, now was changed forever. It was no longer open to the possibility of new life. That part of him was now sealed off, seared shut by some doctor's scalpel. As he gazed at this demon, he saw his weakness. He saw his lack of courage, his acquiescence of any leadership in his family. He saw mostly his shame, and now layer upon layer pressed down on him. Darkness enveloped him, and his sin sought to suffocate him. Deep down, no matter how much he tried to rationalize to himself, he knew that what he did was wrong. He felt different in his soul every time thereafter he was intimate with his wife. Yes, the temptation to cheat on Kathy took on much more power, knowing that the repercussions, at least on the outside, were mostly now unseen. Joe could sense the turmoil, the battle that was going on unseen in his brother's soul. Vinny was now face to face with that which he acknowledged was wrong, with that which he loathed, and it was himself he hated. His head and arms fell down onto the desk and he emotionally crumbled. Joe walked around and put his hand on his little brother's shoulder and let his grief have its way. Eventually, his emotions subsided, and Joe let the silence, like a restoring balm, wash over his brother. They were stuck in time, just his little brother, sitting there before him. How he wished he could pick up a weapon and slay this demon, this dragon before his brother. He would do it in a heartbeat. He would kill this miserable beast. He would die for his brother right now. But he knew only his brother could fight this battle. Vinny would soon be faced with a choice. He would have to decide if he was going to vanquish or retreat. Joe looked down with the greatest pity in his heart. He went to that quiet place within himself, and at the tender altar of his heart, he brought the flower of prayer to his sweet mother. The Mother of God had held Joe's heart since he was child. More than one supernatural event drew him to this Queen of Heaven, and he asked her now in the most childlike and calm voice imaginable, "Dear, dear Mother, please, please help my brother Vinny. Mother, please!" A tiny tear escaped Joe's eye, and with it released the power of heaven itself. The Heavenly Mother took his tear onto her delicate finger and presented it to her son. That's all it took. The demon inside of Vinny experienced a torment never before felt by humans. The angels in glee, sent by their queen, pronounced the dictate, waiting now only for the enactment of this dictate through the will of Vinny, now thoroughly flooded with grace. Vinny let out a weak prayer, "God, save me!" as he turned back again towards the light. The door in his soul was destroyed, and the darkness was vanquished. Chapter 6. Next steps. Now Joe had something to work with. He saw some of the stumbling blocks in this flawed marriage. He looked down at his brother and said, "I'm proud of you, bro. It's not easy." Vinny asked, "Well, I'm not sure what to do from here." Joe answered, "Let's not try to solve this thing right now. I need to mull on some things. How about we take the kids out for a late breakfast, and I would like to stop by Joan of Arc for Mass, Maybe even see if they have confession before. He looked at his brother, hoping he would take the bait. He didn't want to press him at all, so he said, "Why don't we get ready to leave in about 15? What do you think?" Vinny said, "Sounds good, Joe, and thanks, man. I'm such a schmuck." Joe blurted out, "Ah, you are my blood man. I got your bro." Joe reached down to pull his brother up and gave him a quick but intense hug as they slapped each other's backs. "I'll be down in a bit," Joe spoke over his shoulder as he sprinted out of the study. When Joe got into his room, he pulled out his phone and hit dial to do a quick check-in with Mary. "Hey, babe, how's it going? It's been a rush here, a lot going on," Joe shared. Mary asked impatiently, "What happened? Tell me." "Well, I think I know at least part of the problem. Found out Vinny got fixed." Mary asked, "Fixed?" "Yeah, a vasectomy. You know, clip, like we did to Rover." "Oh, Joe," Mary retorted. "Well, Vinny came clean and seems to be sorry about it. Seems like Kathy put a fair amount of pressure on him as well. I'm going to take Danny and Lucy out with Vinny for some breakfast. You should see the kids. They're growing like crazy. Little Danny is still a little fireball, and Lucy is turning into a beautiful young woman. Man, I remember when they were little squirts. It goes so fast." "It does indeed," said Mary. "Joe, how are the kids doing with everything that's going on?" "Actually, we are going to be leaving pretty quick, and I have to make a quick call to a priest friend of mine. Can I fill you in later?" "Oh, and please keep the prayers coming," Joe requested. "Count on 'em, I love you." "I love you too," said Joe, and shot down the stairs. After hugging the kids in the entranceway, they all made their way to the Range Rover that their dad had pulled out close to the front door. Joe got in shotgun, and both kids piled in the back. They shared boisterous conversation and some laughter as they made their way to the MTO Cafe on South Main Street. Vinny kept to himself as Joe and the kids exchanged conversation as they walked into the restaurant. Lucy got the French toast with the bomb of fresh fruit, and Danny got the fat Elvis. Joe laughed out loud as he saw the pile of food on Danny's plate. Joe turned to Vinny. How is he going to fit that in his mouth? Vinny chimed in. Oh, he'll find a way. That's like 5 pounds of food on his plate, Joe said. Danny was more than willing to show his uncle that he was capable and shoved the corner of the waffle filled with bacon, peanut butter, strawberries, banana, and Nutella into his mouth. This elicited a, "That's disgusting," from Lucy, and a mild, surprised look from Joe. Vinny looked on with a, "See, I told you so," look. After breakfast, Lucy hinted that she wanted to talk to her uncle apart from everyone. Joe caught on and asked if they could walk the few blocks to St. Joan of Arc Church. He went ahead with Lucy as they walked. She shared how good it felt to be able to share her feelings, and she asked if there was any hope for her parents' marriage. Joe was straight with her. You know, I'm not sure, honey. You better believe I will do everything I can. But eventually it comes back to them. Just keep praying, Lucy. Never discount God's ability to disrupt our plans, as he winked at her and squeezed her hand. Joe asked her a number of questions about school, sports, and her friends, and he cherished the interchange with her, as did she with him. All the while, Vinny was making small talk with Danny and observing his brother as he brought life and laughter out of his once dead daughter. Once they got to the church, Joe stated, I think they have confession before Mass. Your uncle needs to get cleaned up a bit. He pushed open the front door and held it. Danny came in right on his heels, then Lucy, and then Vinny peeked his head in, as if to see if he would be suddenly struck down. Joe looked over to him and caught his eyes and said, Don't worry, lightning is not going to strike you down, and smilingly nodded his head. Joe genuflected and made his way right to the confessional at the back of church. Vinny and the kids seemed a little out of sorts as they slid into the last pew. Joe opened the door, and as he went down on his knees, he asked, Father McCloskey, is that you? Joe first met Father McCloskey at a 4th-degree initiation ceremony for the Knights of Columbus. Mr. Salvatore, how have you been? Of course it's me, I got your text. Is that your brother in the back? You know I can get in trouble for this, conspiring to lure an individual into one of the sacraments. I'm sure somewhere in canon law I've crossed a line. Father McCloskey smiled. Technically, we are not coercing. He is still free, so I think we're good, Joe said. So you are giving me advice on canon law now? I don't know how I let you talk me into this, Father said, shaking his head. Is it possible for me to ask forgiveness for what I am about to do? Joe asked. You know the answer to that, the priest quipped. I would like to go to confession if I could. Father McCloskey immediately went into the prayers of confession. May the Lord be in your heart and on your lips, that you might worthily make a good confession, the gruff voice of Father McCloskey said on the other side of the screen. Joe started, Bless me, Father. It's been about 3 weeks, give or take, since my last confession. I want to confess the sin of anger. In what way were you angry? The priest asked. Well, my brother told me he was getting divorced, and I immediately wanted to reach through the phone and choke him out. You realize for something to be a sin you have to do it, Father chimed. Well, let me finish. So I flew out immediately to try to talk some sense into my brother Vinny. In fact, he had a vasectomy, Joe rambled. Were you going to confess his sins as well? Father asked. No, sorry. I was just trying to tell you where the anger was coming from. Joe went on. Well, when I showed up to confront him, I kinda lost control a little bit with him. I lost it. He's my little brother, and he started mouthing off with absolutely no respect. He threw a punch at me after headbutting me, so I may have punched him several times, and eventually I got him in a hold to immobilize him. Father asked, May have punched him? Actually I did, but technically it was self-defense. Self-defense, huh? Was there anything else? Asked Father. Yeah, I did want to slap some young punk for saying something inappropriate to one of my daughters. Father McCloskey smiled and closed his eyes, turning his head slowly from side to side. Is there anything else that you did that required choking or punching? Joe laughed to himself. I think that was it. Joe went on to list a few more minor sins, and Father gave a word of counsel and encouragement as his demeanor suddenly changed from affable and light-hearted to otherworldly and serious. His eyes glared through the screen with piercing compassion. Just remember, God's mercy is without end and greater than any sin, as we turn to Him as His children and cry out, Abba, Father. Thank God for a good confession, Joe. Father finished by giving absolution and a penance, and his demeanor suddenly changed back to light-hearted as he whispered, What you are about to do quickly. Joe caught on immediately. That's cold. My own priest. Joe, it's really good to hear your voice. It's been too long, piped Father. Thanks again for agreeing to this. It means a lot. Anytime, Joe. Send him in. Joe quickly exited the confessional and slid in next to his brother and leaned next to his ear. Hey, this priest is some type of mystic. He wants to see you, Joe said with a serious look on his face. Don't talk your shite in church. That's a sin. Lying is a sin, brother, Vinny whispered. Swearing in church is a sin, Joe shot back. Vinny leaned back toward his brother and said, If being ugly was a sin, you would be a mortal sin. Joe smiled at the old joke they used to tell each other when they were kids and shook his head slowly. Seriously, he even knew your name. He asked me to go to the back of the church and tell the man, you, that he wanted to talk to you. Vinny didn't know if he was being played or not, and then suddenly the center door of the confessional opened, and the priest poked his head out, pointed his finger at Vinny, and motioned him in. The blood ran out of Vinny's face as he turned back to his brother. Joe looked away. Vinny tentatively made his way toward the confessional. He was still of the old-school mentality that held esteem for priests, yet he was still cautious. He made his way in with some hesitancy, but once the door closed, Joe looked to Vinny's children and whispered to them to pray. Each child directed, in their own way, their prayer toward a God they did not quite understand, and with that, grace had its way. Father McCloskey patiently led the soul of this penitent with tenderness and patient compassion. The back and forth brought Vinny deeper into himself, and also closer to a God he once knew, as he stripped off years and years of oppressive weight that covered him, blotting out all potential light. Joe did his best to shake the hell out of his brother, like a snow globe, and now the good priest was bringing him to a place of peace, as all the pieces began to settle. He counseled him on everything that was shared. He even had the number of a doctor who did reversals for vasectomies. Vinny was behind the door for over 45 minutes, and when he exited with moist, red eyes, he pointed at his brother, slowly shook his head. He mouthed the words, "You son of a..." and stopped short, remembering that his soul was as clean as it could possibly get, and he didn't want to tarnish God's grace so quickly. He continued to shake his head as he walked to his brother. Joe reached up as he got close, and both brothers embraced. Vinny shed a few more tears and just said, "Thank you, brother, thank you." Both kids sensed the depth of what was happening and looked up at their father. Vinny looked down at his son and his little Lucy and lunged toward them, pulling them to himself. "I'm so sorry, Danny. Lucy, I am so sorry." Vinny cried as he released the remaining tears on his children's faces. "I'm so sorry, honey," as he turned to his daughter. Both children were in a place they had never been with their dad, as he released years of regret, apologizing for the litany of wrongs, squeezing out remorse for the many sins of omission. Many barriers were being shattered, yet still more would need to be done. His daughter and son commingled their tears with his, as they witnessed this once strong, distant man coming to them on his knees, begging pardon. Like most children, they let go of their rightful guilty judgment and allowed forgiveness to have its way. Out of the many battle strategies that Joe had ever devised, this was, by far, the one that gave him the most satisfaction, knowing full well, as he always did, that everything he did and owned was a gift. With gratitude, he gave a slight bow to that gold box in the front center of the church. He penetrated layers of metal to land amidst the soft, silent whiteness of each host. He rested there with joy and contentment for the time being. It was a time to quietly celebrate with his silent, hidden Lord. As he rested, buoyant within his soul, his thanks slowly released like oxygen from a plant. In this war in which he was engaged, he could mark this battle as a solid victory. He sensed there was much that was still hidden, and there would no doubt be defeats, but in war, you had to celebrate the victories when they came. The doors at the back of the church were opening and closing with a steady rhythm now, as the church slowly started to fill up for midday mass. Joe looked up and saw his co-conspirator exit the confessional. With sparkling eyes, they gave each other a slight nod, and both celebrated quietly this victory of grace. Chapter 7. Truce. After Mass, they exited the church and found their way back to the car. Joe turned on his favorite Blind Faith song to sync it with the Bluetooth on Vinny's car, as the four of them found their way home. With the music playing, Joe leaned over the seat and asked Vinny if he could talk to Kathy and him before he left. "When are you leaving?" Vinny asked. "Not sure," said Joe. "I would like to spend a little more time with the kids if that's okay. And I would like to see if we could get you guys to at least delay filing the papers." "Can we play it by ear?" Joe asked. Vinny shook his head. Joe turned to the back seat and looked at Danny. Somebody's going to learn how to take out the enemy with their bare hands today, as Joe high-fived Danny. "Oh yeah!" Danny squealed. "Let's get ready to rumble!" he screamed. Vinny let everyone out before pulling into the garage. Joe turned to Lucy. "Coffee later today?" She nodded and smiled. "That would be nice." "Cool. I'll let you know in a little bit." Joe turned towards Danny, who was already grabbing his hand and attempting to turn his muscular arm behind him. "All right, partner. First things first. The best method of self-defense is..." And he hesitated, and then sprinted to the backyard, calling over his shoulder, "To run." Danny laughed and hollered, "Hey!" as he chased him to the back. When he caught up, Joe was already in a defensive position with left foot forward, body turned sideways. "Okay, a couple things, and I learned this many, many years ago, when I was a little bit older than you." Joe thought before he spoke. He looked at Danny and thought to himself, "Is he old enough?" "Yeah, he's old enough." Joe started. "I was a tough young ballbuster," Danny laughed, "who did not like bullies, and anyone who came to our neighborhood looking for trouble usually had to go through me." As Joe pointed his thick thumb to his chest, "Did you get into a lot of fights?" Danny asked. "I did, but not because I was looking for fights. When I was younger, I always wanted to protect the weak. I couldn't stand people who fed on the old, or the nerds, or geeks, or whatever you call them today. In fact, that's one of the reasons I joined the military. I wanted to defend people from the bad guys." "Did you ever have to kill anybody?" Danny asked. Joe hesitated and thought before answering. "I don't like to talk about that, Danny," Joe said with a serious look. "Why?" Danny innocently asked. "Well, killing someone is so serious and so personal. It's like," Joe stumbled for words, "it's like doing something that you're not supposed to be ashamed of, but there is this driving force that wants to make you feel ashamed or guilty. Sometimes this force can get really dark, and it's really only because of my faith and love of my family and country that I can tell myself that this was necessary and that I shouldn't feel guilty." Danny asked, "Why would you care, especially if these are bad people?" "Well, not everyone on the other side is bad, as you say. Some are soldiers just like me who believe they are in the right. Some have children and a wife waiting for them at home." Joe turned from the child and continued, "I've held many an enemy in my arms as they took their last breath." Joe's voice trailed off, "never to come home to their families again." Joe turned back to face the boy again. "Danny, war is a terrible thing." Joe regained his composure and turned toward the child. "But it is necessary when evil needs to be confronted, and nobody messes with your Uncle Joe." He reached down to tickle the lad to change the mood. "Okay, first thing, when you're in a situation you can't get out of." "Do you mean when you can't run away?" Danny asked. "Exactly," Joe said. "You need to assess the threat. If they have a weapon or are simply going to throw a punch, you want to take the angle and force away from them. Always face your opponent standing sideways like this." Joe pointed to his hands and feet. "You do this by stepping into the weapon or their hands." The boy looked confused. Joe demonstrated. "Here, take the hose nozzle, pretend it's a knife, and try to stab me." As Danny attempted to slash his uncle, Joe stepped into his hands and disarmed him effortlessly. "Now you try." Joe took the hose nozzle, and as Danny stepped in, he flipped it to his other hand and tickled it into his gut, and they both laughed. Joe spent the good part of the morning showing the lad different types of blocks, arm and amp, handbars and maneuvers that he would show trainees in the military. Danny relished this time and absorbed all that he could while his uncle was his. "Okay, Danny. Practice your footwork and body movement, and you will become a fighting machine, and you can start training people. How's that?" his uncle asked. Vinny stared out his back window at Joe and his son. He studied the interaction and saw the natural way that Joe engaged. It was almost effortless. He thought to himself, how can this man who has taken many a life be so gentle and loving? Vinny tried to remember when he and his son had this type of special time, and they were too few and far between. He continued to soak in the interaction, and his mind drifted back to many years ago. He was standing once more in his father's workshop. He looked up at his dad with admiration. His strength of body and character, and the warmth of his eyes were something Vinny cherished. He was a little more formal back then. Now he would hug the mailman. And there wasn't the childish tickling and such. But when he was with you, you felt like you were his whole universe. He patiently took the time to explain whatever it was he was working on with those strong, weathered hands. Now his father was the shell of the man he once was, but his eyes still had the same depth of warmth and fire. Now they gazed simultaneously at two different dimensions, the present life and the next. Vinny hadn't seen his mom and dad for close to 2 years. The sale of his company took every waking moment, and he thought to himself, "What happened? What the hell happened to me?" When Vinny looked up again, Joe was getting ready to leave Danny. He was putting his hand on the boy's fist and blocking hand to help him position it properly. A brief tussle of his hair, and Joe was off to the front of the house. Vinny walked out of the study toward the front of the house. He spied his brother taking out his phone. He thought he heard a faint ringtone and some mumbling conversation coming from upstairs. Vinny saw Lucy spring down the steps as he backed into another room to stay hidden. She quickly exited the front door and he heard happy, boisterous talk on the other side of the door. He snuck back out to see his brother walking alongside his daughter, hand on her back, both animated and interacting, and him speaking balm and comfort into her soul. If it wasn't for the deep love and respect Vinny had for his brother, he could have easily resented him. His very presence was a type of indictment on his failings and inadequacies as a husband, father, and even man. But Vinny knew his brother's intentions were as pure as they come. His love for family and marriage were unequaled by anyone he knew. He also knew his brother always thought 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. When most people were playing checkers, Joe was playing chess, upside down, in a different language. Vinny knew that he was plotting, and he was wondering what would come next. Many miles away, Mary stared down at her phone. Every impulse was urging her to call her sister-in-law Kathy, but she knew her husband had something planned. He always had something planned. Mary had a decent relationship with Kathy. In fact, out of all her siblings, she probably was the closest one to her. She tried to always include her in on family activities, and even recently when Kathy seemed to be pulling back from Vinny's side of the family, Mary would send thoughtful texts and emails bringing updates, or even a short kind word. Mary carefully weighed the potential fallout from her husband and her desire to help Kathy. Ultimately, her curiosity and desire to help Kathy won out. She slipped into her bedroom bathroom and dialed Kathy's number, not knowing if she would even answer. Kathy looked down at her iPhone and saw Mary Salvatore, and she quickly assessed if she wanted to go there with her. She thought, maybe Mary has a bit of information that may be helpful with the divorce, so she picked up the call. "Hi, Mary." "Kathy, I'm so sorry to bomb in on you," Mary piped in. "I know my husband is there, and I want to apologize in advance. I know it's only a matter of time before he says something that will be offensive. He can be a little rough and crude." Mary rambled. Kathy interjected, "No need to apologize. He actually has been very kind." Mary quickly replied, "I'm sorry, Kathy. I know it's none of my business. I even hesitated calling, but I guess I just want you to know that we care, and if I can do anything, please don't hesitate to call." Kathy exhaled and was touched. "Thank you, Mary, for your concern. I really do appreciate it, and I will reach out if I need anything. I have to run now." She excused herself and hung up. Kathy looked at her phone and felt conflicted. She knew Mary had no malice. In fact, she could hear the love and concern in her voice. Why did she suddenly get the sense her plans were being threatened? "Are you good with that?" Joe asked Lucy. "Let's give it a try, Uncle Joe. It can't hurt." "Okay, I'll talk to Danny, and we will rendezvous in the kitchen at what time?" Joe asked. 3 p.m., Lucy sheepishly responded. "Lucy, military time," Joe said. 1500? She asked with voice raising. "Roger that. I will corral your dad if you can get your mom." 10:04, Lucy responded more emphatically. "All right, that's my girl," as her uncle high-fived her and opened the front door for her to enter. Joe grabbed Danny, who was still in the backyard practicing, and filled him in on their plan. Danny was all in, so he and his uncle escorted his dad into the kitchen. A little later, Lucy was able to cajole her mom in as well. Both parents looked at each other with mistrust, and it was only the presence of their children that kept them there. Joe spoke out first. "Kathy and Vinny, Lucy has something she wants to say." Lucy stood up. She looked at her uncle and then to her mom and dad, and then her confident demeanor instantly changed. She quietly spoke, "Mom and Dad," and then she blurted out with tears, "I don't want you to get divorced." The sobs came, and she instinctively turned to her uncle. He pointed her toward her mom, who ran to her daughter and embraced her. Vinny wanted to run to her, but hesitated because Kathy was so close. Danny just melted without saying anything. The tears came as he was torn between running to his uncle, his mom, or his dad. Joe directed him to his dad, who gladly embraced him. Both children rained tears as each parent looked at the other, wanting to cast blame but were drawn to the pain of each child. After some time, Joe raised a proposal. "I know these are very difficult times, but can we have a ceasefire, if you will? Say for 1 week." Both kids piped in with a, "Please?" And Kathy didn't know if she wanted to be angry with Joe or thankful. She looked down at her daughter, who looked up at her with tear-filled eyes. In her heart, she still felt the same towards her husband, but for the sake of her children, she would grant them a temporary reprieve. "Okay," she said. Vinny looked at her in shock and glanced down at Danny and said, "All right." The Salvatore truce was now official, hanging on by a severed, moth-eaten thread, but still official. Chapter 8. Eddie B. With the uneasy truce, Joe thought it best to take one of the enemies outside of firing range, so he asked his brother Vinny if they could take a walk. Vinny agreed. He grabbed a type of fanny pack and followed Joe out the front door. When they left the driveway, Joe looked over at Vinny and asked, "What's with the man purse?" "F you," Vinny retorted, but still amused at the comment. "Do you have to swear so much?" Joe asked with an exaggerated, pained look. "You know, you just got out of confession and received our Lord with that mouth," Joe cajoled to bring on a wave of healthy guilt. Vinny knew this triggered Joe. "What are you, an altar boy? I thought all you jarheads swore." Joe nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Probably 99%. Joe was the anomaly. He didn't think it was necessary and did his best to drill it into his men. Most dismissed him, but some respected him. "What you got in that man purse anyways?" Joe asked. Vinny unzipped it to show a stash of cigars. "Cohiba, Macanudo, and here are your girly backwoods smokes." Vinny pulled out the cheap package of 5 tiny cigars. Joe laughed because Vinny remembered those were Joe's favorites. "I have $50 cigars and you want to smoke these cheap pieces of crap." Vinny handed them over as Joe pulled one out. Vinny handed him his old boy chromium lighter and laughed. "Don't let that lighter see those cheap cigars. The old boy will hold back his flame. These are beneath him." Joe swiped the lighter from his hand. "A chromium-plated lighter? You got way too much money, bro." "You have no idea, Joe." Vinny pulled a metal flask out of his pack and handed it to his brother as they continued to walk. "What have we got here?" Joe asked as he took the flask in hand. "Blue Label Bobby, Mr. Dynamite, Johnny Walker, at your service." Joe unscrewed the cap and smelled the contents. "It's a little subpar for my senses, but we'll be doing a little purgatory now," he said with an Irish brogue. He handed it back to his brother, who took a sip. "I need this after today, feeling tired, worn out." They both agreed, lit up their cigars, and walked into the warm afternoon, making their way past the Angry Crab Shack, the Codfather, and eventually Buffalo Bail Bonds near the corner of Sandhill and East Russell. At the stoplight, they spied an unusual man with darker skin, who was staring with a slight unusual smile. "You wouldn't have an extra cigar, my friends, would you?" he asked with a forced royal flair. Vinny muttered with the cigar in his mouth. "Sure thing." He pulled out a Cohiba, and the stranger objected. "Please, please, none of those overpriced Dominicans." He pointed to Joe. "That's my brand." Joe busted out laughing as he handed one of his backwoods to the stranger. He asked, "What's your name, stranger?" "Eddie B, they call me." He stretched out his hand with sparkling and slightly glazed eyes. "Pleased to meet you, Eddie B. I am Joe, and this is my brother Vinny." Joe pointed to his brother, "The one who likes the overpriced Dominicans." Eddie smiled. "Sir, I meant you no disrespect," as they all chuckled. I've just learned to be content with the more, shall we say, basic things in life. Where are you from? Vinny asked. Eddie pointed his finger up and moved it around his head as he turned in a big circle and slurred a bit. I am from all around. That is to say, I sleep where I desire to sleep at that particular moment, or until they kick me out. He laughed. Vinny reached in his pack and pulled out his flask. Eddie's eyes got big. A man after my own heart. What's your poison, sir? Vinny piped in. Johnny Walker, Eddie asked before Vinny could finish. Oh my, Blue Label, Vinny finished. Am I amongst the wealthy here, or, judging by the Italian names, perhaps you are related to, shall we say, the Cosa Nostra? Eddie reached out to grab the flask. He unscrewed the cap and put the container up to his nose and breathed in with a smile on his face. No relations to any families, I don't think, are we, Joe? Vinny quipped, as Eddie took a strong, healthy drink. Now that is some fine liquid, my friend. You are a godsend. Eddie handed the container back. Vinny laughed, and Joe looked more intently at the aged man. He noticed his clothes did not look like someone who lived on the streets, and his demeanor was, well, a bit elegant, even mysterious. Eddie placed the cigar to his lips, and Vinny handed him his lighter, wondering if he would ever get it back. Eddie fingered the fine lighter and looked at it. Sir, might this be a chromium lighter? Yes, it is, Vinny replied with a surprised smile as he looked at his brother Joe. What, may I ask, do you do for a living? Eddie asked, looking at Vinny. Vinny thought for a second. Well, technically I am unemployed. Eddie looked at Joe. And you? I guess you could say I am unemployed as well, Joe answered. Well, splendid. All three of us have been freed from the burden of work, and for this we should celebrate. Friends, follow me to my good friend Gustavo at the fine establishment of Amigos Tacos and Cantina. He always has some delicious food for me, gratis, and I'm sure for one of those cigars he will feed you as well. Joe looked at Vinny as if to say, What the heck, why not? Vinny pulled the cap off the flask, took one more sip, and handed it over to his brother as they followed this Pied Piper of the streets. Eddie pulled ahead as Joe and Vinny followed behind. Joe was running all the data on Eddie through his filters. He could usually figure people out pretty quickly, but there was something more to this character. As they strolled into the parking lot, they saw Eddie talking to what looked like the owner. Eddie motioned for them to come meet his friend. Gentlemen, meet Gustavo, the fine owner of this establishment. Gustavo, meet Sir Vinny, and Sir Joe. Both men shook the owner's hand, and Eddie said, Gentlemen, follow me. He led them to a place reserved for him, on the side of the establishment, facing a phone center and the Iron Monk Tattoo Society. There were several makeshift folding chairs sitting close to the side of the building. Eddie, with his eyes, seemed to say, Beggars can't be choosers, and smiled. Eddie chimed in. You know, I've seen many a faces on these streets, and usually within the first few moments I can pin people down. He turned to face Joe. But this big one here, I can't quite get my finger on. He looked at Joe up and down, his head cocked to the side with a type of admiration. Vinny piped in. What about me? Eddie turned to face him. You, my friend, are easy, and again, I mean you no disrespect. Eddie turned the lighter once more on his cigar and puffed deeply. I have seen your eyes so many times before. You are amongst the many who are searching, chasing something that does not exist, I might add. You want to hold in your hands that which cannot be held. You are a poor man, and as I look at you now, I feel pity. But lest you give up hope, I do see potential, my friend. Eddie turned back to Joe and pointed with the cigar in his hand. I would say turn to this big one here. Go to Joseph. He holds something very few hold. He can help you. Each person paused at this disconcerting comment. Eddie relit his cigar one more time and deeply inhaled. I know these will kill me, but I do love them, he said as he exhaled and smiled. Vinny became unsettled with this prophetic utterance. Joe looked even more intently at the man with amazement. Vinny pulled the flask out again and was going to take a drink, but he paused and offered it to Eddie. "See, I told you he had potential," he said, as he took the flask and laughed. Vinny and Joe laughed as well as they passed the flask around until it was empty. More than one cigar was smoked, and talk and laughter happened in between tacos, usually the mistaken orders, which were brought out by a quiet Hispanic waitress named Rafaela. Eddie leaned in toward Vinny and with prescient words coached him. "My friend, listen to your brother. He has roots that go down very, very deep. He has a light in his eyes, and yes, the eyes are the window to the soul. He will help you." Suddenly, Eddie leaned the other way and close to Joe and got very serious. It made the hair stand up on the back of his neck. Eddie whispered so Vinny could not hear. "Mark my words. This journey you are on, it will take you places you could never imagine. You will put everything you hold sacred on the line. At some point, your very soul will be held in the balance, but you must go on." Eddie appeared to be looking far off as he spoke. "Yes, it will," Eddie exclaimed, to emphasize the point as he looked back at his cigar. Joe leaned in and waited for a further explanation, but Eddie just looked away. He turned from Joe toward Vinny, seemed to lose steam, and started to slur his words. "Your brother, Michael, is one hell of a... what I meant to say was... Oh, I'm tired, guys." He put his head back against the wall. "I just need to close my eyes for a bit," Eddie whispered. Vinny and Joe just looked at each other as Eddie passed out. "Whoa, that was weird," Vinny said as he looked at his brother Joe. In unison, they both got up to go. Joe looked back at this weathered, mysterious man, not sure what to make of him. Was he, like so many on the street, someone who struggled with mental illness? Was he running away from his past? No, Joe thought to himself. There was a wisdom, a depth in his eyes. Joe, too, had experience with reading people, and Eddie was different. Vinny was unnerved by what was said and wanted to dismiss it as just another street person. Crazy, delusional, immersed in drugs or alcohol. But what he said gnawed at him. "What do you think, Joe? Crazy?" He was looking for affirmation. "Sometimes," Joe stated, "God works in strange and mysterious ways." "And that was definitely strange," Vinny said as he took a last puff. "And mysterious," said Joe. They started their journey back home as the sun began to cast a broad orange sherbet swath across the western sky. Chapter 9. Coming Home. Vinny made the comment, "I like smoking these cigars until I don't." He pulled the cigar out of his mouth, looked at it, scrunched his nose, and puckered his lips with a disgusted look on his face. "My mouth tastes like a shoe that's been worn by a pack of pygmy gypsies." "What the heck is that? A pack of pygmy gypsies? There's something wrong with you. Where do you come up with this stuff?" Joe shook his head. "That is why I like these little cheapo cigars. They don't destroy your mouth," Joe commented. Both brothers slowly walked, looking up at the sky, and just enjoyed each other's company as they leisurely made their way back home. Vinny realized the immersion of his brother into his family had been a great gift. There was something about his presence that seemed to bring a type of healing and peace. He knew he felt more like himself, free. He wasn't sure about the long-term effects on either himself or his wife, Kathy, but at least he didn't feel like everything was spinning out of control. He especially felt renewed hope with his children, which gave him enormous comfort. The encounter with the priest, the confession after so many years away. Well, he was still unpacking that. Yeah, he had a lot to process. He looked over at his brother. "Hey, Joe." He paused for several seconds. "Where are you going with that gun in your hand?" On cue, Joe retorted in his best Jimi Hendrix voice, "I'm going down to shoot my old lady. You know I caught her messing round with another man." He added with a fake seriousness, "And it ain't too cool." He grabbed his brother from behind, locking his hands in front of him. and as he lifted him off the ground, he sang, "Move over, Rover, and let Jimmy take over. You know what I'm talking about. Get on with it, baby." Joe referred to another old Jimi Hendrix song as he rapidly squeezed, rocked, and playfully lifted him even higher. Vinny laughed as he landed back on his feet. "Dude, that never gets old," Vinny chuckled. As Vinny calmed down, he asked Joe again, "Any idea what your plans are?" Joe responded, "I'm thinking, maybe give it one more day. I'd like to talk to you and Kathy just to make sure you won't eat each other when I'm gone. I'd also like to take Danny and Lucy back to visit the kids. They said they had 5 days left on their break. What do you think?" "That should be fine. I know they would love to reconnect with their cousins. I'll let their mom know. What were you thinking on logistics? Are you going to call on your Marine Corps Mafia to get you all back?" "Ah, Mafia. Funny," Joe said. "What do you mean, funny?" Vinny looked at Joe with a serious look. "Funny like a clown? Do I amuse you? Do I make you laugh?" Vinny did his best Joe Pesci. "You know you give Italians a bad name, Vinny," Joe said with a grin. "Let me make a phone call and see what we have heading into Chicago. It might be fun for the kids." As the brothers arrived back home, Joe got to work on making arrangements. He called his wife Mary and brought her up to speed with everything that had transpired. Danny and Lucy were all too happy to see their cousins. Vinny tracked down Kathy to fill her in on the plans. When Vinny walked in, she noticed something different about her future ex. She couldn't put her finger on it, but something was different. She asked a few questions about getting the kids back in time for school, and surprisingly gave her blessing without too much pushback. Vinny shook his head, looked at her, and thought, "There's something different about her, but I can't put my finger on it." "So, are we good?" he asked. "Sure, as long as they're back in time for their classes," Kathy replied. "Great. I'll let Joe know. I know the kids are pumped. It will be good for them to be around a normal family for a while." Vinny stopped and thought about what he just said, how it was an indictment on him and his wife, and out of nowhere he blurted out, "I'm sorry. That didn't come out how I meant it." Kathy turned to Vinny with a surprised look and thought to herself, "I can probably count on one finger the number of times this son of a bee has apologized to me." She shook her head slowly and thought to herself, "What's going on? Does he have cancer?" This is normally where she would deliver a laser sarcasm bomb, but for some reason she bit her lip and just stared at Vinny. He apologized. This was so out of the ordinary. Something was going on and she was becoming uncomfortable. She wanted to hold on to her bitterness, to hug it. She didn't want to let it go. There was just too much hurt to let go. They were interrupted by Joe down the hall. "Vinny, Kathy, you guys around?" Vinny popped out. "Down here, bro." Joe entered with a smile on his face. "Hey, Kathy, does it work to bring the kids?" Joe asked. "If it does, I can get us a ride on another transport heading into Chicago." Vinny asked, "How do you get away with this stuff? You're officially out of the military, and these guys still treat you like you're God or something." "What can I say? Treat people nice and they'll treat you nice." Joe turned to Kathy. "What do you think, Kathy? Are you up for letting the kids spend some time with their cousins?" "That's fine, Joe, as long as they're back in time for classes." "What about your kids? Don't they have school?" Kathy asked. "Well, we're still homeschooling most of them," Joe said. "I'd have to ask Mary. I think the only ones who are going to public school are Dominic and Anthony. They have some honors classes they're taking." "Well, great. I'll get everything set up on my end and I'll fill you in." Joe started out the door, and then did his best Columbo, and turned back in the room. "Just one more thing." He looked at Kathy and then turned to look at Vinny. "I'm really proud of you guys. This is not easy stuff. You have both shown tremendous restraint out of love for your kids, and I know it means the world to them." Kathy responded, "Joe, I don't know if this is a good idea or not. Misleading the kids like this, I mean. You can't just come in here and flip the switch and think everything is going to be okay." Vinny attempted to jump in, but Joe cut him off. "Kathy, we're not trying to mislead anyone," Joe said in a very measured, calm tone. "Can't we give them this small window of joy and happiness? I want to ask you to do something for me. Actually, no, I want you to do it for your kids. Imagine 10, 15 years from now what your family looks like. First, if you go through with your divorce. By then, they both will probably have a spouse. Holidays will be split visiting each side. Grandchildren, God willing, will have to be shared on special occasions. If one of you finds someone else, your grandchild will have to be shared with that other person." Joe noticed Kathy crossed her arms at this. "Joe, I know where you're going with all this. I don't think—" Joe calmly interjected. "Kathy, sometimes we tend to look at things in the heat of the moment. I'm just trying to help you make an informed decision based on your future. From talking to you both, I don't get the sense that either of you have anyone else in your life right now. I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but consider one more thing, and then I promise I will shut up. If you could think back to when you first met, what was it that brought you together? What qualities attracted you to each other? Okay, I've said my piece. Probably said too much, but I love you both, and I love your kids, and as they say, the grass is not always greener on the other side." Joe looked at Vinny, who seemed to be more open to what he was saying. Kathy still had arms crossed, but the discomfort on her face was less anger than it was exasperation over having to think about something she was ready and willing to put behind her. Joe slipped out and made preparations for his niece and nephew's departure. He hit up his buddy Richie again. This time he had a newer modified C-40 Clipper, leaving Las Vegas at 11:15 a.m. It was practically empty and was being moved to O'Hare in Chicago to transport some Marine brass to Stuttgart Army Airfield in Germany, and then a 23-minute drive southwest to the Marine base in Panzerkaserne. He filled in Vinny, Kathy, and kids on the departure time. Danny especially was excited to fly in a military plane, but his uncle had to inform him that this plane was made more for comfort and was usually what dignitaries and higher-level commissioned officers flew in. Regardless, tomorrow couldn't come soon enough for Danny and Lucy. Chapter 10. The Early Years. At 8 a.m. sharp, a car arrived to pick up Joe and his niece and nephew. Joe knew that this time would be critical for Vinny and Kathy to try and figure it out. As soon as they would leave, there would be a vacuum, as Robin Trower's famous song, "In This Place," went, a place filled with empty space, and it would be crucial that the right spirit prevail and fill their lives. As with any undertaking, Joe had contingencies for this. Early in the morning, before anyone was awake, he took blessed salt to the four corners of the property and also in the house. He prayed prayers of deliverance. He also asked his wife Mary to contact the cloistered Poor Clare nuns of the Annunciation in Minooka and the Poor Clare Monastery of the Immaculate Conception in Palos Park. These were their first go-tos, and they were big financial supporters of these prayer warriors who adored Jesus in the Eucharist 24/7. Joe also asked his good friend Father Zlatko Sudak to pray for his brother and his wife. Joe crossed paths with this mystic in his earlier years when he was on a covert one-man mission after the Serbia-Yugoslav wars. He was tasked to find Radovan Karadzic, also referred to as the Butcher of Bosnia. He was a war criminal turned fugitive. Joe successfully located and transferred Radovan to the proper authorities. Joe made a detour to thank the Mother of God for his safety at a famous pilgrimage site in Medjugorje. Afor Sudak was hearing confessions along with a number of other priests. Joe had no idea who this priest was, so he opted for a shorter line with a Father Charlie Becker, who spoke English. Just as Joe entered the confessional, he heard a stir of voices outside, and then a knock on the other side of the confessional where the priest was. He heard muffled conversation, and then the door behind the confessional screen slid open, and a priest, speaking with a heavy Croatian-Slovenian accent, gently led him through his confession. As he was speaking, the priest brought up other acts that Joe had committed, though not mortal sins. Nevertheless, areas that were in Joe's blind spot. What really floored him was when the priest told him exactly why he was in the country, and he thanked him for turning in a very evil man. He also spoke words of prophecy about Joe's life that he held in deepest confidence. Some of the things had already come true, and others were yet to happen. From that time on, they both stayed in contact. Father Sudak helped Joe understand the spiritual battle that was going on, unseen to most people's eyes. He left Joe with one very sobering reality. He said, "Satan wants to destroy you." Joe took what he said in stride, but the next thing he said caused a flood of emotions to well up inside. Father said the next statement very slowly to emphasize, "But more importantly, he wants to destroy your family." And then to twist the knife, Father Sudak said, "He wants to inflict as much pain as he can on them, and then to take them to hell for all eternity." Inside, Joe was a volcano that wanted to erupt. Father knew Joe's heart, and he knew that he would do whatever it took to protect his family. He also knew that inside Joe right now was a holy rage, like an inferno, that was blazing and growing in intensity. Joe could barely contain himself, and Father knew this. He very gently coached Joe on spiritual warfare. He said, "Joe, I know that in your heart, you have a seething anger for this enemy, but you must learn that our emotions can hinder us in the battle. The enemy knows you better than you know yourself. He knows your hot buttons, as they say. Let me share with you some ways that you can keep this enemy from harming your family. In fact, there are ways you can inflict harm on him instead." Father spent the next 30 minutes teaching him the art of spiritual warfare and deliverance. Joe understood authority as well as anyone, and he knew that even the spiritual entities had to obey. Unlike human beings who were fraught with weakness, the spiritual entities, angels and fallen angels, had a very tight script, and they could not go off it. Much to Joe's delight, Lance Corporal Bogdan Kluger bolted out of the car, gave a firm salute, and started grabbing bags and suitcases, piling them in the back of the SUV. Both kids gave tearful hugs and heartfelt goodbyes, eyes and hearts aching for a reconciliation of their parents. Vinny was especially aware of the pain he was feeling. He had just scaled massive walls to finally connect with his kids, but he knew they were in good hands. The wall between him and his wife. Well, as Miracle Max said in The Princess Bride, it would take a miracle. Joe rode shotgun as Danny and Lucy jumped in the back. Joe turned to face the back seat. "Lucy, Danny, meet Lance Corporal Bogdan Kruger. Bogdan's grandfather was best friends with the former Polish Pope. Lance Corporal, meet Lucy and Danny Salvatore, my niece and nephew. They're coming back to spend some time with my family. Pleased to meet you, Lucy. Pleased to meet you, Danny. You have one heck of a uncle." The Lance Corporal turned toward Joe and said, "Sir." Bogdan hit the gas and lurched forward with the GMC Terrain. Danny piped in, "Do you have any good stories about your grandpa and the Pope?" Bogdan thought to himself as he kept his eyes forward. After several moments, his eyes got wider, and a slight smile formed, and he slightly nodded his head. "I do, and very few people know this one. One time, not too long ago, the Pope visited my grandpa Jersey, and he happened to walk by the small Jewish cemetery in Waterwis. He noticed there were some mourners, and the grave markers that were there were scraps of wood. The Pope turned to his assistant and whispered something into his ear. 2 weeks later, large granite tombstones were put in place to honor the dead. The Pope loved the Jewish people, and he had a real soft spot for those in need." Bogdan shared several more stories as they made their way to McCarran Airport. The Lance Corporal pulled all the way out to the runway. The C-40 Clipper already had the portable stairs set up. The crew chief and loadmaster sprinted down the stairs when they saw the car approaching. Both stood at rapt attention, chests pushed out. When the car came to a stop, the crew chief stepped toward the door to immediately open it. "Welcome aboard, sir. Staff Sergeant Dan Hegarty, sir." "At ease, Marine," Joe said. "Staff Sergeant Hegarty, meet my niece and nephew, Lucy and Danny. Pleased to meet you both." The staff sergeant bent down to firmly shake both of their hands. Joe moved the kids toward the portable stairs, and the loadmaster snapped off a salute. "Master Sergeant Steve Fiorito, welcome aboard." Joe took turns making the same introductions to the kids. Bogdan, meanwhile, handed off all bags and luggage to the crew chief, who stacked them onto a cart and wheeled them toward the back of the plane. Danny, Lucy, and Joe followed the master sergeant up the stairs, entered the plane, and took their time exploring from front to back. The plane was practically empty, so they had their pick of where they wanted to land. Danny took them toward the back of the plane, where on the left was a long row of seats that would serve as a couch, and 2 deluxe swivel chairs to the right with a table in between. They decided to mark their territory here. The loadmaster let Joe know that they could serve any number of drinks, hors d'oeuvre, and even full-course meals. He left menus with them and showed the call button for when they were ready to order. Danny immediately pushed the button. Yes, that's the button," the loadmaster said, restraining a smile. Danny laughed and Joe feigned a backhand and bit his bottom lip. He slid in next to Danny and put him in a loose, loving headlock. "We'll buzz you when we're ready." "Thanks, Steve. Well, what do you think? Does your uncle know how to take care of you or what?" Danny piped in. "Or what?" and let out an anxious giggle. Joe ignored the boy and turned to Lucy. "Do you want anything to drink to start? They have soft drinks." Danny made a poor attempt at a John Wayne impression. "I'll take a whiskey," and let out another excited laugh. "You are full of the dickens, young man," Joe said as he reasserted another headlock, this one a little tighter. "Can't breathe!" Danny acted as if he were struggling for breath. Joe knew this needed a different approach. "Okay, Danny, let's see who can do the most push-ups." They both got down on the floor. Joe's head was opposite Danny's so they could see each other as they went down. "Keep your butt down, head up, and touch your chest to the ground." Joe pushed out one after another with tight form. Danny had his backside pointed in the air, touching his forehead down on each rep. "Danny boy, look at me. Keep your rooster tail down and your head up. Touch your chest on the ground." Danny made a minor correction and Joe barked out, "Do you think you can even think about becoming special forces with those types of reps?" This got Danny's attention as he pulled everything tighter and squeezed out as many as he could, and finally he dropped down on his chest. "I can't do any more. Beat." "Okay. Mission accomplished." Joe looked back toward Lucy and winked. Before they knew it, the plane was taking off. Once they hit cruising altitude, they ordered drinks and a meal. Afterwards, Danny and Lucy turned their attention to their uncle. Lucy was the first to ask, "Uncle Joe, what was my dad like growing up?" Joe folded his arms and looked up. A smile grew on his face and he turned toward Lucy. "Are you sure you're up for all this juicy dirt I have on him?" Joe asked with a smile. Now Danny and Lucy were laser-focused on their uncle, and both responded almost in unison. "Yeah." "Okay. Let me give you an idea of what it was like. We didn't have all the gadgets and stimuli that you guys have. We had a very simple house in the Crest Hill Cheney area, which was on the far northwest side of Joliet. Your Grandpa Gio was stern, but very loving. He and Nana were always doing something around the house, cooking, canning, fixing something, working in the garden, you name it. Back then, families were a lot closer. I can remember going over to my Nana and Grandpa Gino's house almost every Sunday. It was a house of smells. Earlier in the day, you could smell the floor wax on their speckled terrazzo floors. My Grandpa Gino was proud of his floors. He worked for a stone importer, of course, from Italy, and he worked with a lot of the churches in the area. He did a lot of cemetery work with the tombstones. Later in the day, the garlic smell kicked in, as my Nana always made her own tomato sauce. We would have it on spaghetti, polenta, chicken, you name it. Her sauce was a staple in the Salvatore family line. I loved it. Joe scratched the back of his head, flexing his muscular arms. In fact, your Aunt Mary has the recipe. Maybe we can have her make it when you guys are over. Joe threw his head back. Now where was I? Okay, so always going over to my Grandma Nana's, all the aunts and uncles as well. Bocce balls in the backyard, which always ended with my Uncle Hank, who was a plumber, pulling out his plumber's tape measure. It was made out of these long, thin, white wooden slats with measurements on them that you could unfold. He'd always end up arguing that his ball was closer, and booey, everybody would get all worked up. Uncle Dominic, Anthony, Alphonse, my dad Gio, Jacopo, Giorgio, Domenico, all smoking their cigars and pipes, drinking their wine, everybody getting good and worked up. And just when things started getting intense, Nonna would call everyone in for dinner. Yeah, food was the great uniter for the Salvatores. Joe started chuckling to himself. I remember one time my Uncle Flavio was over, usually as meek as a lamb, and the only blonde on this side of the family was playing botch balls with the uncles, and my Uncle Hank started on his usual rant. Well, my Uncle Flavio must have had a bad day, because he grabbed that wooden tape measure and snapped that sucker in half and started cussing him out. The aunts were diving for their kids to cover their ears. Everyone was looking at Uncle Flavio with big eyes and their mouths open. Man, I miss those guys. I remember Grandpa Gino falling asleep after dinner in the lazy boy. Lazy boy? Danny asked. Yeah, it was a chair that, you pulled a lever on the side, and the foot thing kind of slid up and lifted your feet up. You never heard of that? Danny and Lucy both shrugged and moved their heads side to side. Joe continued. I remember lemonade, grapes right off the vines in the backyard, fresh Roma tomatoes, butter crunch lettuce, fresh fish, sheep's head mushrooms, a spoonful of honey as a treat, coffee always brewing in the old coffee urn, late-night gab sessions with all of the aunts, smoking cigarettes. Man, I could go on and on. Such memories. Let me get back on track, though. You wanted some dirt on your dad, correct? Yep, Danny responded, and Lucy nodded her head. Okay, well, your dad was the youngest of 8, and being the youngest of 8, that means you took a lot of crap. Your dad always wanted to be with the older kids. He wanted to act older. He tried to wear older clothes. He was always begging, please take me with you whenever I went out. Every once in a while, I would take him with me. Well, one time I took him into the corner drugstore. I think he was 3 or 4 years old. I was going to buy some gum. I think it was Dentine, and I took him in with me. After I bought the gum, we went out, and the clerk ran out saying, Hey, stop that boy! He stole some candy! I looked down at little Vinny, and I asked him if he stole some candy. He said no. He said I showed it to the guy. Vinny thought you just had to show it to them to buy it. Well, needless to say, he learned a good lesson that day when the storekeeper made him bring his candy back in and put it back. Broke his heart he couldn't have his Hershey's bar. Joe said with a smile. Your dad was probably the smartest of all of us 8 kids. His mind was always working, and he just thought differently. One hot summer day, they were working on the water pipes in front of our house, and he overheard one of the workers saying that these were going to be shut down for quite some time. Do you know what your dad did? He got a big barrel in the back of the garage, cleaned it out, and filled it up with water. Then when everything was shut down, again it was a hot summer day, he took that barrel in his wagon and sold water to people on their front porches. He actually beat Hinckley and Schmidt to it. Here's this little kid, 11 years old, doling out water in cups for 10 cents each. Joe smiled, shaking his head. Joe lifted his head, looking in the distance. I remember one time I was home on leave, and your dad had 5 guys chase him home. I don't know what he did or what happened. I just know these guys wanted to tear him apart. Well, I was in the house at the time. I think your Uncle Paolo and also Uncle Dominic were there too. I don't know what neighborhood these guys were from, but when I heard all the ruckus, I was trying to get a little shut-eye. I stormed out in my shorts and t-shirt, and your other uncles came out as well. There were 4 of us and 5 of them. Their monumental mistake was thinking because they had numbers they could take us. I had planned on sending everyone home peacefully, but when our mom came out and told the guys to go on now, break it up. And one of the larger, dumber ones told my mother to shut up. Well, that's something you don't do. And suffice it to say, your dad started something that almost got me put in jail. What did you do to them? Danny asked. Well, I was so mad. I directed my brothers to sit this one out, and they knew when I had that look. They listened. I focused on the Alpha. Alpha? Danny asked. You know, the one that was in charge. I ran at him and he attempted to throw a straight right. It never got close as I landed a roundhouse kick to the right side of his head. He went down like a bag of rocks. 2 of the guys came at me at once and, mind you, your grandma all the while is screaming, "Stop it, you boys! Stop it!" But I was already locked in. I pivoted and did a sweep kick, knocking the one guy on his back. The other threw a punch and I sidestepped, caught his arm, shifted my hips into him, and caught him in a basic judo throw. As the second guy was getting up, I put him in a headlock. The third guy that I just threw was getting up to come at me again, and well, I gave him a quick kick in the area I'd rather not mention with Lucy here. Danny giggled and said, "The balls." Lucy rolled her eyes disgustedly, and their uncle gave Danny a quick rebuke. "Hey, we don't talk like that in front of women." So, as I was saying, the second guy went down in a fair amount of pain, and I'm still holding the third guy in a headlock. I turned to the other 2 as if to say, "Do you want some of this?" One starts toward me. I say, "Really?" The schmuck tries to land a kick on me, and I turn the guy I have in a headlock toward him to block the kick. He kicks his own guy and knocks him out. I make my way to my feet and do a succession of spin kicks. I probably did like 5 on whoever was standing, and finally they hightail it out, tails between their legs. I turned to your dad and said, "What were you thinking? What if there was no one here to bail you out?" "That was cool. Tell us some war stories," Danny said. Before Joe could respond, someone walked in, wearing a pilot's suit. "Yeah, tell us some war stories," the person said. Joe turned his head toward the voice, and a look of surprise came across his face. "Frag, is that you?" Joe jumped to his feet, and both embraced each other with giant bear hugs, squeezing, turning, laughing. "Bro, it's been, 15 years? Joe asked. "At least. Boy, you're looking awfully fit. What are you now, 50 and retired?" Frag asked laughingly. "Kids, meet my good buddy Dan Heaton, also known as Frag. This here is one of the best pilots I've ever seen. How many missions did we do together?" "Probably close to 20, or I lose track after all these years." Joe stepped back and pointed. "Frag, this is my niece Lucy, and nephew Danny." "Pleased to meet you, Lucy." Frag reached his hand down to Lucy. "And pleased to meet you, Danny." He looked the young man in the eyes and firmly shook his hand. "Hey, this guy has quite the grip." Frag turned back toward Joe. "So, what brings you here, Joe?" Danny asked. "Why doesn't this guy call you sir, like the other soldiers?" Joe attempted to answer, and Frag interrupted. "You know, Danny, you're right. Sir is a sign of respect." Frag's face became very serious. "And I can't think of anyone who I respect more than your Uncle Joe. We've had—" Frag's voice started to break. Joe piped in. "Kids, when you have gone through what we have gone through together, the respect is rooted in each other's DNA. The love and respect we have for each other goes beyond words. How many times have you saved my life, Frag? Vice versa, you've saved my butt so many times. I lost count. The one mission alone was probably 3 times. Hey, who was it that landed that stealth chopper in the most hellish firefight? Saved me. And 3 other... A cloud came over Joe's face. Frag jumped in to keep him from going down the dark tunnel. To this day, nobody knows what happened. Nothing you could have done, Joe, to save that kid. Frag quickly changed the subject. Whatever happened, last I heard your name was being tossed around for vice chairman, joint chief of staff, and then you go off the radar, and I hear you retired? That doesn't sound right. Joe looked at Frag, and with his eyes let him know this was not the time or place. Frag immediately picked up on this and changed the subject. So, kids, can I get you anything else? I'm sure there's some ice cream with your name on it. Danny and Lucy looked at their uncle with wide eyes. Go ahead, guys, get whatever you want, Joe responded. Frag, why don't you send someone in to take orders? Is there somewhere secure where we can go to chat? Frag turned to the kids. I'll send someone back and If any of you need to use the bathroom." He pointed toward the back of the plane. Joe and Frag started to head out. "I'll be right back, Danny. Don't release any bombs with those levers by the seat," Joe joked. Lucy caught on, but Danny's eyes got large, and he took on a serious look. "For real?" Danny asked. "No, but behave, and I'll be right back." Joe laughed and stepped out for a bit, and he exchanged cryptic notes with his old friend. They both knew there were very few truly secure areas in the light of technology. Joe shared what he could because he trusted his friend implicitly. When you train, fight, and face death together, when you bury friends together, you develop a bond few can really understand. It rivaled even marriage, with the level of trust that existed. This friendship superseded rank, and it gave Joe some comfort to share some of what happened in his departure from the military. Little did he or anyone know how things would soon change. Chapter 11. God's House. The plane touched down with little fanfare. Joe's wife Mary was just outside the gate to greet him with her son Francesco and daughters Mary, Emma, and Gianna. Mary was close to Lucy's age, and Francis, who was a bit older, still was looking forward to seeing his cousin Danny. Hugs, chatter, and smiles were plentiful amongst the girls. Danny cornered his cousin Francesco. "Hey, Francesco, your dad showed me some cool moves. Do you want to see him?" "Sure, Danny." Danny went down the list of all of the defensive moves his uncle shared. While the kids were taking turns bringing each other up to speed with their lives, Joe eyed up his wife. "Come here, baby," he motioned with his finger. "Somebody missed you." He grabbed her arm and pulled her close to him. Mary jokingly said, "Did you ever notice when you're starting to get intimate you talk in the third person? What's that about? I think you have a problem with intimacy." She let herself get pulled closer with a coy look on her face. She then planted both hands on each side of his face and gave him an intense kiss. "I missed you, Joe." Joe returned the kiss with even more passion. "I missed you too, baby." Even at their age, the fire still burned hot, sometimes even red hot. As Joe pulled away from Mary, she whispered, "To be continued," and winked. Joe winked back, cleared his throat, and said, "Okay, here's the game plan. Francesco, you and Danny grab the bags. Let's make our way to the van. Where'd you park, Mary?" She turned him toward the temporary parking, and they walked hand in hand toward the van with kids in tow, laughing and excitedly sharing everything there was to share. Joe and Mary chatted all the way home, as the kids continued pouring out story after story, trying to make up in 30 minutes for 2 years of separation. As the van rolled into the gravel driveway, Lucy and Danny spied a sign in the front yard. It was an old political sign turned backwards that said, "Welcome Lucy and Amp," Danny in black permanent marker. All of the rest of the family were waiting out on the porch, outside the enclosed screened-in area by the side door, and they filed down the stairs as the van pulled up onto the brick pavers that wound their way to the stairway. They were excited to see their distant cousins, and to see their dad after being away. The 4 older boys, Luca, 19, Dave and Amp, Anthony, both 17, and Joseph, 16, jumped in to grab bags, give hugs, and follow the excitement into the house. Danny marveled at the thick, solid metal side door as he walked in. He put his hand on its edge, and his hand was just barely larger than its thickness. He looked down at the 2 recessed, round metal tongues retracted in the floor. He thought the door and the metal shutters were the coolest things to keep the bad guys out. He spied the tiny metal door located in the wall behind the side door. This was the one that everyone knew they were not to open. Oh, how he wished he could have just one peek. The rush of people like a stream's current brought everyone into the family room. The fireplace with intricate wood mantel and surround, and a cream-colored marble that bordered the stone firebox dominated the east wall. On the mantel were at least 20 relics of different saints of the church. Prominence was given to St. Anthony, of course. A gold ornate reliquary housed a tiny chip of his bone. On either side was St. John Vianney, St. Francis and Amp, St. Clare, St. Pius X, St. Maria Goretti, St. Padre Pio, and a number of others. A famous painting of the Christ Child by Chambers sat above the mantel. A number of other walls housed religious artwork, so much so that Joe used to joke that besides the Vatican, they probably housed the most religious artwork. Eventually, everyone filtered into the kitchen. This was the heart of the Salvatore home, with 10-foot ceilings and recently remodeled cabinets that had oversized flat shaker doors and drawers. The perimeter was painted eggshell white, and the giant center island had a gunmetal blue paint. The north wall was all pantry with built-in sub-zero refrigerator and freezer, like bookends on each side. The east wall was a part of an L shape that had upper and base cabinets with a giant 60-inch Viking Pro-style range in the center. There was a decorative hood above with an old family crest that bore the words Intellectus et Executio at the center, and on either side of the stove below were large fluted columns that pulled out for spice storage. The other side of the L was the sink wall, with upper cabinets that had appliance garages coming down to the counter on each end, with a giant window with sinks centered below. The island housed 2 oversized convection ovens as well as a steam oven. The kitchen floors were well-worn oak wood, showing a fair amount of wear, mainly from the family yellow Labrador named Rover, that had free rein in all rooms except the family room. That room was a no-dog zone because it had an old-fashioned mauve with green and cream fleur-de-lis print carpet. All other rooms on the first floor were hardwood. Everyone piled into the kitchen. The older boys temporarily set the bags down, asking where they should take them. "Why don't you take Lucy's stuff to the attic and put Danny's in your boys' room?" their dad said. The third-floor attic housed extra beds, with one large king-size mattress centered on the east wall, and a ping-pong table centered in the room. This is where the girls hosted many a slumber party, and where they would be staying with Lucy. Mary checked the time on the ovens for her baked chicken. They would be having chicken coq au vin, though Mary liked to use white wine instead of the... Chapter 11, God's House. The plane touched down with little fanfare. Joe's wife Mary was just outside the gate to greet him with her son Francesco and daughters Mary, Emma, and Gianna. Mary was close to Lucy's age, and Francis, who was a bit older, still was looking forward to seeing his cousin Danny. Hugs, chatter, and smiles were plentiful amongst the girls. Danny cornered his cousin Francesco. "Hey, Francesco, your dad showed me some cool moves. Do you want to see him?" "Sure, Danny." Danny went down the list of all of the defensive moves his uncle shared. While the kids were taking turns bringing each other up to speed with their lives, Joe eyed up his wife. "Come here, baby," he motioned with his finger. "Somebody missed you." He grabbed her arm and pulled her close to him. Mary jokingly said, "Did you ever notice when you're starting to get intimate you talk in the third person? What's that about? I think you have a problem with intimacy." She let herself get pulled closer with a coy look on her face. She then planted both hands on each side of his face and gave him an intense kiss. "I missed you, Joe." Joe returned the kiss with even more passion. "I missed you too, baby." Even at their age, the fire still burned hot, sometimes even red hot. As Joe pulled away from Mary, she whispered, "To be continued," and winked. Joe winked back, cleared his throat, and said, "Okay, here's the game plan. Francesco, you and Danny grab the bags. Let's make our way to the van. Where'd you park, Mary?" She turned him toward the temporary parking, and they walked hand in hand toward the van with kids in tow, laughing and excitedly sharing everything there was to share. Joe and Mary chatted all the way home, as the kids continued pouring out story after story, trying to make up in 30 minutes for 2 years of separation. As the van rolled into the gravel driveway, Lucy and Danny spied a sign in the front yard. It was an old political sign turned backwards that said, "Welcome Lucy and Amp," Danny in black permanent marker. All of the rest of the family were waiting out on the porch, outside the enclosed screened-in area by the side door, and they filed down the stairs as the van pulled up onto the brick pavers that wound their way to the stairway. They were excited to see their distant cousins, and to see their dad after being away. The 4 older boys, Luca, 19, Dave and Amp, Anthony, both 17, and Joseph, 16, jumped in to grab bags, give hugs, and follow the excitement into the house. Danny marveled at the thick, solid metal side door as he walked in. He put his hand on its edge, and his hand was just barely larger than its thickness. He looked down at the two recessed, round metal tongues retracted in the floor. He thought the door and the metal shutters were the coolest things to keep the bad guys out. He spied the tiny metal door located in the wall behind the side door. This was the one that everyone knew they were not to open. Oh, how he wished he could have just one peek. The rush of people like a stream's current brought everyone into the family room. The fireplace with intricate wood mantel and surround, and a cream-colored marble that bordered the stone firebox dominated the east wall. On the mantel were at least 20 relics of different saints of the church. Prominence was given to St. Anthony, of course. A gold ornate reliquary housed a tiny chip of his bone. On either side was St. John Vianney, St. Francis and Amp, St. Clare, St. Pius X, St. Maria Goretti, St. Padre Pio, and a number of others. A famous painting of the Christ Child by Chambers sat above the mantel. A number of other walls housed religious artwork, so much so that Joe used to joke that besides the Vatican, they probably housed the most religious artwork. Eventually, everyone filtered into the kitchen. This was the heart of the Salvatore home with 10-foot ceilings and recently remodeled cabinets that had oversized flat shaker doors and drawers. The perimeter was painted eggshell white, and the giant center island had a gunmetal blue paint. The north wall was all pantry with built-in sub-zero refrigerator and freezer, like bookends on each side. The east wall was a part of an L shape that had upper and base cabinets with a giant 60-inch Viking Pro-style range in the center. There was a decorative hood above with an old family crest that bore the words Intellectus et Executio at the center, and on either side of the stove below were large fluted columns that pulled out for spice storage. The other side of the L was the sink wall, with upper cabinets that had appliance garages coming down to the counter on each end, with a giant window with sinks centered below. The island housed 2 oversized convection ovens as well as a steam oven. The kitchen floors were well-worn oak wood, showing a fair amount of wear, mainly from the family yellow Labrador named Rover. That had free rein in all rooms except the family room. That room was a no-dog zone because it had an old-fashioned mauve with green and cream fleur-de-lis. Chapter 12. Friendly Fire. School board meeting. After dessert, Joe said, "Okay, soldiers." Danny and Lucy looked as all the kids got up from the table and picked up their dishes. The older kids grabbed other items off the table that they could carry. Everyone headed into the kitchen as each kid took their own silverware, glass, and plate. A couple kids jumped in to wash, several drying, and the 2 youngest put each dish in its place. The maze of dishes and food items piled on the island were very quickly whittled away to nothing. Joe and Mary stepped in to bridge any breakdown in logistics. After some 20 minutes, Mary announced, "Rosary in 5 minutes." Again, Danny and Lucy watched their cousins like well-oiled soldiers move into different locations, some running upstairs to visit the restrooms. Mary grabbed Lucy's hand. "Do you need to use the bathroom?" Sure," Lucy responded, and all 4 excitedly ran up the back stairway. When the girls made their way back down into the family room, Joe, Mary, and several of the boys were already stationed in different spots. There sat a statue of the Madonna in the center of the dark cherry wood entertainment center with a wicker basket at its base, filled with rosaries and other holy medals. Joe grabbed the rosary he received when he first joined the Knights of Columbus and sat down on the couch waiting for the room to fill. As soon as everyone piled in, Joe dropped to his knees and began, "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit." Joe said he knelt partially out of respect, and partially so he wouldn't fall asleep. In the past, many a rosary would find the kids snickering as the snores came out of their tired and worn-out dad. The visitors stared around the room at each kid as they took turns saying their intentions. The room soon became enveloped in light and peace. This was so foreign to Lucy and Danny, yet there was something unseen that soothed and beckoned them deeper into a mystery they did not understand. Every kid shared their petitions, and all mentioned Danny and Lucy's family. Little Gianna prayed, "Please God, help Aunt Kathy, Uncle Vinny, Danny, and Lucy." Gianna looked over at Lucy and giggled. All of these small acts left their mark on their cousins. Both Danny and Lucy joined in. They prayed for their mom and dad who were at home, locked in a dark place. Vinny and Kathy were uncomfortably settling into an empty house. With the only bright spots in their lives now gone, the home seemed more like a prison. Vinny migrated into his study with a sudden aversion to the normal distractions. No TV, no internet, even the pornography to which he had become enslaved did not attract him. He sat at his desk and tried to unwrap all the things that had happened since his brother showed up. The fight between Joe and him, the sharing of his dark secret with his brother, the street person, the priest who gave him absolution after so many years away from church. He felt different now. Something was different, though he didn't know what. He started to feel compunction for what happened to his family. Somehow, through time, he and his wife had become enemies, and he wasn't sure how. As he sat there, an unknown shadow came to rest on him. He felt an emptiness, a deep emptiness, and he was afraid. He suddenly had an overwhelming feeling that he was alone, and he didn't like it. He lived his life for himself, and now it was just him, stuck in this hell of himself. He looked around at his surroundings. He wanted something to grab onto. He thought, "What have I done?" He sat for a long time, hugging his pain, just him and his darkness, sitting, waiting, for what he didn't know. Suddenly, like a spring of water, words started coming from his mouth, almost oblivious to his will. "God! God, where are you? I need you! Damn it, where are you?" In his pain, he screamed and yelled out to God, but nothing happened. Vinny's world started to cave in on itself. He fell down on his knees, put his hands over his head, and his tears began to cover his face. Clouds unusual at this time of year covered the sun as if in shame. "God, help me, please, please help me. I'm so sorry, God, what have I done? What have I done?" He sighed. His tears and desperation made ready that moment foreseen from the beginning of time. Prayers of parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, souls unknown to him offering sacrifices, his own children praying right at that moment, the confession he had made previously. Now, the accumulation of grace was too much. It was overflowing its place, and it was now about to be poured into this undeserving soul who had no right in justice for what was about to happen. God's greatest attribute and treasure, mercy, was about to be escorted by a myriad of angels. Unseen to the human eye, all of heaven took a sudden breath before the great event. The event that was akin to the birth of a newborn child, pure and innocent. And here, grace, like a rush of water, covered this poor, empty soul. Grace was about to complete what was started in the confessional earlier. The juxtaposition of darkness was now forced out by light, and in this great contrast, Vincenzo Carlo Mario Salvatore was able to give the whole of heaven the reason to rejoice, as he fully opened his heart to God. While he spoke his sins before, he was now, with his mind and body, able to truly grieve and beg for his contrition to be complete. He wanted to make things right with God, his family, and with his wife, Kathy. He wanted to do whatever it took to be the man he was meant to be. He thought to himself, "I'm going to find her, and I'm going to beg her forgiveness." He wiped his face on his sleeve and blindly made his way out of the study. He found Kathy looking at her phone in the kitchen at the island. As he walked up to her, she looked at him with great caution. She saw the pained look in his eyes, and his face was red and blotchy and out of sorts as he crouched down on bended knee. He looked up at her with true sorrow. "Kathy, I am so sorry for everything I have put you through." She looked down at him in shock. After the rosary, Joe tried his best to catch up with his older boys, while the younger kids, with the company, scattered like cockroaches. After some back and forth, Joe looked down at his watch. What time did you say that meeting was? Joe asked. I think it was 7 p.m., Mary responded. Let me check my phone. I think Helen sent me a text. She scrolled several times. Yep, here it is. 7 p.m. Mary hesitated. Just so you know, things may get a little squirrely, so try to keep that temper under control. She smiled. This is the last thing I feel like doing, Joe said. But don't worry, I'll keep it in check, as he winked at her. It should be interesting to see what I've been missing all these years. I'm going to change real quick and head out. He gave Mary a quick kiss on the cheek and raced up the front stairs. Minutes later, he sprinted out to the garage. Looking out at his armored Range Rover on the far side, he figured it would be good to keep the battery fresh and take it out for a spin since he hadn't started it lately. This 2.2-ton supercharged vehicle was necessary for a number of reasons. Joe had created many enemies both internationally and here at home. Plus, he loved to take it out and test the 5.0 V8 engine that pounded out 518 horsepower. He had a good friend at the State Department who was part of their R&D team. He worked with him to throw in a number of other perks. Joe loved technology, and he had a blast creating his own unique security on this vehicle. He pulled his phone out to open his car app. He dialed in his son's school on the GPS and did a security check in the area. This was connected to all local, state, and federal agencies that pulled on an enormous number of resources and data to assess the current climate or safety of a particular location. He pressed the start button on his phone to unlock and start his Range Rover. He pulled open the thicker-than-usual car door. The hinges were heavy-duty tungsten and steel to support the weight of the armor and the bulletproof glass. He had a plethora of other functions that he had not yet tried out, but now he was focused on getting to the school. As he was driving, he got an instant message from his close friend at State. His car system automatically converted it to a voice message. I miss your ugly ass. Using voice recognition, Joe responded, I love you too, Tommy, and it's a little creepy that you know whenever I use my car. Tommy instantly responded, Big brother, with a menacing, smiley face. Joe shook his head with a smile. He knew Tommy was one of the good guys at State, and they worked together on a number of projects, at times even exclusively. As Joe pulled up to his son's school, he noticed there were a lot more people than he had expected. It was like a carnival atmosphere with TV news crews, police, and some type of unmarked cars. After parking on the last row on the far side of the parking lot, he made his way over. The local police chief, Morris Hennessy, spotted Joe, and they shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. What the heck is all this about? Joe asked. Where have you been, Joe? Didn't you hear? You are now a part of the new domestic terrorists we are facing. I've got my eye on you, he laughed, as he pointed his two fingers from his eyes to Joe's. Domestic terrorist, huh? Joe cocked his head. Wow, news trucks and the unmarked cars. Joe leaned in close to the police chief and spoke quietly into his ear as he looked forward. These are higher-level players. Homeland, FBI, maybe even DOJ. What the heck, Morris? Joe turned and looked directly at him. You got me. Nobody reached out to me or my office, typical of the feds, Chief Hennessy added. I'll keep my eyes and ears open. I know how to get you. If you need anything from me, reach out. Joe and Chief Hennessy had a history. They belonged to the same parish, St. Mary of the Angels. The chief would usually coax Joe and his boys to help out at the KFC's Tootsie Roll Drive, and Joe gave occasional workshops on defensive preventative strategies and more basic hand-to-hand combat techniques for his department. Joe followed the flow of parents into the packed school gymnasium. Both sides of the bleachers were pulled out, and folding chairs filled in over the basketball court. The board members were located up on the stage to the right. Camera crews were setting up in the rows at the back of the folding chairs. Joe noticed a private security detail at the base of each side of the stage. There was a microphone and stand between the folding chairs and the stage. As he scanned the crowd of people and the exits, he noticed several menacing men in suits, in groups of twos, together by each exit leaning against the cinder block walls. Immediately, warning lights went off in his head. He thought to himself, interesting, typical Fed defensive formation as he slowly shook his head. High-level Fed agents showing up at a school board meeting? It dawned on him that this was no ordinary school board meeting. Someone wanted to send a message. He was well aware of how his military and other arms of the DOJ, FBI, CIA were becoming politicized, but this type of response to a school board meeting indicated that someone wanted some red meat. He was sure that whoever it was had alerted the media. The meeting was about to get underway as the school board president started tapping his microphone. As he did this, a group of parents in the chairs started with the Pledge of Allegiance. The school board members started asking for order, and eventually the whole gymnasium started enthusiastically saying the pledge, drowning out the microphone. Once they were finished, the president piped in, "Okay, we're not going to have a repeat of what happened last month. We're going to update you all on certain policies that were voted in, and then we will open the floor to respectful dialogue," he reprimanded. Joe knew immediately this person was scared, and he wanted to assert an authority he perhaps did not have. He positioned himself off to the far right side on the front row of the bleachers. He spied a number of couples he knew through various functions. He made eye contact and gave a short wave. He also noticed some rough-looking people, all of whom had very prominent patriotic clothing and MAGA hats. He noticed one do a slight tap in his left ear and appear to move his lips. He appeared to be in communication with others there. As he looked at them, he noticed these were not your typical patriots. He saw a brooding shadow or sinister look in their eyes. Also, they had their heads on a swivel, constantly surveilling the building. These looked more like CIA operators put in place for a reason. The moderator started. "Okay, first piece of business. The board voted unanimously to approve our equity policy. This policy seeks to disrupt societal and historical inequities arising from institutional racism and white supremacy in our schools. This policy will be immediately implemented into the grade school and the high school curriculum as a way to foster a mutual respect for students of other races, and as a way to let those who have been privileged for many years experience what it is like to be discriminated against." With this statement, a loud chorus of boos exploded from the crowd. There were a number of parents of color in the crowd who were even standing up voicing their displeasure. The moderator leaned into the microphone. "You will have time to voice your opinion. Please allow us to proceed." His mouth touched the microphone, causing the words to be loud and distorted. "The second piece of business that passed deals with helping our children navigate through the very difficult decision to transition and to deal with gender dysphoria. Sometimes our students can feel a negative pressure from others, even parents at home, and we want to help them find that place of safety and freedom to further explore their feelings. We believe there can be a type of stifling authoritarianism they may experience at home, and we want to facilitate an environment of freedom in their choices." With this, the gym exploded in fresh boos. All of the board members were now trying to quiet the crowd down. A female member of the board who had a wave of purple in her hair moved close to her microphone. "And we would also like to discuss the need to respect and protect our students who have LGBTQIA+ and other tendencies. We must create a safe zone for them to be able to fully express who they are and to dispel the hate that many people voice," she spit out in a condemning tone as her eyes narrowed. More parents joined the chorus of boos until finally the board members looked at each other and gave up trying to quiet the crowd. The security guards at the bottom of the stage looked at each other and nodded, looked back into the crowd, and then at the back entranceways. Though the parents were extremely upset, they were not physically abusive. They did, however, strongly voice their displeasure. When the anger started to subside, another board member invited the parents to line up behind the microphone. "You will be allowed to speak for a maximum of 2 minutes. We ask you not to engage in personal attacks. If you do, we will turn off your microphone." In no time, 12 people were eagerly waiting to be heard. The first person up was a woman of color. As she started to articulately discuss how the equity policy was, in fact, a mask for critical race theory, she went point by point to show how critical race theory was racist, and it would indeed fuel racism and continue to spread the racial divide. As she was speaking, Joe noticed the security guards lift their heads and look towards the back exits, as if waiting for some type of sign. He looked back, and one of the suits appeared to be shaking his head, no. As the woman's time was about to expire, she called her husband, who was white, to stand by her. She proclaimed rather loudly, "I would like you to meet my oppressor husband." Her statement was greeted with laughter. She went on, "When my kids come home, are they supposed to now look at their white father as an oppressor, and me, their mother, as the oppressed?" She raised her voice with a passionate plea. "Don't let them divide my family. We've got to get rid of this critical race theory crap." Loud cheers erupted as the biracial couple took to their seats. The next person up was a young father. He appeared to be athletic, was about 6'2", with blonde hair and hazel eyes. He started to speak about the usurping of his rights as a parent. He mentioned how he taught his children according to his biblical worldview, and it wasn't the state's right to undermine that. The female board member with the purple hair jumped in. "So, your biblical worldview would say that I have no rights as a gay person who uses the pronoun she. Am I correct?" she screamed. Again, Joe noticed the security detail looking at the back entrance. This time he saw the suit shaking his head up and down and pointing at the guard like he was shooting a gun. The father attempted to respond, but as he started, his mic was turned off. "Hey, at least give me the courtesy to respond." He raised his voice. The board member who had responded to him said, "We don't need your bigoted worldview. Please move so others can speak." "What?" he said with a surprised look on his face. The group of rougher-looking people with MAGA hats made their way next to the young father. They were screaming and encouraging him not to be bullied. He took their lead and grabbed the microphone with both hands and defiantly said, "I'm not moving until I have my say." With this, both security guards moved forward. One stood in front of him, motioning with his finger to move away from the microphone stand, and the other started making his way behind. Joe couldn't believe what he was seeing. He glanced toward the back of the gym, and he saw two of the suits slowly making their way. This was clearly a setup. The rougher men around him kept heckling and giving the finger to the board members and creating chaos. The board members were trying to maintain order by screaming into their microphones. The cameras from different news agencies were getting all of this. As the guard got closer, one of the boisterous people pushed the father toward security, causing him to let go of the microphone in its stand and to make contact with the guard with his open hands. With this, the guard clumsily grabbed the man's forearm and attempted to spin the young man on his stomach. He struggled to get his weight on him and hold him down. Everyone's adrenaline was now pumping. The guard pushed the father's arm behind his back, much higher than it could comfortably go, and he let out a loud, deep scream of pain. The second security guard arrived and knelt on his back, bringing on more groans of pain. The next thing that happened caused Joe to jump from his seat on the bleacher and move toward the man on the floor. He saw the second guard put the man in a carotid hold, which would have made him unconscious within 15 seconds. Joe bolted toward the man. He let out a loud yell, "Hey!" He grabbed the second security guard's support arm and pulled it behind his back, putting him in a hammerlock. This instantly caused him to let go of his chokehold. By now, there were shrieks and clamoring from all parts of the gymnasium as pandemonium erupted. The man who originally pushed the father attempted to take a swing at the face of the second security guard. Joe spied this and turned his body while keeping the guard in a hammerlock. He delivered a roundhouse kick to the side of the so-called patriot's head. The other patriots saw this and looked back to the agents in the suits, as if waiting for a command. The first security guard now appeared to be lost and off script. He wasn't sure if he should let go of the person on the floor or take care of his partner. He chose to let go of the father and attempted to help his partner. He stupidly pulled out his weapon and pointed it at Joe. "Let him go!" he yelled. Everyone froze. The suits couldn't believe what they were seeing. Incredulously, Joe looked at him. "With all of these people here, you're going to pull out a weapon? Put your gun back in the holster!" Joe barked. Obstinately, the guard doubled down. "Let go of my partner and move away from him," he yelled. Joe could tell he was dealing with an amateur who lost control of himself and the situation. So rather than have anyone get hurt, He moved away from his partner with his hands forward. "Now put the gun down," Joe calmly instructed the guard. "Get down on your knees," the guard yelled as he pointed his weapon at Joe. Joe thought to himself, "This guy is going to get someone hurt. He has no clue." So he turned and pointed at the suit who was closest to him and said, "Are you going to allow this? What are you, FBI? DOJ?" He caught them off guard. Now that they were made, they were forced to take control of the situation. "Put your damn gun down!" the first agent yelled at the security guard. Like a young child, he frowned and slowly put it back in its holster. Joe asked the agent with his hands still out and in front of himself, "Can I have a word with you?" "Dude, you're in a heap of trouble. I am Agent Wilson of the FBI, and I need you to turn around and put your hands behind your back." Joe thought through all of the different scenarios in his head, and he decided to comply. "Agent Wilson, I'm going to do what you asked, but I want you to reach in my front right pocket. My identification is in there." He turned around with his hands behind him. "My State Department ID, my DOD ID. In fact, Agent Wilson, there is a good chance that either myself or someone in my department had to sign off on your security clearance." Agent Wilson promptly stopped what he was doing. If this was true, he did not want to end up an agent in the Fairbanks, Alaska unit. He stepped back from Joe. "Sir, can you hand me your ID, please?" he asked rather meekly. By now, the other three agents had joined him. When he looked at the ID, the blood ran out of his face. He turned quickly toward his comrade on the right and whispered something. They both donned worried looks. He motioned to Joe. "Joe, so sorry for the mishap. Can we talk outside?" They handed him his ID back. "Can I put my hands down?" They both responded emphatically in unison. "Yes, of course." Things were beginning to settle a bit, and the board members on the stage asked everyone to make their way out of the gym. They added, as people started making their way out, "In the light of what happened here today, we have to assess how we are going to run these meetings going forward." Joe followed the special agents out toward the parking lot. He noticed one on the phone in a very animated conversation. He heard a jumble of different words. "I had no idea. National Intelligence, State Department, and War Hero." As Joe was walking, his phone was going crazy, one vibration after another. He didn't bother to look at it. He figured one emergency at a time. The agents politely asked Joe to join them around the back of the gym where it was more secluded. The more senior agent jumped right in. "Joe, I want to offer my sincere apologies. This never should have happened. We had no idea you were even here. Guys, you know who I am. Why don't we start with introductions so I have an idea of who you are?" Joe shifted the pendulum of authority in his direction. They all offered their names and office location and shook Joe's hand as if he were a celebrity. "Gentlemen, I know you are only doing your job. No hard feelings. That was a fiasco in there, though. Those security guards did not de-escalate at all, and to draw his weapon with so many bystanders, not good." The senior agent replied, "Joe, we will look into what happened and address with the security company the dangerous response of their agents. Be assured of that." Joe thanked them again and turned to leave, but purposely did not ask them a slew of things that were racing through his mind. Red flag after red flag. Like, what was a DC agent doing in Illinois for a parent-teacher conference? Why were there at least 6 FBI agents assigned to this seemingly innocuous event? And one of the things that gnawed at him, perhaps even more, was the so-called patriots who were stirring things up, who pushed the second parent into the security guards, and then attempted to take a swing at the second. Too many things did not add up. Joe's phone continued to blow up, so he looked down at it as he attempted to make his way to his car. Chapter 13. Not Your Ordinary Security System. Joe looked down and noticed 7 different secure texts sent from his State Department buddy Tommy, and his phone app for his car had sent him several messages. Joe shook his head as he made his way toward his car. He clicked on the first text from Tommy that said simply, "Your alarm went off on your car." As Joe got closer in the parking lot, he looked up to see that his car was gone. "What the?" Joe caught himself. He dialed Tommy's private number. Tommy answered. "Looks like we have some car thieves," he said. "Hey, we've been dying to try out this new security. Let's have some fun." Joe shook his head and put his hands on his forehead. "Oh man, what the heck? Can you patch me into the system, Tommy?" Tommy condescendingly said, "Now, if you're ever going to learn, you need to log in from your phone." "Ah!" Joe let out an exasperated yell. "Tommy, you have no idea what I've just been through. In fact, I need to ask you to look up some things for me." "Joe, log in, and we can talk about these other things after. I want you to learn this." "You should want to learn this," Tommy sarcastically emphasized. "You are killing me, Tommy." Joe took his phone, pulled up his phone app, and under the security button, which was pulsing red, he selected the button, and a full suite of features were there that he could scroll through. "I would recommend turning on your voice activation and cameras inside the car." Joe selected both. As the cameras turned on, Tommy commented, "Look what we have here. 3 little ne'er-do-well. Shall we say gangbangers? Hey Joe, FYI, the mute is on. Let me know when you want to talk to these guys." Joe looked up with impatience. "Tommy, can't we just shut everything down and call the police?" "What? And miss out on testing all of this creative genius you and I put into this? Come on, Joe. I'll tell you what, I'll take care of this and you can watch." "Tommy, you scare me," Joe smiled. "Hey, do you remember when we were working on this late at night after a couple shots of tequila?" Tommy quipped. "A couple?" Joe responded. "We finished half the bottle, Tommy." "Oh man, that was so much fun," Tommy added. "Come on, please, Joe, please let me have some fun." Tommy begged like a little kid. "All right, you're like a 3-year-old, go ahead." Joe looked down at his camera on his phone. He could see 3 individuals in his car. They were mixed races. All had some type of gaudy jewelry, various piercings on their faces, sunglasses, and a couple had baseball hats. One wore a do-rag. They had a high-energy, excited look. He thought, probably drugs. They were exchanging high fives and fist bumps as they sped somewhere in his car. Tommy said, "Okay, first we will activate the sensors and the autonomous avoid contact." Function. The inhabitants were not aware of any of this, as the car still allowed them to determine the destination. Joe asked, "Okay, are you going to dial them into the nearest police station?" "My friend, you lack creativity. I'm going to give them a small taste of our 110V function." And with that, he touched the electrical sensor on each of the seats they were sitting on. Joe and Tommy watched as each thief jumped from his seat, as Tommy quickly tapped the sensor, sending a quick 110 volts through the backside of each person. Joe could hear Tommy's laughs as each one jumped. Joe cracked a smile and shook his head. "Tommy, can we lay off the electricity? It feels a little KGB-ish." "Well, I guess we could have added a waterboarding feature, but that would have messed up the interior." Tommy adjusted the volume up as he heard the occupants curse in a number of different languages, but all looking at each other as if to say, "Did you feel that?" Tommy jumped in. "Okay, time for a little erratic driving," as he took over the steering wheel. The driver tried to straighten the wheel but was unable. Tommy looked at a high-level map to see the location of highways and the closest police station. Tommy unmuted the speakers in the car so the assailants could hear him. "Hey guys, how are you doing?" His greeting produced startled looks. "My name is Tommy, and I will be your pilot for the next 15 minutes or so. We'll be traveling at around 0 feet, at around 55 to 75 miles per hour." The gang members each looked at each other, reached for the door handles to attempt to open them. "Nah, you won't be able to open those." He saw one person take his handgun out, and he quickly added, "And I wouldn't shoot that if I were you." He pointed it at the window across from him. "These are bulletproofed windows that will ricochet any shots, probably into one of you," he added. 2 in the front seat started kicking at the side windows. Joe yelled at Tommy, "Hey, they're messing up my car!" Tommy felt like he was losing a bit of control. He turned on the projector screen that displayed on the front windshield, and he held the button for the electrical sensors in his hand for them to see, and asked them, "Do you want another jolt? Let's knock it off, guys." They sat back down in their seats and threatened Tommy and his family. Tommy said, Now, I think we need a little something to help you guys relax. On your way to the police station," he added. He turned on the radio to a satellite station, and he selected Frank Sinatra's "I Get a Kick Out of You." As Frank started with his partially sung lyrics, Tommy muted the car and spoke to Joe. "I want you to notice how well timed all of my maneuvers are with the music." "Tommy, come on. I want to get home. It's been a long day." "Patience, my friend," he said in his best shrill Julia Child's voice. He turned the volume up on the car and dialed the police station location. As he was talking to the inhabitants of the car, he was also calling the police station. He gave his State Department credentials and let the person know that 3 car thieves would be arriving in front of the police station in approximately 9 minutes and 38 seconds. He turned to the inside of the car just in time for the "I get a kick." And with that, Tommy lurched the wheel to the side, and all 3 slammed into the side of the car. Joe and Tommy watched all this. Tommy let out a maniacal laugh, and Joe said, "Tommy, you are one sick dude." This happened a third of the way to the station. Every time the word "kick" came on, Tommy would have his fun with the thieves, and each time Tommy and Joe would let out a burst of laughter. Joe thought back of the many times Tommy had probably saved his life with precise intel or keen intuition. Tommy was Joe's guy. Even when the company had wanted to move Tommy up, Joe had nixed it. Tommy broke in. "I'm torn between Rick-rolling these guys or playing You Don't Bring Me Flowers by Neil Diamond. I got it. How about a little James Brown?" Tommy stood up at his computer station and started singing and dancing with the song he pulled up. "I feel good. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like I knew that I would na. Da-da-da-da-da. I feel good." Joe laughed to himself as he listened to Tommy and saw the 3 young, misguided men in his Range Rover, wondering what the heck just happened to their night of partying in their newly stolen car. Tommy was having too much fun. He said to the thieves, "Wait for it." And when James Brown let out his patented yell, he gave the vehicle a quick turn, sending them sprawling into the side of the car. Tommy asked Joe, "Do you have any recommendations?" "No, you're doing just fine, Tommy," Joe said with a smile. "How about some Helen Reddy? I Am Woman Hear Me Roar?" Joe thought to himself, "Dude, where do you come up with these thoughts?" I got it. The perfect fit." Tommy turned it on and started singing with the song. "Dee-dee-dee-do-do-do-do-do." Tommy spoke to Joe. "These guys need some Jesus in their life. How about it, Joe?" As he joined the Doobie Brothers, "Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus is just all right. Oh yeah, Jesus is just all right with me." The song had shifted to its blues rendition with screaming guitar when the Range Rover pulled up to the police station. Tommy made sure that the car and perpetrators were covered by the police as he unlocked the doors. He spoke through the sound system to the authorities. As soon as they exited the car, he turned it around. The police watched in astonishment as the self-driving car sped away. Now that was fun. You got to admit, Joe, that was fun, no? Have you had fun like that in a while? No, Tommy, it's been a while. Tommy thought to himself, it's been a while. How about some Stained? And he dialed on the song, It's Been a While, and let it play its unique but beautiful grunge sound as the car made its way back to Joe. Hey, Joe, you were mentioning something about having me look something up. What exactly happened before you got your car stolen? I need you to check some things out, Tommy. And Joe filled Tommy in on everything that happened, including the MAGA instigators. Check to see what video we can get if the FBI hasn't gotten to it first, and check with Charles at the Bureau. I know he can be trusted. Let's see why they would be sending DC agents to Illinois. Something is out of whack here. Tommy interrupted. Hey, before I forget, what's going on with you? What do you mean? Joe asked. You just fell off the map and then I hear you retired. Total bullshit, Joe, I know you. Well, You also know that this is not the place to have this conversation, Tommy. So, you think our secure line is compromised? Tommy asked incredulously. Tommy, let's have this conversation in person. Joe wasn't sure how much he wanted to share on the phone right now with Tommy, even though he trusted him implicitly and they had a long history together. He knew at this time it could put his life in danger. Joe's journey out of the military was still playing out, and he needed to be careful. He protected himself and, more importantly, his family from some very dark and dangerous players. He had enough information to bring down some of the highest-level people in the government, and he had this information spread out and protected by many layers. He didn't want to carelessly bring anyone else into this danger. Let me know what you can find, and we will put the pieces together. Joe finished the conversation and said, Thanks, brother. I know you always have my back. Tommy suddenly got very serious as he remembered all that they had been through together. You better believe it, he stated emphatically. Semper Fi! He barked and hung up. Special Agent Wilson, you have a confidential call on 39, the intercom blurted out. Agent Woody Wilson had been with the Bureau for over 15 years, and he was on the fast track toward promotion. He had moved from the Chicago office to D.C. 3 years prior, and he was tasked with very specific instructions on how this school board meeting was to go down. Woody received a call from the Executive Assistant Director for National Security, who briefed him on the operation. He shared that there were known domestic terrorists who were planning to disrupt the school board meeting process. He also let him know, in no uncertain terms, that this came from the highest level and was to be carried out with extreme diligence. Agent Wilson stared at the phone for over 5 seconds. He took a deep breath and pushed the button. Special Agent Wilson here. The string of expletives poured out of the other end of the phone in a torrent. The person on the other end was screaming at the top of his lungs. He held the phone away from his ear, and the diatribe continued until he heard someone on the other end ask, What the F happened, Agent Wilson? Sir, to whom am I speaking? When he heard the name, his stomach started to twist into knots. This was the Deputy Director himself, the person just under the Director of the entire Federal Bureau of Investigations. Agent Wilson stammered, Sir, I can assure you that every precaution was taken. We had every aspect covered from the school board members themselves, to the media, to the facilities being secured. And the Deputy Director jumped in. You tell me what the hell happened. Then, Agent Wilson, what the F kept you from following through on what should have been a very simple mission? Agent Wilson quickly added, Sir, there was a high-level State Department official who inserted himself into the event. What the hell are you talking about? Who the hell was it? The person on the other end screamed. It was a Joe Salvatore, sir. The phone went silent. Agent Wilson heard some talking in the background for close to 3 minutes, and then the phone went dead. He looked down at the receiver, shook his head, and gently hung up the handset. He looked out the window and wondered what this meant. As he stared out the window, his intercom went off again. This time it was his immediate boss. Woody, come down to my office, son. Stat! Woody took one more look at his office and his family picture on his desk, and he wondered if this would be the last time he laid eyes on it. Joe waited for a little over 9 minutes, and finally his Range Rover pulled up. He opened the door to the smell of marijuana and some minor scratches on the interior. He shook his head and laughed to himself as he dialed his wife to fill her in on the school board meeting. Hey, babe, good news and bad news. Joe, what happened? Please tell me you didn't hurt anyone. Wait, you're not hurt, are you? Joe jumped in. Slow down, babe, I'm fine. No one is seriously hurt. Seriously? Mary asked. We had a number of things happen that I need to take a closer look at. I can't go into detail. Mary knew after many unsuccessful attempts that once her husband said he could not go in detail, she could not press him. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play? Mary joked. Joe laughed. I know, sometimes it just seems to follow me. Hey, how are the kids doing? Are the cousins having a good time? The girls are playing some type of game. All I know is I hear hysterical laughing coming from upstairs, and Francesco's showing Danny all of his prop guns from the movies they made when they were younger. The 4 older ones are out on the basketball court. It's a weekend, so I told everyone they can stay up late. Oh, also the younger ones were asking if they could take their cousins downtown after Mass tomorrow. They want to walk around, and Mary wants to go to the bookstore with Lucy. Sure thing, I should be home in a bit. Oh, the car has a... Joe hesitated. The car smells like pot. Pot? Joe... What happened? Joe interrupted. My car got stolen. You're kidding me, Mary responded. Nah, when I was at the meeting, some kids somehow got inside and started it. I thought we had everything covered as far as security, but I'm going to take a look and figure out how to shut everything down unless they go through one channel only to start this thing. Mary, you should have seen Tommy. Joe threw his head back and laughed into the phone. Tommy tested out the security we put in, and... Joe laughed again. He was playing a Frank Sinatra song, and he started out giving them a zap, and every time the word kick was sung, Tommy took control of the wheel and lurched it to the side. Oh, Joe, Mary chimed. Joe assured her it was nothing severe. He said, Tommy is definitely twisty, man. He kills me. Mary asked, Joe, how long till you're home? He looked down at his watch. 8:15 now, so probably another 10-15 minutes, so about 8:30. Just then, Joe got a secure text from Tommy. It had only one word. Urgent. Hey, Mary, I've got to jump. I'll be home soon. Joe's speed dialed Tommy. What's up? Joe asked. Tommy's only response was, We have to meet, and he hung up the phone. Chapter 14. The Rainbow in the Cathedral. It was a Sunday morning, and the Verdun bronze cast bells pealed their song into the crisp spring morning air. The sun streamed through the large-scale stained-glass windows of St. Mary of the Angels Cathedral. Joe Salvatore, his wife Mary, their 8 children and 2 cousins arrived about 15 minutes early. Joe and Mary drove separate vehicles because the girls and younger boys wanted to stop in town after Mass and show their cousins around. As they pulled into the parking lot, they could see several news trucks, each with a reporter outside standing at various angles with the cathedral in the background. Joe thought to himself, more TV people. What the heck? After he exited his vehicle, he made his way around to the driver's side of their van and opened the door for his wife. She stepped down and planted a kiss on him. What a gentleman, Mary proclaimed. You just can't control yourself around me, can you? Joe said with a smile. He put his arm around her as they walked over to the other side of the van, watching the kids pile out. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, Well, little lady, we are going into church, so you better put on your Miss Manners pants and behave yourself, as hard as it is to keep your hands off of me. Mary bumped her hip into him and said, I think it's the other way around, mister. Joe turned and kissed her cheek. You got that right. Joe, Mary, and the rest of their family walked past another reporter. I can't get away from these TV people, Joe whispered into Mary's ear as he turned sideways to face the reporter. They made their way through the parking lot amidst growing pandemonium as each news crew wrestled for the perfect shot. The wind picked up almost on cue with the bustle of activity. Joe glanced up at what looked like a gathering front. The steel-gray clouds were filling the sky, mopping up what was left of any sunlight. The family dashed up the stairs. As Joe reached the top step, he was met by a man wearing a rainbow-colored piece of cloth from his right shoulder down to his waist and up around the back. The man attempted to hand him a paper folded in half. Joe made eye contact before he accepted the paper. This gentleman's eyes reflected what looked like inner turmoil. Joe politely declined the paper, quickly made his way to the front door of the church, and held it open for his wife and kids. He led his family to the front row, at the right below the image of Our Lady of Guadalupe. He used to always tell his kids, most people pay top dollar for front row seats, and we can have these for free. Joe stood there waiting as each kid genuflected and entered the pew. He placed his hand on the head of each of his daughters and blessed them as they passed. He looked down at their cousin Lucy as she attempted to genuflect, a bit awkwardly, and she looked up at him as if to say, "It's okay to bless me too." As his sons passed, he gave each a faux punch in the arm. When his wife entered, he noticed her face had a look of concern. After sitting down, she handed him the same folded piece of paper that he had declined. "Take a look," she whispered. Joe glanced down and shook his head in disgust. Mary saw him slowly fold up the paper and push it into his front right pocket, all the while working his jaw muscles intensely. Joe knelt down next to his wife, attempting to recollect himself before Mass. So much from the past few days clambered in his mind for attention. He said a silent prayer. "Come, Holy Spirit, guide me to do what's right. Your will, Father, your will." Joe thought back over the last several days. So much had happened, and so much seemed to be spinning out of control. He thought of William Butler Yeats' poem, The Second Coming. He read in his mind the first few lines. "Turning and turning in the widening gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world." So many things he was experiencing were a breakdown in the normal order, and things were happening at such a rapid pace. Joe was roused from his prayer by his daughter Emma. She mouthed, "I have to go to the bathroom." In light of all the hubbub, Joe decided to go with her. They made their way to the back of the church and started down the stairs to the bathrooms below. Joe shot a quick glance at the growing gathering outside the main entrance to church. There appeared to be about 20 or so individuals who donned the rainbow sash. Most appeared to be middle-aged, 25, 40 years old. Several minutes later, Emma made her way out, peeking around the door with a sweet, slightly mischievous grin. Nothing was ordinary with Emma. Every entrance and exit was a drama or a celebration to be acted out, depending on her mood at the moment. She skipped to the water fountain between the men's and women's bathrooms and took a quick drink, and slowly looked up at the Father McGivney portrait that seemed to be ominously looking down at her. Then she scurried up the stairs. As Joe followed, he couldn't help but notice how much she had grown. Although she still flashed the same sparkle in her eyes she had since she was a baby, she was developing into a beautiful little lady. A purity and wholesomeness seemed to be stamped in her DNA, as it did really from all his children. They had always taken great pains, especially Joe's wife Mary, to nurture a virtuous life. Very little TV or internet, and homeschooling for the past 5 years had certainly made their mark. His heart swelled, and a profound sense of gratitude filled him as he grabbed the railing and pulled his body up the stairs. As Joe and Emma made their way up the center aisle, he took another quick glance at the back of the church. He saw a large contingent of people talking rather animatedly with the ushers. A slight sound escaped from Emma's feet as they moved across the freshly shined marble floor, drawing his attention forward. She genuflected, knees touching the floor, made a crisp sign of the cross, and she made her way into the pew. Joe slid in the seat next to Mary. He warmly took her hand in his. He knew she liked this. He leaned forward a bit and turned his head, drinking in the scene. All his children, like ducks in a row, sat shortest to tallest stacked in the pew. The girls were excited to have their cousin in between them, and Danny sat next to his favorite cousin Francesco. Joe stopped at each face. Gianna, Emma, Mary and their cousins Lucy and Danny, Francesco, Joseph, Anthony, Dominic, and the oldest Luca. He savored every last drop. All their eyes shone clean and true. How many more years would they be able to experience this scene? A prayer he uttered innumerable times went up. "Father, thank you for the gift of my family." Suddenly the Wick's organ bellowed out, "All creatures of our God and King." All rose as if invigorated by the power of the 3,212 piped instrument. Peering over his left shoulder, Joe spied Monsignor Presta decked out in white chasuble and stole. He made his way up the aisle and labored up each of the stairs, grabbing the handrail firmly with each step. Then, almost as if resting the weight of his worn 82-year-old frame on the altar, he placed both hands down on it and proceeded to kiss it and the microphone at the same time, forcing most to wince and recoil, grabbing their ears from this magnified kiss. Joe smiled to himself, and glancing right, he saw several of his younger ones grabbing their mouths, as if to prevent a sudden explosion of laughter. The Monsignor was well known at the cathedral, a mild-mannered, gentle soul and resilient servant of Christ. He had spent 20 years in the missions of Peru, working with the poorest of the poor. Now his body was frail, though his mind was still sharp. He began, "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit." Joe and his family blessed themselves as the Mass began. Occasionally the back doors would open, and a slight commotion could be heard, but Joe didn't think much of it. The Monsignor gave the homily on a relatively new feast. It was the Sunday after Easter, now known as Divine Mercy Sunday. His eloquent words describing the interaction between a soul coming before God in judgment were riveting. He borrowed from St. Faustina's diary how souls in different states react to God in their judgment. Monsignor ended by mentioning St. John Paul the Great and his encyclical Dives in Misericordia, and how it states that God's crowning attribute is his mercy. He cited a last quote from St. Faustina's diary: "The greater the sinner, the greater their right to my mercy." And I say, does it get any better than that? The Monsignor concluded his homily and sat down. The Mass played out as it should. Grace had its way, and the melding of heaven and earth, the combination of the past, present, and the future, all intertwined, was left for the more attentive souls to unwrap and discover. You see, God in his great majesty left doors and clues for his mysteries to be discovered, like treasures and presents to be unwrapped. Each Mass saw heaven waiting in anticipation for people to engage with the heavenly realm with a holy boldness, with a steel faith that made sometimes unrealistic or unbounded demands on a God who dealt in the unrealistic. Occasionally, a special prayer would penetrate the very throne of the Almighty One, surrounded as he is by the highest seraphic angels, the burning ones, like the pure prayer of a child or a suffering soul, or one who sought, without counting the costs, God's glory and the salvation of souls. The angels were in awe at the goodness of God that was driven by his unquenchable mercy. These realities cast their shadows over the participants, to be gleaned just as a prospector rinses over and over again in his pan to find that one gold nugget amidst the rock and soil. Yes, each Mass was a treasure trove of mystery to be sifted through. When it was time to receive communion, Joe stood up outside of his pew and watched as each child processed up to receive their hidden Savior. Girls with folded hands, young men with heads bowed, all received their Lord devoutly. Years ago, Joe shared with them why he chose to receive on the tongue and not in his hands. He explained that he felt very much like a helpless child before God, and he came before him to be fed as a child. He never once told them how to receive. He left that to them, though they all chose to follow his example. After Joe went up and received, he made his way back to his seat. He happened to see a large group of people at the back of the church conversing with the ushers. After Father had finished purifying the sacred vessels and sat down, the rest of the congregation, out of respect, also sat down. Just as Father was about to stand up, the unthinkable happened. A group of people with rainbow-colored sashes ran up to the front of the church, loudly protesting the church's stance on everything sexual. It was absolute chaos, as people with bullhorns blasted their raw message. Joe looked at Mary and deeply inhaled and then exhaled. He put both of his hands on the front of his pew to pull himself up. He thought to himself, to disrupt the holy sacrifice of the Mass was beyond contemptuous. He spied the ushers as they made their way toward the front. He looked toward his family before leaving the pew, and he froze in horror. He looked down at his little Gianna in her white chiffon dress with pink sash. She was stiff, staring with a terrified look on her face at a multicolored condom that had landed on her lap after being thrown by one of the disruptors. Normally, Joe was known for handling himself in a cool, calm way in the most intense situations, but here, he just saw red. He quickly lunged across the front of the pew, grabbing the condom. He made a beeline for what appeared to be the main instigator at the foot of the altar. As he went to grab his left arm, the young man attempted to punch Joe in the face with his right. This caught him off guard, as he was not expecting any type of a physical response. Everything from there on was a blur for Joe, and muscle memory took over. He wasn't sure if the punch landed on him or not, but he instinctively stepped into the assailant and used his forehead as a club against the perpetrator's nose. The force of Joe's square forehead knocked the young man onto his back. The adrenaline was now coursing through his body as he looked, with an intensity, for the next person. The other agitators saw what happened and just froze. Joe looked at every one of them and fingered them to move out of the church sanctuary. The troublemakers were not accustomed to this type of response. Joe quickly walked toward his right to grab another provocateur, but they immediately started toward the back exit, leaving their comrade behind, dazed and slowly making his way to his feet. The ushers came and corralled the rest of the disruptors, and Father, a little unnerved, attempted to finish the mass without any more incidents. Joe made his way back to his seat, trying to regain his composure. Danny's eyes were large as he turned to Francesco to ask if this happened at Mass all the time. Francesco looked forward and whispered that it didn't. After making a Thanksgiving, Joe and his family made their way out toward the back. By then, police sirens could be heard in the distance. One of the ushers walked up to Joe to thank him for his help and to see if he was hurt. "I noticed he punched you," the usher stated. Joe took a quick inventory. He didn't feel anything. "Nah, I'm fine," he responded. As Joe held the door for his wife Mary, he saw the young man whom he had engaged holding an ice pack on his nose, sitting off to the side with an usher nearby. Joe turned to Mary. "Hey babe, you guys go ahead. I want to apologize to this guy." Mary put her hand on Joe's arm. "Are you sure, Joe?" "Yeah, all good here." Mary made her way to the van with kids in tow, turning back every few steps to look back at her husband. He followed her with his eyes and waved every time she looked back. When they were out of sight, he started to walk towards the ringleader, who looked up at him, taking the ice pack off his nose with a mixture of fear and anger. "What, are you going to hit me again?" he asked with a nasally voice. "Bro, I'm sorry, man. I really am. I didn't mean for that to happen." "Look at me. You broke my nose," the man said, as he put the ice back on the bridge of his nose. "Why did you do it? We weren't there to hurt people, just make our position known on how the church is tyrannical in its views toward the sexually marginalized. The LGBTQIA+ community has a right to make its voice heard," he stated. Joe responded, "You threw a punch at me. I just kind of reacted. I'm sorry, man. You also threw a condom, and it landed on my little daughter's lap. Bro, whatever it is that you believe, well, you have the freedom in this country to believe it. But when your beliefs crash into mine, and especially my children, I have to do something. Can I give you a ride home or something? I feel bad about what happened," Joe asked. "My name is Joe, by the way, Joe Salvatore." As he extended his hand to shake, he apologized again. "I really am sorry for what happened." The person looked up at him, sensing the sincerity. "I'm Randy Tare," and he raised his left hand to shake. "Looks like my ride took off without me," Randy commented. "I could use a ride." Joe started off to his car and said, "You stay here. I'll pick you up." Joe pulled up to the steps of church, and the usher escorted the man down to Joe's car. When he got in, it seemed that the anger had worn off. "Thanks for the ride. I am sorry about your daughter." "All is forgiven. Happy to help Randy." "What's your address?" Joe asked. "I'm at 1060 West Addison," Randy replied. Joe thought for a second. "Wait a minute. 1060 West Addison? Wrigley Field?" Joe smiled. "I know, I live 1 block away, so I just give that address," Randy replied. "Reminds me of the Blues Brothers, one of my favorite movies," Joe shared. Joe sat quiet and drove for several miles. and he thought about Randy. He sensed anger, and yes, hurt, and he wondered where that hurt came from. Randy sat sullen, looking out the window, still holding the ice pack. A shadow seemed to fall upon him. Joe said a brief prayer to his guardian angel. "Please go to Randy's angel. Let me hear what I need to hear, and say what I need to say to do God's will." Joe broke the silence. "Randy, how old are you?" He asked a number of questions about his family growing up, and Randy reciprocated with similar questions. After some back and forth, Joe attempted to take their conversation deeper. "Randy, are you happy?" This caught him off guard, and he slightly jolted back and turned toward Joe. Randy thought for a moment. He looked at Joe and figured, "What do I have to lose?" He answered abruptly, "No, I'm not." "Why do you ask such a personal question to someone you've just met?" Joe sensed a little defensiveness entering in, so he thought this would be a good time for him to share some vulnerability. "One thing I've learned, Randy, is that life is short. I can't tell you how many times I wish I had said something, and out of a sense of civility, I just kept my mouth shut. I've lived most of my life in the military. I've lost more friends than you can imagine in the prime of their lives. From wounds in battle, from suicide, drug overdose, so many. And how I wish I had let them know how I felt, but didn't have the courage." Randy's demeanor changed. "What did you do in the military?" Randy asked. Joe filled him in on some of the various assignments and missions. Randy decided he would go deeper on Joe. "Did you ever kill anyone?" Randy asked. Joe looked through the windshield at a distance and responded, "Yes, I did." "And why do you ask someone you just met such a personal question?" As Joe attempted to lighten the mood. "I can't imagine what it's like." Randy dismissed what he said and commented, "That has to be such a hard thing to do and even to endure." "How many people do you think?" Randy asked with a sense of sorrow. Joe's demeanor became solemn. "I'm ashamed to say, Randy. I don't know. It's not something I like talking about. Not because I want to blow you off," Joe interjected, "but because I feel like I need to honor these dead by my silence, to never disrespect their life or death that came from my hands. I can't even explain why. I just know that taking someone's life, even when it's justified, is one of the most difficult things I've ever done." Joe shifted in his seat and turned. "Let me clarify. It's easy for me to kill. I was trained better than most in the military. I've been in more situations where it was kill or be killed than I care to think about. I just see things deeper. I feel things deeper. I know that my enemy has many of the same things I do. A family, kids to help raise and marry off, dreams to fulfill. I know that when I enter into their life, I'm going to take all that away and hearts will be torn to shreds." "Aren't you ever afraid that they will do the same to you?" Randy asked. Joe took on an otherworldly look and slowly exhaled. "I do have fear, but when I am in those situations," Joe thought how best to say this, "I put everything in God's hands, and I trust Him implicitly with my life. I figure if it's my time in His eyes, no worrying will change that. I've been trained to execute on what I know will keep me alive. I focus on that, and I know that no one can outfight me." "And I thought my life was tough," Randy said to lighten the mood. Happy to have the focus off of himself, Joe asked, "Tell me, Randy, why do you think you're unhappy?" Randy thought for a few moments and shared stories from when he was a kid, of betrayal by his father, one story after another, and Joe's heart broke for him each time he mentioned a new hurt. "I have a brother in jail," Randy added. "He killed a man. He was an MMA fighter, a good one. I guess he got the good genes. He was very protective of me, his weak brother, and one time a group of guys decided they were going to have some fun with me. Well, my brother and I, his name was Mike, we were out getting some food. He went to the bathroom, and in walks this group of 4 guys, pretty big, very loud. I was dressed, shall we say, feminine, and the larger one of the group called me his B, and his timing couldn't have been worse. He reached to grab the back of my neck and forced me down into a compromising position when in walks my brother. Mike just snapped. I've never seen him so angry. He kicked the guy in the head so hard, he knocked him out, and when he fell, his head slammed on the floor and he never woke up. I tried to stop him, but once Mike got in that zone, he was freaky scary. The police came and took Mike away. The person who he killed had a very well-connected father. He was an alderman or something like that. Anyways, Mike ended up in jail. I try to visit him once a week. Randy paused for a moment, and a shadow settled over him. Joe saw this and offered a quick prayer to the Holy Spirit. He knew he was about to open a part of himself that rarely saw light. Randy looked out the window and with a stoic voice he said, "When I was 3, my uncle did things to me. He touched me, in places kids should not be touched." His voice shook and took on an angry tone. He told me never to tell anyone. Randy closed his eyes and turned toward Joe, tears streaming down onto his face. "I was a little 3-year-old kid," Randy pleaded with tears. Joe reached over as he was driving and pulled his head into his shoulder. "I'm so sorry, son. You didn't deserve that." The ride continued in silence as tears slowly streamed down Randy's face onto Joe's shoulder. There was something about the word son that brought a new wave of emotion, like a sweet dagger entering into his heart. He had never heard those words spoken as sweetly as they were. It was a reminder to him of who he was, though he struggled deeply in his sexuality, living the homosexual lifestyle and contemplating getting surgeries to change his sexual identity. The chaos inside of Randy was being pushed into the darker corners of himself, and the light and love that Joe shared gave him a newfound strength, a reprieve, if you will. In this short time, a feeling of trust and safety, like Randy had never felt before, was forged. He sat up and wiped his face on his sleeve and turned toward Joe. "You seem different from most people, and you certainly don't act like most Christians I've met." Joe thought about what he said, and what he really meant by that comment. "You know, Randy, most people feel the same way I do. Most are just too scared to show it." Randy asked, "Why does your church teach hate?" Joe gave it a few seconds before answering. "Do you remember when I asked you if you were happy?" Randy nodded his head. "The church asks us the same question and gives us answers. I am a married man, and I can honestly say I am happy." Randy jumped in. "I know a lot of married people who are miserable." Joe looked at Randy. "Fair point. But allow me to finish my thought, son. Within my marriage, there are certain rules, if you will, that I have to follow if I want to be happy. There are many things that I could do that would take away that happiness. Temptations galore for a married man. Other women, pornography, alcohol, even my work. So many things, if they're not mastered or kept in check, will bring unhappiness." "Have you ever been tempted by other men?" Randy asked. "You know, no disrespect, Randy, but I never really understood homosexuality. It didn't make sense on a number of levels. Not just from a biological perspective, but I guess I just really found women so attractive that it never was able to find any space in me. Plus, I was raised in such a solid family. Sisters and brothers. It was never even talked about." Joe lifted his head and smiled. "All those confessions I made as a young kid because of those pretty little Catholic girls in their plaid skirts. Father Caffer could have probably said my confession for me." Randy turned his head a bit. "Confession?" "Yeah, you know, you go into the confessional, kneel down, and tell the priest your sins, yada, yada, and he gives you forgiveness and a penance. Have you never heard of confession?" Joe asked. Randy shook his head. "Anyway, getting back to my point, the church gives us rules and guidelines to help us to be happy." Randy retorted, "That makes no sense. That seems more like oppression, telling people what they have to do if they want to belong. The church should respect our freedom to do whatever we want." Joe stroked his chin with his right hand as he looked forward. "Think of it like this, Randy. This highway has signs, stripes on the road, lights, all kinds of things that go into making this highway. And the highway can be a good thing. It helps us get somewhere faster, safer. Imagine if there were no signs, No lines on the roads, no rules as far as what side of the road you had to drive on. A person can, as you say, do whatever they want. Joe looked over. You can imagine the accidents, deaths, all kinds of bad things, and the highway no longer serves the purpose of getting someone somewhere faster or safer. It loses its meaning without these rules, if you will. Randy started to grasp what Joe was saying. That makes sense. But what about the highways that have too many rules and restrictions? Then people can't get places faster. Safer, maybe, but not faster. Joe shook his head. Good point. Yeah, there are times when rules infringe on freedom, and that is a little more challenging. I know in my church there is always an emphasis on keeping as many freedoms as possible while still maintaining a certain structure or framework. Sometimes they give speed limits on the signs. Other times they say, drive safely, and leave it up to the person. But that's always been a challenge. Human freedom. It's from that freedom that we either do good things or bad things, which kind of makes the world as it is. I think we would both agree that things are not as they should be, and many people, like yourself, are unhappy. Randy looked out the window at the dingy tenement houses stacked next to each other and contemplated his words. Randy turned to Joe in a moment of reflection and asked, Are you happy? Joe took a moment to ponder how to respond. For the most part, I am happy, or actually fulfilled would probably be a better word. Believe me, Randy, there have been times that I struggled just to get out of bed. After witnessing so much carnage and war, it takes its toll. I've never wanted to take my life, but there were certainly times where I didn't want to live. My wife pleading with me to get help, and me, stuck in this dark prison of myself, replaying over and over again the devastation I had experienced. Joe shook his head slowly as he had a far-off look. This is where my faith and good relationships helped get me through. Joe bounced back to where he was and turned to face Randy with a slight smile. And this is why you are going to find a sense of fulfillment. It's not by chance that we met. I would say God had his hand in this. Randy quickly added with a smirk, Did he have his hand in you breaking my nose? Joe's eyes got bigger, and he slowly exhaled. No, that was me, and my temper. I am so sorry, man. Joe lifted his right index finger weakly in the air. But sometimes he does speak through the pain and sufferings in our life. Sometimes he allows pain in order to get our attention. With a sly smile, Randy responded, Sounds like you're trying to make excuses for headbutting me. Joe tensed up and attempted to respond, but Randy jumped in. I'm just giving you crap. Joe relaxed and exhaled, and then reached over and laughed and put his hand on the back of his neck and lightly shook it and said, You had me going there. That's good. You're giving me crap. That's a sign we are friends. He smiled and looked at Randy. Well, it looks like we are getting close to your destination, and this conversation will have to be continued. 1060 West Addison approaching. Joe smiled again and gave Randy his number and said, If you ever need anything, you call me, all right, son? Mary and I would love to have you out to the house for dinner. I will, Randy responded. And thanks, Joe. You're a good man. Joe gave him a firm hug as he wrapped his right arm around him sideways and pulled him over the center console. Randy exited the car and stood and waved as cars bustled by. He watched the taillights disappear, and suddenly, alone within himself, the darkness seemed less pervasive. As he turned to go, he spoke words inside of himself. God, I don't know who you are, or even if you care about me. Please, if you're real, help me. And one more thing, if you are real, take care of Joe. Chapter 15. Divine Jiu-Jitsu. The whole Salvatore family was out on the driveway, hugging their cousins, offering tearful goodbyes. The three girls each gave a neatly wrapped gift to their cousin Lucy. Lucy and Danny were fortified over the last several days in an environment of love, happiness, and, well, just family. They breathed in the peace that lived in this family, and it made them all the more want this for themselves. They also saw a faith lived out, and it made them want to pursue it. Joe attempted to move them along. "All right, guys, let's say a quick prayer. Dear Father, thank you so much that Lucy and Danny could be with us and be a part of our family. We ask you to." Danny looked up and saw his uncle's face, filled with sincerity and emotion. His words were conversational as with a friend, and Danny thought, "That's what I want. I want to know this God like Uncle Joe does." Joe continued, "Bless our travels. Bless especially Uncle Vinny and Aunt Kathy as Danny and Lucy head back home. Bless all those most in need of your help. We ask this in Jesus' holy name." All the kids blessed themselves, gave another round of hugs, and said their goodbyes. All the kids stood out on the porch waving as the car pulled out of sight. Danny and Lucy had the windows rolled down, and they were straining to look back, smiling and waving until the house went out of view. The flight home was melancholic. Both kids savored the time they had with their cousins, but also dreaded what may be waiting for them in their parents' impending divorce. All the kids had assured them of their prayers for their family, especially their mom and dad, but Lucy and Danny didn't yet understand the power of prayer. For them, faith was still a foreign concept. They thought, why was this God even letting this happen to them anyways? Joe spent most of the time on the flight back to Vegas, setting up meetings and devising strategy for what he felt would be his next work. He had many layers and circles of people to contend with, both enemy and friend. He was trying to establish strategy in his head, for some of these circles should not, and even could not, know each other. Others needed to be connected in a discreet way. He had to be careful. He did not raise red flags, or at least any more than he already did in his time in the intelligence community. Joe arranged to meet Tommy in Vegas when he dropped off his niece and nephew, and after he checked in on his brother Vinny and his wife Kathy. One thing Joe also had on his radar was to find out how his brother could fall off the rails like he did. In his conversation with him, a number of things came up that caused concern. He knew it wasn't his family life. He thought Mom and Dad gave us a beautiful example of what it meant to live a faithful marriage. But there were other people who he wanted to see, like the original parish priest who married Vinny. He wanted to look at the process of how engaged couples were trained to give them the tools needed. Joe thought this was a battle worth fighting, and getting to the heart of what was lacking, and what needed to be changed. Kathy stared in shock with her mouth open, looking at her husband. "I'm so sorry for what I put you through," Vinny said, as knelt down and thought back to the moment the barriers came down between him and his kids. He thought he could have a similar response with his wife. Kathy looked down from her stool as she retreated into her head. She thought to herself, "What's going on? He can't expect that some half-hearted apology is going to erase everything he has put me through." She turned her face away from him and asked, "What are you doing?" Vinny attempted to stand up and draw her gaze to his. "Kathy, I'm starting to see how much I messed our family up. I want another chance. Listen, I know I am hitting you with a lot. Take some time and—" As he stood up and his head started spinning, he leaned into the other stools, knocking one over, and caught himself on Kathy's stool. She looked over at him and asked, "Are you all right?" "Geez, I don't know what happened." He shook his head back and forth, attempting to gather his equilibrium. He took a breath and steadied himself. Kathy looked at him. "You need to sit down." Vinny grabbed the stool with both hands to steady himself and pulled himself onto it. "Okay, I think I'm good now. Please take some time, Kathy, please." "I don't know, Vinny. I know your brother came out and started stirring the pot, getting the kids all excited, but I don't... No, it doesn't work like that." Kathy turned to look at him. "Are you sure you're all right? You look terrible." "Yeah, I just bent over and for some reason I started getting dizzy. Now I feel exhausted. Probably need to catch up on my rest. I think we both have been through a lot lately." Vinny leaned his elbows on the island and put his head in his hands. Kathy did a casual double take as she looked at her husband again. "You need to get checked out." Kathy painted back on her stoic look. When are the kids coming back again? Should be this afternoon, Vinny responded. He put his head down on the counter. I don't feel so good. I can't breathe. Vinny rolled from the seat to the floor as he curled up now in pain. Oh my God! What? I'm calling 911, Kathy stammered. She grabbed her phone and dialed. The dispatcher walked her through all the questions and protocol and said, We have an ambulance on the way, should be 9 minutes out. Kathy sat next to her husband on the ground, who was incoherently saying things like, pain, sorry, heart. She ran to get a wet rag to put on his head. She squeezed the white wash rag quickly in the sink and knelt down next to her husband. Vinny, stay with me. She wiped the wet rag on his forehead. She was turned upside down now like a glass snow globe. Everything was mixed up in her heart. This man that she swore to despise was now dragging her from this place and bringing her to a position of concern, which she wanted to fight. She did not want to be concerned. He was not deserving of concern. Here, lying before her, was the man who neglected her in so many ways. His vow to love and nurture. When did he ever nurture me? Kathy thought to herself. Nurture. Good times and bad. And it suddenly dawned on her. Good times and bad. It goes both ways. This epiphany was born as she stared down at her dying husband. He could be gone this very day. She thought to herself with a smugness, weren't there so many times I wished he would just die? Didn't I envision him being taken away in so many different ways? Yet now, as she stared down at this pathetic man writhing in pain, she couldn't help but feel pity. She was having conflicting thoughts, and the words good times and bad stuck in her mind. She looked up, her head darting from side to side. God, please help him, please, she uttered. So, an imperfect prayer, offered by an imperfect woman, was taken directly to God, who had allowed this very event to happen, who had already provided for everything, but now was waiting on the free will of his creatures to correspond, even if imperfectly. His mercy would take care of the rest. The ambulance and EMTs arrived sooner than the dispatcher had said. They were at the Little Caesars on West Sunset when the call came in, so it took them only 3 minutes to arrive. Kathy, an emotional vagabond, followed Vinny into the ambulance as the medical personnel began to monitor his vitals. They turned on sirens and lights as they embarked the 13 minutes to Desert Springs Hospital. The EMTs monitored and shared with Kathy that her husband was having a heart attack. As soon as they arrived, the medical personnel were waiting outside like a well-trained relay. It happened that the top heart specialist, Dr. Roger Blumenthal from Johns Hopkins, was presenting to the team of heart specialists from the whole area at the Desert Springs Hospital when Vinny was wheeled in. The call came in, and Dr. Blumenthal immediately volunteered. He invited as many of the doctors present to watch. As soon as they had him prepped, the doctor met with Kathy and calmly assured her that her husband was in good hands. She asked if she should do anything. He said prayers couldn't hurt, as he gave her a smile and a wink and pushed the button to open the doors to the back to scrub down. Kathy thought to herself in a bit of a panic, what do I need to do? The kids, she thought. I don't want to alarm the kids. So she called Joe's wife, Mary, and asked her to reach out to Joe and the kids to let them know where she was. Mary assured her that she would get all of her prayer partners and family on this. I will let the whole family know, especially Vinny's mom and dad. Kathy suddenly felt sorry for her mother and father-in-law. They were old, and she wasn't sure what this would do to them. She thanked Mary for taking this off her plate. Joe was on a call with the family and life director at the Chancery of the Las Vegas Diocese when he saw Mary's call coming in. He hit the quick text option. I'm on a call and will call you back. When she called right back, he knew it was something important. This time, he politely interrupted his call when she rang him again. Hey, Mary, what's up? Joe, how close are you to landing? Probably 25, 30 minutes. Why do you ask? It's your brother Vinny, Joe. He's in the hospital. They think he had a heart attack, but they think he is going to be okay. He has one of the best heart doctors, a Dr. Blumenthal from Johns Hopkins. He happened to be at that hospital when this happened. Thank God for that." Joe listened, stunned, and processed everything he heard. He repeated the doctor's name and wrote it down. "What hospital was it?" Joe asked. "Desert Springs Hospital in Las Vegas," Mary responded. "Okay, I'm going to check with one of the heart specialists I know at Mike O'Callahan Military Medical, someone I served with in Afghanistan. He'll know who this person is. I'll call you right back." Joe hung up the phone and immediately dialed the military hospital in Vegas. He wasn't pulling any punches now, and would do whatever it took to take care of his little brother. "Hi, this is Lieutenant General Joseph Salvatore. I need you to page Lieutenant Colonel Todd Villen, stat." The person on the other end inquired, "You said Lieutenant General Salvatore?" "Yes," Joe responded. He preferred to downplay status since he left, but in this situation he needed an immediate response. "I will page him now and patch him in when I get him." The operator responded. Joe quickly offered a prayer from the Surrender Novena, a prayer that brought an enormous amount of comfort in tense situations. "Jesus, I surrender this to you. Take care of everything," he said over and over. The operator clicked back on the call. "Sir, we located Dr. Villen's. He was finishing up surgery and he should be on shortly." "Thank you," Joe answered. After another 2 minutes, Dr. Vilnes joined the call. "Dr. Villen is here, sir." "Todd, Joe Salvatore, I don't have much time. My brother Vinny has had a heart attack and is in the Desert Springs Hospital in Vegas." The doctor interjected, "How can I help? I can head over immediately." Joe responded, "I wanted to get your advice first. There is a Dr. Blumenthal there now from Johns Hopkins." "Todd Blumenthal, he is one of the best. What would he be doing there?" Dr. Villen wondered out loud. "He's in good hands, Joe. I'll call the hospital right now and make sure he has all the support he needs." "Thanks, Todd. I really appreciate it." Joe hung up and immediately dialed his wife. "Hey, babe. Just spoke with a friend who is a great heart specialist in Vegas, and he said this Blumenthal is one of the best, so I feel good about that. I called your mom and dad, Joe, and they are praying for Vinny. I think everything is going to be okay." An idea popped into Joe's head. "You know, I'm going to call Father Sudak, get him on this as well. By the time we're done, God's going to be like, 'All right, enough.'" Joe smiled on the phone. Mary reassured him and said she was going to call Kathy and fill her in. "Joe, can you let Lucy and Danny know what's going on and try to be gentle? I feel so bad for those kids." "You bet, sweetie. I'll head right over and I'll let you know how things are going. I love you, babe." "Love you, Joe." And both hung up. Joe decided to wait until they landed to inform Vinny's kids. They were 10 minutes from touchdown. He typed in SUDAC, and Father's number came up. As he was dialing, he said a little prayer. He also looked at the time and realized it would be close to 10 p.m. in his time zone. He didn't care. He wanted to do everything he could for his brother, even at the risk of offending. He heard the different ringtone, and after close to 10 rings, a very thick Croatian accent jumped on. "Stravo!" Joe asked, "Can I speak with Father Sudak, please?" In a tired voice and in broken English, the person said, "One moment, Father may not be avail." Joe heard another voice in the background cut in, and the phone was set down. "Joe, how are you, my friend?" "Father," Joe uttered in relief. "Father, my brother Vinny has had—" Father Sudak gently interrupted. "I know, Joe. Be at peace." "Is he going to be okay?" Joe hurriedly asked. "Oh, my friend, all I can tell you is that everything that is happening is going through the hearts of Jesus and Mary. These events all have a purpose, and the end, I can tell you, is very good. In the end." Joe thought to himself, what the heck does that mean? He was looking for something solid to hope for, and as if reading his heart, Father Sudak gently shared, "Joe, hope is the certainty that good things are coming, unseen to our eyes. But look deep into your heart. Allow your faith to grow here." Father Sudak took a different approach. "Joe, do you know in Scripture when God appears, he comes as a shadow? Joe tried to take in what he was saying. It seems almost contradictory that the one who is light and love would come first as a shadow. I'm not sure I am tracking, Father, Joe responded. At the Transfiguration, Peter saw Moses and Elijah with Jesus, and then it said a shadow settled over them. Peter seemed to be knocked out in fear. When the angel Gabriel appeared to our mother, he said the power of the Most High will overshadow you. Sometimes, when God's presence is greatest, we are covered in darkness. We are not little children anymore who should be afraid of the dark, and I know you, Joe, have been in very dark places. You have trusted our good Father in many situations. So in this situation, in which your heart is greatly invested and distressed, it is necessary to let go and trust that no matter what happens, it will be for the greatest good. We see only one small part of the picture, and our Father sees the full picture. In fact, He has painted the picture. He has created the canvas, paints, and brushes. I cannot give you with certainty the outcome in regards to your brother's health, but I can say with certainty that much good will come in the end. Joe didn't know if he could take comfort in what was said, and again, as if reading Joe's thoughts, and almost as if chastising him, Father said, "Joe, you are not a child. Put away the things of a child. Trust in our good God, who is mighty and all-powerful. He created everything, and His motivation is always love. Stop hurting Him with your distrust." When Joe heard these words, he felt ashamed. "I'm sorry, Father." "It's okay, Joe. Next time you see our Lord in confession, you tell Him. He will always forgive you. I can't give you absolution over the phone, otherwise I would," Father declared. "Let me share one more thing, Joe. Evil always wants to destroy, to lash out at our good God, to take His children and keep them from Him. We must use his aggression against him, like the martial arts teaches. What is the type of martial arts where you use the other's momentum against them?" "Jiu-jitsu," Joe added. "Okay, so if evil throws something at you, again remember it is always to keep souls from the Father. We must take this which he throws and use it to bring souls to the Father. To conclude, everything that is happening with your brother, and some things that are coming in the future," Father's voice raised to emphasize that indeed other things were coming. "You must, and I repeat, you must use all of these things to glorify God through your patient perseverance, and do not let your charity be diminished. If he allows you to be in the dark, look at it as blessing, and if in light, again, blessing. Be at peace, my friend. God has his designs on you, and know that many souls are in the balance. I will pray for you." "Please pray for me," Joe gently interrupted. "My prayers are nothing compared to yours." Father scolded him. "That is where you are wrong, my friend. Just because God has given me many gifts does not mean he looks at me with more love than he does you. In fact, I would say it is the opposite. Look at the earth's most scorned and know this." Father's voice became stern. "The prayers of the forlorn are taken with a special expediency before the throne of the Almighty. That's why Jesus preferred the sinner to the righteous. In their brokenness was a hunger not found in the righteous. Why does faith die in affluent countries? They lose their hunger," Father added. "Your plane is landing now. My prayers go with you. And Joe, one more thing. Go for it." Father Sudak hung up the phone as the wheels touched down on the runway. Joe thought to himself, turning his head, "Go for it." He shook off the last comment and quickly assembled the kids in their bags and made their way to the hospital. En route, he shared the traumatic news that their dad had a heart attack and that everything should be all right. The kids, with worried hearts, asked over and over, "Is he going to be all right?" Joe responded, "I know he has one of the best heart specialists working on him. The rest we give to God. Pray for your dad, kids." Joe led the kids into the hospital after quickly checking in at the reception area. One of the assistants pointed them to the hallway that led to the surgery waiting room. Their mom, as if sensing their presence, came running out as they got close. "Oh, my Danny! Lucy!" Kathy cried. She threw her arms around them both, just grateful for some comfort. Simultaneously, they both asked, "Is Dad going to be okay?" Kathy responded, "He is in surgery now. All we can do is hope." Joe added in, "And pray." The surgery went on for longer than it should have. One of the nurses came out to give an update. The surgery is going well. However, we had one setback. It appears that during the surgery, the patient had a stroke, which, for a number of reasons, we now have to proceed with even more caution. We have an incredible team of some of the best heart specialists in the country assembled. It was an amazing coincidence that we were having a conference on how to treat heart abnormalities when the patient was brought in. Far from taking solace in what was shared, the four of them kept vigil. Joe and Kathy took turns calling brothers, sisters, and other close relatives and friends to give updates. Joe, Kathy, and kids each took a little time to grab something to eat in the cafeteria. After 5 hours or so, an inspiration popped into Joe's head. "Father McCloskey." Joe dialed Father's number, and he went right into voicemail. Joe decided to send him a text rather than leave a voicemail. He typed in, "Father McCloskey, Joe Salvatore here. I am at Desert Springs Hospital. My brother Vinny had a heart attack and is in surgery now. Can you come to anoint him?" Little did Joe know, Father was at the Perpetual Help Hospice, not even a 5-minute walk from the hospital. He was anointing a longtime parishioner, Mildred Pearl, who had battled cancer for over 7 years. After anointing, he and the family said, "The Divine Mercy Chaplet." All were surrounding their weakened mother as she breathed peacefully her last breath. Father had seen this play out so many times. The Chaplet of Divine Mercy seemed to give the dying soul the courage and grace to let go. When Father went to leave, he looked down at his phone and saw Joe's text. He typed in, "I am here." He walked through the corridor and found his way to the hospital. He waited to hit send until he was outside of the waiting room. He saw Joe sitting with his back to him and hit send. He saw Joe look down at the ding on his phone, and standing behind him, in an authoritative voice, he said, "Joseph Salvatore." Joe turned around in astonishment. "Padre, so good to see you." He wrapped his big arms around him and squeezed. "So happy to see you, Father." "Tell me, Joe, how is Vinny doing?" "Well, first, let me introduce you to his wife, Kathy, and kids Danny and Lucy." Father McCloskey turned and stretched out his hand. "Pleased to meet you, my dear. Sorry under these circumstances. And you, Danny, Lucy, be assured of my prayers for your father." They all replied with thanks. Father turned back to Joe and asked, "How much longer will he be in surgery?" "Not sure. They had some complications. It seems he had a stroke during surgery." Father, who was well known at the hospital, walked up to the nurses' station off to the right and asked one of the nurses, "Can you give me any information on the patient Vincenzo Salvatore? And if he, how can I say, is not doing as well as we had hoped, can I put scrubs on and anoint him in surgery? I know this is asking a lot." All of the nurses knew and liked the friendly priest. "Let me check right now, Father," and she left the station to go back into the surgical room. The nurse came back out right away and, with a worried look, whispered in the priest's ear, "Follow me, Father," and she led him to get suited up. When Father entered, some of the nurses recognized him. He smiled and made his way over to Vinny, who was hooked up to a plethora of wires and tubes, and started with the prayers of the anointing of the sick. Any other time, the lead doctor would object to the interruption, but Vinny was not responding well due to the strokes he had suffered during the surgery on his heart. When Father McCloskey finished, he waved a blessing over the whole surgical team. As if a light was just turned on, the surgical corridor radiated a new hope and optimism. Eventually, the blood clots were located, and an IV injection of recombinant tissue plasminogen activator, the gold standard treatment for ischemic stroke, was used. After peeling off his sterile nitrile gloves, Dr. Blumenthal, the lead surgeon, made his way out to the family. "I've done more heart surgeries than I care to remember, and well, I'd be lying if I said it went perfectly. But what I can say is that when we experienced complications, we treated them immediately, so we should have avoided anything major. I repeat, we should have, but nothing is certain, or will be known for a bit. We put Vinny into an induced coma. Kathy and the kids took on a very worried look, and the doctor immediately noticed. Please don't be thrown off by the word coma. It is really necessary for him to go into a deep level of rest and healing. That's why we do it. So I'm going to reschedule my flight for tonight and stick around until sometime tomorrow to monitor Vinny. He should be transported to a room within the next 30 minutes and will be monitored very closely. Even though he will not be responsive, it's still good if you talk to him. Make him feel comfortable by hearing your voices. Father McCloskey stepped in and introduced himself. Father McCloskey, friend of the family. Ah, so you were the one coming into my surgical room and bringing all those good vibes. He reached out his hand. Dr. Blumenthal, and you are always welcomed at my surgeries. He turned to the family and pointed at the priest. Whatever he did in there, well, let's just say that things turned around very quickly after he left. He smiled. Dr. Blumenthal left and Father McCloskey turned to go. Stop in and see me, Joe. I will, definitely I will, Joe responded. Joe turned to Kathy and the kids. Do you guys want to go and get something to eat? Kathy responded, Joe, why don't you go get something? I'd like to spend some time with the kids, and I know they will want to see their dad once they put him in a room. Joe understood. Of course, Kathy. How about I come back a little later and give you all a reprieve? That sounds good, Kathy responded. Joe gave the two kids and Kathy a hug and ran to catch up to the priest. Padre, can I get you some grub? He hollered. Father turned back. It would not be like me to turn down a meal now, would it? He said with a smile. He put his arm around Joe's shoulder as they made their way out. Everything's going to be okay, son, he said as they made their way into the night. Chapter 16. Creatures of the Night. Joe looked down at his phone to see what type of food was in the area. One thing you can be sure of in Vegas, besides slot machines, restaurants are always plentiful. Padre, what are you in the mood for? Joe asked. We have seafood sushi. Father took on a disgusted look. Uncooked fish, barbaric! Joe laughed. I should have known an old Irishman wouldn't know the first thing about good food. The priest gave him a watch-yourself look. I've got it. Blueberry Hill Family Restaurant. Get you some nice biscuits and gravy to congeal in your veins. How about it? Joe asked. Now you're speaking my language. At least it's food that doesn't look back at you while you're eating it, Father McCloskey quipped. Looks like about a 7-minute walk, good? Joe looked over at the priest. Oh, I know I just went to confession not even a week ago, but do you think I could bug you on the way? Before Joe could even finish the sentence, Father started with the opening prayers of the sacrament. May the Lord be in your heart and on your lips. Joe shared with his friend the conversation he had with Father Sudak and the one area he pointed out that had actually offended God. When Joe shared, Father McCloskey said to himself, Boy, if that's offensive to God, I am in trouble. And he opined, But I understand he is challenging you to a greater love and confidence in the goodnesses of God. Joe shared the altercation at the high school and how he had roundhouse kicked one of the CIA plants, or so he called him. Joe, just once, I would like to hear one of your confessions that doesn't include bashing someone's head in, he joked. There was one other thing, and Joe filled him in on shocking and jolting the car thieves, and laughing hysterically about it. This produced a double take by his priest friend. You did what? And how many times? Joe tried to recall the songs and number of times kick was used, and James Brown gave his patented scream. I think about 23 times, Joe said as he lowered his head. 23 times. You shocked the little buggers. We shocked them once and, jolted them the rest. Did you hurt any of them? Joe replied. Actually, technically I didn't shock or jolt them at all. It was my partner who had the controls. So, wait a minute, Joe. You want to get off on a technicality? Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple rhetorical questions. For that small Italian brain of yours that means you don't answer them. Joe thought to himself how he loved his East Coast priest friend. Could you have stopped your partner? Joe wanted to answer, and the priest shook his head back and forth and waved his finger at him. So, did you take enjoyment as they were being shocked? Again, Joe looked up and held his tongue. The priest asked, "Are you sure you thought through this security system?" As he shook his head with a smile. Seriously, Joe, sounds like the guy you kicked had it coming, but the shocking, jolting thing, well, that's kind of borderline. I know the car thieves have some type of retribution to pay for, but let's leave that for the proper authorities. He turned toward Joe. The first thing you mentioned is a very serious thing. Though it's not a serious sin per se, it tells me that God has his designs on you, and he expects a lot out of you. Father's voice took on a tenderness. He's calling you to a deeper friendship, Joe, and that's a great honor. Joe looked over at Father with gratitude, said his act of contrition, and finished his confession just as they made their way to the Blueberry Hill front entrance. There are some things I need to discuss, Father. Well, let's grab a seat in order. I haven't eaten since breakfast. What's on your mind, Joe? I told you a little bit about my brother Vinny, and how he wanted to get a divorce. Well, there is something that's been gnawing at me. He knows better. I mean, you know my family. We had the best parents you could ever imagine, and Vinny was always a good kid. I just have to wonder how this happens. The host led them to a secluded booth looking out the south parking lot. Joe, the world is just a corrupt place. It is as you say, death by 1,000 cuts. And especially with marriage, there are so many forces against people staying married. It's a wonder anyone stays together at all. I don't disagree, Father, but there is something inside of me that is not okay with that answer. Imagine if 60% of all of our priests left the priesthood. Don't you think that would get a bishop's attention? No, you're right there, Joe. Well, let me ask you, what are you proposing? I want to treat this like I would any of my other missions. The enemy is divorce, and those who advocate for it. I want to be able to identify who the enemy is, the weapons they use. Joe looked at his friend with a dead, cold, serious look, and take them out. Father stared at Joe with a worried look. You're not advocating violence or killing, are you? Joe shook his head. No, Father. When I say take them out, I mean neutralize the threat. Think about a few things. The devastation divorce has had on our world, the trauma inflicted on children. Research says the pain is the same or greater than even losing a parent through death. I know the work you have done to try to stop human trafficking and the severe trauma that it causes. Well, a child can be violated in many ways. Joe put both hands up off the table. I'm not trying to diminish child trafficking. I'm only trying to point out that the damage done is incremental. It seems as a society we have become okay with hurting kids. More like they act like it doesn't hurt them at all, Father piped in. Right. So, I know there is a spiritual battle that has been raging. I know that the Blessed Mother at Fatima said the fight in this century would be over the family and marriage. Joe got the same intense look as before and clenched his fist. And Father, I was made to fight. I know, Joe, that you were. What are you proposing to do next? I was going to look at how they train engaged couples and talk to some of the priests. I'd like to do some research on some of the dioceses who have better outcomes, see what they're doing differently. There's still a lot to think about, and I'm not sure where this will take me, and I'm not even sure if it's God's will. I'm going to ask him for some type of sign. As far as I'm concerned, Joe, I think you should go for it. Joe cocked his head toward the priest and thought to himself, go for it? This was the same phrase Father Sudak used before hanging up. Joe thought about sharing some of his struggles with geopolitical matters, and he thought better about dragging him into the political mire. Father jumped in. Joe, One thing, if you're going to be digging around in this diocese, be careful. Joe looked at him. Be careful? He questioned. Father, I've had knives at my throat, guns at my head, and I've been poisoned at least twice. I hardly see this as a similar situation. Joe, I know you're no fool, nor am I. When I say be careful, I mean it. Bishop Turpis is no one to be trifled with. He comes off very polished, and he has done an enormous amount of good as far as raising money for worthy causes. But I know some people who have had dealings with him in the past. They all say the same thing. Be careful. The ones who I don't know well, who know him, always talk about him in very cryptic ways. He has had his hands in some very questionable things, to put it charitably. And if you go pushing and prodding, he will be protective of his little kingdom here. He has powerful friends. Don't let the mitre fool you. Joe was a bit incredulous and thought to himself, why should I be afraid of a bishop? I've met some of the most feared people on this planet. Then looked over at Father McCloskey. All right, I'll take your advice. I'll be careful. Joe was skeptical and asked, can you put me in touch with someone you trust, who knows what's going on under the hood here? Let me think on that, Joe. I'll have to let you know. For the rest of the meal, they shared memories of when Father McCloskey served as chaplain and when he and Joe had met when he made his 4th degree with the Knights. Father joked, when I took one look at you, I thought there is a lad who doesn't need a sword. Joe relished this time he was able to savor with an old friend. As they got up to go, Joe looked warmly at his friend. Thank you, Padre. Thank you for everything. Anytime, Joe. I know you're worried, and rightfully so. Vinny did not look good when I saw him, but we give him to our good God and trust. I know it's easy to say, but hard to do. Father stated. Joe asked, where are you off to now? Father responded, I'll probably head back to the rectory. Need to catch up on my breviary. All right then, Semper Fi, Padre. Semper Fi, Joe. Both hugged and made their way out of the restaurant. Joe called Mary to check in. Hey, babe, how's it going? Mary asked, how are you holding up, Joe? I'm good. I was able to get Father McCloskey to give Vinny last rye. Joe caught himself. Anointing of the sick. Did Kathy fill you in on what she heard? He had a stroke during his heart surgery. The doctors had a pretty tough time. Yeah, she did. I filled all your brothers and sisters in on what was going on, Joe interrupted. How did Mom and Dad take it? They were obviously very worried. They both started saying the rosary immediately. Mary answered, yeah, they're prayer warriors. I'm going to call Kathy to see if it's good for me to come back there. She wanted to spend time with just the kids and Vinny. Mary shared, you know, Joe, as terrible as this sounds, maybe this is what it's going to take to bring their family together again. Joe responded, you may be right. It's still tough to think we could lose him. I'm going to take a walk and clear my head a bit. Love you, Mary. I love you, Joe, and call me if you need anything. You got it. Talk soon. Joe hung up. He dialed Kathy and it went right to voicemail. Joe texted her, let me know when you need a break. He looked up at the stars spread across the eastern sky and uttered one more prayer for his little brother. Joe headed east on Flamingo and meandered around the hospital parking lot. He didn't want to smother his sister-in-law, so he kept on walking. He pulled his beads out and figured now would be a good time to catch up on his rosary. He didn't want to go too far east, so he went right on Pecos, heading south. As he fingered the beads, he fell into a rhythm, praying, walking, worrying, making acts of trust, asking God to please bring healing to his brother and family. He suddenly looked up, and he realized the street looked familiar, and he smiled to himself as he remembered his walk with Vinny just the other day. He hesitated, turned to his right, and saw Amigos Tacos and Cantina. He walked into the parking lot, and there, sitting on one of the folding chairs, was none other than Eddie B. Eddie immediately spotted Joe and waved him over, saying, "Over here, my big friend, come Joe. I have something for you." As he approached, he spied Eddie pulling something out of his pack. He unrolled a little brown pouch and pulled out a backwoods cigar. "You look like you could use one of these right now. Please sit down." He unfolded the chair, leaning against the tan stucco wall. "My friend, your eyes look different today. And where is your brother?" He handed Joe a cigar and a plastic lighter. "Not quite the regal lighter your brother brandished, but it does the trick." "Thanks, Eddie. Actually, I could use one of these right about now." Joe lit the stogie and took a deep drag. "My brother is in the hospital. He had a heart attack and then a stroke. He's not doing too good." Eddie looked at Joe with a sincere, worried look. "I'm so sorry, my friend. That would explain the eyes. I will offer a humble prayer. Not sure how much good it will do." Joe remembered what Father Sudak said about the prayers of the forlorn. "Eddie, your prayers are gold, man. Thank you. You know, I was thinking about our talk and us meeting here. Well, what are the chances? You said some things that hit home." Eddie jumped in. "You know, I say a lot of things and I haven't the foggiest idea of what it was." Joe looked intently at Eddie, staring him up and down, and asked, "Eddie, what did you do before?" Joe pointed his finger, moving it in a circle up in the air. "You ended up living, wherever it is that you live?" "Ah, that is a boring topic. I would much rather hear about you. What did you do before your, quote-unquote, retirement?" he said with a knowing gleam in his eye. "I'll tell you what, tell me about your boring life pre-streets and I will share my adventures. Deal?" "My friend, you drive a hard bargain," Eddie said with a smile. He took a long drag on his cigar, pulled it out of his mouth, and looked at it for several seconds. A deep look came across his face. He looked up into the sky. "I have shared this story with very few people, and I would ask you to keep it between you and your brother, Vinny. Just us street people." He pointed at Joe and then himself with cigar in hand. "You see, back in the day I was a hard-charging entrepreneur. At one time I had over 10 companies. In the late 90s, I partnered with a genius who had developed an antivirus software. I liquidated most of my other holdings, around $13 million at that time, no small sum, and put it into our company. We had venture capitalists drooling to invest, and at one time our market cap was just shy of $200 million. We had contracts with almost half of the Fortune 500 companies, and were pushing 2,500 employees." Joe looked at Eddie with mouth agape. "We were looking at expanding to 20 other countries," Eddie laughed. "I was the king, and everybody bowed before my throne." Eddie stood up and took a royal pose, as if reaching down to the peasants. And then Joe noticed his eyes start to well up. "Everyone bowed down." Eddie's voice began to crack. "Except my son." Eddie dropped down hard on his chair and looked directly at Joe with tears falling. "My son took his own life 20 years ago, and my life fell apart. I saw that I had sacrificed so much to gain wealth, power." He clenched his hand into a fist and held it up. "And for what? My son, who I didn't know or even realize was struggling. And then my marriage quickly dissolved. I didn't want to live. And do you know what saved my life, Joe?" He paused and turned to Joe. A little girl, no more than 16, standing on a bridge. I pulled my car to the side, I got out, and slowly walked to her. She looked at me with an empty, dead look, and I lost it. I started wailing, begging her not to jump. Oh, I must have been quite the sight, snot and tears slathering all over my face, walking towards this little girl with my hand out, begging her not to jump. She looked at me with a pitiful look, crawled down off of that bridge. And do you know what she did? She hugged me and comforted me, told me it was going to be all right, as I wailed like a little baby, Joe. Here is this kid, who had been abused, emotionally dead, and she took pity on me, and she saved me. I guess we really saved each other. I thank God every day for that girl. Her name was Teresa." Joe struggled to maintain his composure. He forced out a deep breath. "Whatever happened to Teresa, Eddie?" A bright smile splashed across Eddie's face. Eventually, she was accepted into UCLA's Fine Arts program, graduated cum laude, and now she is married with 4 kids. I try to stop in on her every once in a while. How could she get in, or even afford something like that? Joe asked. It was the absolute least I could do for her. She gave me hope again, Joe. Bro, that's a beautiful story. I'm so sorry about your son. Eddie looked up to the sky. It took me a long time to forgive myself. You know, Joe, the reason I saw that girl on the bridge? Fresh tears appeared in Eddie's eyes as he looked back at Joe. I would drive by it as often as I could. You see, that's where my son took his life. Eddie paused. I felt like that was God's way of giving me another chance, of finding a type of redemption. That's why I live on these streets, Joe. I live my life looking for other Teresas. Joe got up and put his arms around Eddie, giving him a heartfelt hug. He pulled back a bit and said, Hey, I'm Italian. I have to hug. It's in my DNA. Both men smiled and sat back down, and then Eddie turned the tables on Joe. Okay. I embarrassed myself by turning into a slobbering fool. It's your turn. Joe proceeded. Man, my life is boring compared to yours. Oh, I doubt that very much, Joe. As I said before, I can read people pretty well, and I'm guessing you have a lot under the hood. Joe put his cigar down and put his hands together as if praying in front of his mouth, touching his lips. He was thinking about what he could reasonably tell his new friend without endangering him. Well, I enlisted in the Marine Corps over 30 years ago, worked my way up from an enlisted to... As Joe was talking, his phone rang. He looked down. Eddie, this is my sister-in-law. It's about my brother, do you mind? Joe answered the phone. Hey, Kathy. He is... Okay. You just tell me when... Okay. I'll head over now. Joe hung up the phone. Eddie, I'm so sorry to do this. Eddie broke in. Nonsense, you go now. Family is always first, Joe. But you owe me a good juicy story, all right? He said with a smile. Definitely, I know where to find you, Joe replied. He reached over and shook Eddie's hand. It's been a real pleasure. Eddie pushed him away. Go now. And as they say here at the Amigos Tacos and Cantina, vaya con Dios. Joe gave a thumbs up and sprinted north. He zigged and zagged his way toward the hospital. He ended up going north on McLeod, and as he passed by Paradise McLeod Park, he had to slow down and catch his breath. When he passed by a tree that was leaning in towards the road, he thought he saw something move, but didn't think much of it. Just as he was ready to keep moving, he felt a hard cylinder press into his back, and a gravelly voice said, Give me your effing money or you're dead. Chapter 17. Tommy. A flood of things rushed through Joe's head as he thought, how could I let my guard down? He had always prided himself on being aware of his surroundings. The other thing was a half prayer, half chide towards God. Really? Really, God? His brother could be dying as he stands there with some type of weapon jammed in his back by some crackhead looking for money for a fix. Then something happened that very few people ever want to happen. What was once the planet's most dangerous man got mad. Not just a little. A lot mad. And Joe put his hands in front of him raised just above his head and addressed the potential mugger. Okay, I'm going to reach down in my sock. My wallet is there, and I'm going to throw it over my right shoulder. Okay? Hurry effing up! The mugger screamed. Joe reached down, took his wallet out from the inside of his right ankle, started to stand up, and threw it over his right shoulder. When he felt the pressure leave his back, because the mugger was watching his wallet cascade over his shoulder, he acted quickly. He spun to his left, caught the weapon in both hands, and was going to throw his left elbow into the right side of the perpetrator's head. Two things happened simultaneously in the nanoseconds that followed. First, he noticed the weapon was the bottom paper tube of a clothes hanger, and second, a shrill scream like a little girl came from the assailant saying, It's me! Tommy! Don't hurt me! This caused Joe, at the last second, to pull back from crushing his skull. Tommy, you... I I want to swear so bad. Do you realize you could have gotten killed? Do you realize I normally have a PF9 attached to that same ankle and I forgot to bring it with me? Hey, Joe, sorry. I guess my sense of humor is out of place here. I thought you could use some cheering up, he said with a half laugh, half cry. Tommy said, You look like crap, by the way. What's wrong? Joe attempted to collect himself as he threw the paper tube in his hands on the ground. My brother Vinny just had a heart attack and stroke, and not sure if he's going to make it. Oh, Joe, I'm sorry. This was very inappropriate. Joe cut him off and threw his hand like a karate chop in front of him. Tommy, I need to make tracks to the hospital. We're at the Desert Springs. Keep up if you can. Joe took off with renewed energy. As they arrived, Tommy was bent over with hands on his knees. You go up, Joe. I'll hang down here for a bit, he said as he attempted to catch his breath. I'll call you, Tommy. Give me a bit to see what's going on. Tommy gave a thumbs up, still bent over. He attempted to straighten up and called after Joe. You know what? I'm going to go check into my hotel, get a shower, unpack, and grab a bite to eat. Maybe even play some blackjack. You take your time, okay? You got it, Joe said and sprinted up the stairs. When Joe checked in at the front desk, one of the receptionists gave him room number 323 of the intensive care unit. When Joe entered the room, it was dark. Both kids had chairs pulled up next to their father. Every kind of gadget was hooked up to him, making beeps and buzzes and whirring sounds. Joe's heart sank when he saw his young brother intubated, the machine methodically pumping air into his lungs. He went up to hug Kathy, who was leaning against the back wall, and then went up to the kids to give them a hug. He pulled himself together and tried to lighten the mood. Have you kids had anything to eat yet? Kathy responded, Not yet, Joe. Would you mind if we stepped out to get something? By all means, Kathy. Take as much time as you want. If you need to run back to the house or whatever, I am here as long as you need me. She responded, Thank you, Joe. How about I call you when I have a better idea? Excellent. You guys go. Before they left the room, Kathy turned to him. I thought about what you said. Joe looked at her and asked, What, Kathy? About thinking ahead and what life would look like, and the thing about why we got together in the first place. I don't know, Joe. It's hard. Joe interrupted. Kathy, don't try to figure anything out now. Just be there for the kids, and be there for Vinny because it means a lot to the kids. Things will eventually find their way. She gave a slight nod. As they left the room, Joe walked around to the foot of the bed and looked down at his brother. He was devastated. He just stood there looking, staring, eyes raw from the emotion throughout the day. Well, brother, as Miracle Max said in The Princess Bride, I've seen worse. As he squeezed out a weak smile. Joe grabbed one of the chairs and put it next to Vinny's face. Joe looked down at the horrific image of what was once his lively, exuberant brother, and Joe shook his head slowly. He couldn't even pray. He just stared and thought of memories going back to when they were young. He remembered Dr. Blumenthal's advice about talking to him, so Joe attempted to converse the best he could. Vinny, being the youngest, you always wanted attention. This is kind of a dark way to get it, don't you think? Trying to think of what to say, bro. Well, Mom and Dad are praying like crazy. Joe noticed the blood pressure monitor went up a few ticks. Actually, everyone's praying for you. Tony, Dom, Maria, Teresa, Angela, Francis, Paolo, Ella, John. Mary called them all, and we got the poor Claires praying as well. Even my one priest friend, who is the mystic, said he'll be praying for you. Hey, you'll never guess who I saw today. I saw that one street person, remember, Eddie B. Turns out he was a multi-millionaire, go figure. I knew there was something about that guy that didn't seem like he belonged on the streets. Joe shared with him the whole story about how Eddie lost his son, and a number of other details. He kept looking over at his brother with unease. He shared some of the conversation that he and Father McCloskey had had earlier at dinner, Emotions were swirling around. Joe leaned in close next to his brother's ear. "Bro, I can't lose you, Vinny." Tears began to stream down Joe's face onto his brother's pillow. "You gotta fight this, Vinny." Joe's voice became stronger. "You gotta fight this, Vinny. Do you hear me? Fight!" For some reason, Father Sudak's words poured into Joe's head at this moment. Sometimes when God's presence is greatest, we're covered in darkness. And also, these events all have a purpose. And in the end, I can tell you, is very good. In the end. These words gave Joe the light he needed. He reached into his left pocket and pulled out his rosary. He tried to focus, but all he could do was form words in his mouth and release them into the darkness of the room. Occasionally, nurses came in and out, checking bandages, wires, and tubes, as Joe kept vigil with his brother, emotionally spent, fighting to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, alarms started buzzing and nurses and doctors rushed in, almost as if in a current. His sister-in-law, niece, and nephew remarkably arrived at the same time. The monitor measuring Vinny's heartbeat suddenly went flat, and out of nowhere a doctor produced a defibrillator and started shocking his brother's heart back into life. While doctors and nurses worked away, his sister-in-law turned to him and said, "You did this, Joe. You did this." Joe couldn't believe what she was saying. He looked at her in astonishment. "Kathy, I was only trying to help. I love my brother. I love your family. Can't you see?" Suddenly, the monitor fell into a long, dead beep as the team was unable to bring him back. Joe saw his brother's face leave his body. It was as if his face turned to him as it was leaving his body and said in an ethereal voice, "You did this to me." The doctor turned to Kathy and said, "I'm sorry. He is gone." Kathy and the kids turned toward Joe, and in unison they said, "You did this. You killed him. You did this." Joe was devastated, and he said emphatically, "No, no, no." Startled, Joe jumped out of his chair, heart pounding in his chest. He woke up from what was a very vivid nightmare. He looked down at his brother. Thankfully, the monitors were still beeping. The heartbeat was still strong. He dozed off, and now he thought to himself, "Oh God, thank you," as he looked down with a renewed gratitude. "Thank you." He was startled as the vibration on his text went off. It was Kathy. She said she was on her way. It had only been about 60 minutes, but Joe wanted to give her every bit of support he could. Joe looked down at his other texts and remembered Tommy would be waiting for him. He texted Tommy to forward his location. Tommy responded immediately, the casino at the Venetian. Joe shot him a text. "Be there in about 15 to 20 minutes. When Kathy and kids arrived, he thought better than sharing his dream. He noticed a difference in Kathy and the kids. His wife was right. This terrible tragedy was, in fact, bringing their family together. Joe gave them all a hug and reached down and traced the sign of the cross on his brother's forehead. He made an act of faith and trust that God was indeed there and working in all of this. When he went out the door and turned to look in, he saw all three around his brother's bed, and he let out another sigh of thanks. It was a short 15-minute ride to the Venetian. Joe arrived looking up at the mix of modern and Roman architecture. There were many doors with arched columns topped with capital Corinthians. The entranceway inside was dotted with massive chandeliers and tray ceilings lined with hidden lights. The casino itself was massive. As Joe walked in, he noticed the very tight security, cameras everywhere, and security details strategically spread throughout. He looked up and made his way to the blackjack tables. It was past midnight, and it was no surprise that Tommy was at a table surrounded by a crowd of people. Tommy thrived on the excitement. Joe told him his lust for adrenaline would be his downfall. Tommy, like an adolescent child, always chided Joe as the parent who couldn't let go of his child. Joe wiggled his way into the inner circle to the right side of the table and hollered over at Tommy, "Hey, bro!" Tommy looked up, and as soon as he caught sight of Joe, he stumbled up out of his chair and loudly shouted for everyone to hear, "Hey, my big brother is here. Joe looked down and thought he didn't waste any time. Tommy had a bottle of Belvedere vodka sitting in a container, chilling in ice. It looked like he consumed about a quarter of the bottle that was shaped like a clear teddy bear. Tommy reached up with his right hand, grabbing Joe's, and pulled him into a full man hug. "Bro, I missed you," he slurred. "Come here. Sit by me." He motioned to one of the waitresses who was there to give full attention to this high roller. "Doll, please be a sweetie and get my brother here a chair. And a drinky. Yes, he definitely needs a drinky." Tommy plopped back down in his chair and took a look at his cards. He had 2 8s showing, and the dealer had a 7. He split the 8s, putting a healthy stack of chips on each. "You know my odds of winning this?" Joe knew this was a rhetorical question. Tommy was a mathematical genius, and he knew the odds better than anyone. When Tommy said, "Hit me on each one," a thrill went up in the crowd as he pulled 8s on each draw. Now he had 4 8s on the table in front of him. He split the next 2 as well, so he had 4 8s, all with sizable stacks of chips. He took a hit on the first 8. It was a 3. Naturally, he took another hit and drew a queen of clubs. The gallery let out a mild cheer. The next card was a jack of hearts. The third was an ace. And finally, the fourth was a 9. Tommy thought to himself, "I'm going against my better judgment." He reached up and rubbed Joe's arm for luck and blurted out, "A tie is like kissing your sister, no enjoyment. Hit me," he blurted out. The dealer flipped over a 4 of diamonds. The crowd lit up, and when the dealer flipped over a queen of spades, the whole gallery erupted in cheers. "Oh yeah, Tommy is back." He stood up and high-fived those around him. He bent back down and scraped his winnings over to his growing pile. He looked over at Joe again. "You know, Mom always liked you better than me." Joe took Tommy's bait and responded, "That's because I was the ugly one. She felt sorry for me." Tommy burst out laughing and reached over to hug Joe and tripped over one of the bystanders in the gallery. Joe caught him before he hit the ground. "I think it might be good to take a break, no?" Tommy got a sad look on his face. Joe, I am just getting warmed up," he said as he rubbed his hands together. "Come on, bro. Let's take a walk outside. We need to talk before you get to, well, where you can't talk." I'm fine," Tommy waved off Joe. He shook his head. "Once again, Big Brother is right," he slurred. "Help me get these chips." Tommy and Joe scraped together his winnings. Tommy grabbed 5 black chips and rolled them to the dealer. "You are fantastic." Joe paused and looked at his friend with a surprised look and thought to himself, $500 tip. I can't believe this guy. Tommy cashed out, and Joe noticed quite a few stacks of hundreds came back to him. He asked, "How much did we win?" Tommy responded, "Today or over my lifetime. Today about $55,000, but overall, let's just say there's a reason they keep building these beautiful lavish hotels." Tommy lifted up both hands and spun around like a game show hostess to highlight the extravagance. "Why don't we go outside?" Joe put his arm around his friend. "I missed you, Tommy, and I would have missed you even more had I killed you earlier. What were you thinking?" Joe abruptly stopped and turned to face him with a slight smile. Okay, that's my mulligan for today, all right. We already discussed poor judgment, come on," Tommy stammered. "Let's move on." He walked by Joe and headed outside. Before they exited, they both knew the drill. They checked their phones at the front desk and exited. Tommy looked at Joe with a smile and said, "Time for the old cone of silence," referring to the old Maxwell Smart TV series. Joe smiled and then looked seriously at Tommy. "So, what did you find out, Tommy?" Tommy put his hand up and pointed one finger at Joe, as if to say 1 minute. He pulled out a Camel and an old-fashioned lighter that he flipped open with precision and took a long draw on his non-filtered cigarette. He exhaled very slowly and then donned a childish grin. He pointed at Joe and excitedly answered, "Joe, this is going to make your head spin. I don't even know where to begin." They walked for close to an hour with mostly Tommy talking and Joe asking questions. Much of the conversation revolved around what some called the deep state and how it had its tentacles in every intelligence agency. Joe, the level of infiltration between every one of the federal agencies dealing with security or major national interests is mind-boggling. The FBI, CIA, NSA, DOJ, DIA, DNI, DHS, DEA, FEMA, TSA, as well as every one of the branches of the military have been compromised. Most of the higher levels of leadership are now being run by people whose interests were not aligned with a patriotic or an America First mentality. And how did you come across this? I only asked you to look into this incident with the FBI. Tommy responded. Remember that new technology we've been working on over the last several years? The goal was to have it penetrate software security, even if an entity was not plugged into a specific network. Tommy's technology was what he called a cross between infrared radiation and hyperfrequency neutrino nanotechnology that was able to detect and identify even minute electrical currents and ride those charges or currents throughout an entire system, identifying and recreating data. The smallest electrical particle, the neutrino, allows the technology to transport to any electrical source undetected. This technology was first discovered and managed by the Department of Energy, but when Tommy saw it, he realized it could be tweaked and used for surveillance. Well, when you asked me to do some digging regarding the FBI and the school board meeting, I gave this new technology a try. Although it wasn't perfect, I was able to penetrate virtually every firewall I encountered. However, there were areas I am guessing protected by a Faraday cage technology to protect from EMP, electromagnetic pulse type devices or weapons, where I ran into problems. Joe shook his head at the brilliance of his friend. I was able to see most communications regarding what the FBI labeled Operation Mortuo Patra. That's their code name for the meeting you asked me to check out. They are saying that parents are acting as domestic terrorists. Can you believe that? Tommy shook his head. Parents are terrorists? Disgusting. Tommy turned back to Joe. You should have seen it, Joe. I could tag one email and the technology would trace every connection to that email to however many degrees of separation I wanted. Really? Wow, Joe responded with delight. This is incredible news. It could have huge implications. Joe started to play out in his mind how this could be used. Tommy jumped in. I saw correspondence from over 10 different departments, including the White House, and this included texts. Texts? Joe turned his head in astonishment. If someone checked an email on their phone, I was able, with a few tweaks, to harness and penetrate the text function on a user's phone as well, as long as there was some electrical residue or pathway. It was unlike anything up until this point that had been developed. Tommy, this could be game-changing, but I have to say, with the amount of corruption at the highest levels. Joe stopped talking and closed his eyes as he thought deeply about what he was about to say. We have to be careful that we don't abuse power and become what we are trying to defeat. Let's obviously keep this under wraps. Does anyone else know about this? Just you and me, Joe. That's it. Everyone else who is working with me is segmented enough to not be able to put together the full picture. I purposely kept them in separate silos. Good, we need to keep this under wraps for now, Joe commented. Joe and Tommy were some of the early founders of the U.S. Space Force, which actually had its beginning well before it became public. This and many other projects were put forth to protect national security. Joe was very aware that this type of technology could do a lot of damage if used by the wrong people, so for now, it needed to be kept under the strictest cover. Okay, so are you ready for the details? Roger, let's hear it. Okay, so here's the trail just for the meeting you were at. The director of the FBI and White House, actually the deputy chief of staff, swapped at least 17 emails. Now, internal to the FBI, the director to the deputy director had 58 emails. The deputy director to the executive assistant director for National Security Branch shared 73 emails. The executive assistant director for National Security Branch swapped 113 emails with the associate executive assistant director for National Security Branch. Okay, let me take a breath, Tommy said. The Associate Executive Assistant Director for National Security Branch reached out to the head of the Chicago field office, who worked with Agent Woody Wilson from D.C. and 5 other local agents. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Agent Wilson reached out to 5 different news agencies, and there were a number of emails between him and the leadership. He reached out to 20 other, what we'll call resources. And there were a number of emails between Agent Wilson and a security company. By the way, the CEO of the security company is an ex-member of the Bureau, and he communicated with at least 3 of his employees. According to what I was able to uncover, there were at least 28 resources somehow connected with the Bureau, and this was just for one event. I haven't even done any searching on other planned events for Operation Mortuo Patra. Wow, good job, Tommy. Let me know if anything else comes up. Well, I know one thing, Tommy said. Agent Wilson is in the crosshairs on this. He's taking an enormous amount of heat. They had wanted arrests and to show violence erupting. Messy stuff. The leadership said they will let Agent Wilson know how he will be able to redeem himself. As they returned to the casino, Joe let out a yawn. Tommy, it's getting late. I need to go check in on my brother. I'll probably be spending the night there, or if his wife doesn't want me there, I'll go back to their house. Let's grab our phones and we can check in tomorrow later in the day. And Tommy. Joe put his hand on his shoulder and bent down to get his face next to his. Promise, you will stay away from the blackjack table. Tommy raised up 2 fingers. Scout's honor, he replied. Joe looked at him suspiciously and laughingly repeated, Scout's honor? As they stood at the front desk, they both gave a quick hug and said, Semper Fi, as they went their separate ways. Chapter 18. His Excellency. The sliver of moon hung in the sky and stars fought through the city lights as Joe made his way back through the cool night to check in on his brother. He hailed a taxi and made his way east on Flamingo Road. He forgot his 6 p.m. Angelus, so he offered it as he drove. When he arrived, he made his way past the reception area. His sister-in-law, Kathy, asked Joe if he would mind bringing the kids back to the house to get some rest. She was engaged in conversation with one of her close friends who was there to give her support. She was still processing everything that had happened the last few days. Seeing her husband on bended knee, apologizing and remembering the words from her marriage that rushed into her head, in good times and bad, seemed to stick on a recurring loop in her mind. She was hell-bent on moving forward with her divorce, but there was something about seeing someone so vulnerable, so close to death, that jolted her out of herself. She just didn't have the heart to abandon him now. The kids seemed exhausted, yet still excited that they would have some time with their uncle. Joe asked Lucy if she would get an Uber for the ride home. They wearily chatted all the way home as Joe listened to the fears poured out of each child. He tried his best to assure them and encouraged them to continue to pray by saying, "A good priest friend of mine once said that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of." Joe thought to himself and smiled. Actually, I think he stole it from the poet Lord Tennyson. Joe exited the ride and flipped some cash to the driver for a tip. He turned to his niece. "Lucy, what was the cost of this?" "Don't worry, Uncle Joe. I put this on my dad's card." When she mentioned Dad, it emotionally triggered her, and she put her head down. She put her hand on her forehead, and tears fell down her face. There, Lucy. Your dad is a fighter. He's going to be all right." Joe pulled Lucy and Danny to himself and wrapped his arms around both as they walked up the front porch. Lucy pulled out the key. I know, she said. "I'm just afraid. I feel like I was just starting to get to know him, and then this happens. Uncle Joe, why does God allow these things? I mean, you saw him go to confession to that priest, and he seemed like he genuinely wanted to turn his life around, to turn back to God. And then God does this to him. I don't get it. Lucy, some things genuinely are a mystery." Joe looked up and pondered. "But you know, because of this, it seems like it set off a whole string of events. I mean, let's be honest. Your mom pretty much hated him, and perhaps for good reason, but now she is right by his side. I can see genuine concern on her face. Maybe this is exactly what God wanted. Joe turned to Lucy, and a look of comprehension slowly spread out on her face. I guess you could be right. And if this keeps them together, well then, I guess it was a good thing, Lucy asked. Danny stood by watching the two go back and forth, taking everything in. Joe turned and sat down on the top step. Sweetie, this life can be hard, and there are some things in life that are worth risking everything for, in my opinion. Marriage is something I would die for. Joe paused, looked up at the sky, and took on a very serious tone. You know, Lucy and Danny, your Aunt Mary and I weren't always this happy couple. There were some years that, quite frankly, we couldn't stand each other. Lucy and Danny's eyes got large with surprise as they looked at each other. I'd been on a number of missions, you know, away from home, and I didn't realize the amount of stress this put on your aunt. And I didn't want to admit it, but I was suffering in my own way. PTSD. It was something that knocked me pretty hard. Joe looked back down at the two and ascertained if he should keep going. He continued. And after a number of surgeries and rehab, the painkillers took the pain, especially the emotional pain, they took it away. But I'm ashamed to say I got addicted. I turned into a mean SOB. Your aunt was worried sick over me, and she didn't know where to turn. So she turned to a priest friend of mine that she knew I respected. So, this priest friend, Joe laughed out loud, this good priest friend of mine, Father Caporelli, a chaplain, came grabbed them. I started to reach to take them out of his hand, and I'll never forget the look in his eyes. Joe's eyes welled up. He looked at me with the most intense, searing look and spat out the words, "Over my dead body," and he flushed them down the toilet in front of me. Then Joe let out a belly laugh, and then he turned, and he slapped me so stinking hard on the side of my head it rung my bell. Joe attempted to catch his breath from laughing. He said, "If you ever think of raising your hand to me again, I will stick this foot so far up your—" Joe had to stop because he was laughing so hard, and when he calmed a bit, he said, "You'll be singing soprano." Now Joe was laughing and crying at the same time. He said, "Get your life together, your wife and your family need you." Oh, I love that man. He was not a sunshine up your skirt kind of priest, but he loved his people. I saw him in battle. He was as tough as they came and eventually gave his life for his soldiers. And now the smile disappeared from his face and there were only tears. I'm convinced he saved our marriage. He had the guts to confront me. Heck, I could have twisted him into so many knots, but he knew I wouldn't dare. Even in the dark place I was, he knew he had the authority to command me. In fact, he told me after things calmed down that he prayed these prayers of deliverance. He said he commanded the demons well before he came over to see me. This guy lived at a different spiritual level. He saw things, well, differently. Danny asked, "Uncle Joe, you said he gave his life. What happened?" Joe thought to himself for a moment. "Danny, I'm getting tired. I think we all are. Can we continue this story some other time?" "Okay," Danny responded. Joe mussed his hair and Danny attempted to put him into a wrist lock. Joe smiled and pulled the boy into a hug. Lucy unlocked the door as they made their way in. Everyone was exhausted, so Joe gave each one another hug before they each made their way to their bedrooms. He texted his wife Mary and then checked the messages and texts he had received. One in particular stood out. It was the administrative assistant for the bishop's office in Las Vegas, asking if Joe could meet with the bishop at 11 a.m. the next day. Joe had reached out to the people on the marriage prep team to see if they could meet, but for some reason this was escalated to the bishop's office. Joe tried to stay low-key with any titles or connections with the government as he did his research. The assistant had left a phone number and the personal email address of the bishop, so Joe decided to shoot a quick email and accept for 11 a.m. He thought to himself, why would the bishop of the diocese want to get involved? He saw that his email was opened almost immediately. He turned his head sideways and pondered, well, I don't know what's up, but I do need to give you some time, God. He plugged in his phone and shut it down, then dropped down on his knees and took his rosary out. Eventually, he dragged himself into bed and drifted off into a deep sleep. He woke to the beep, beep, beep of his alarm. He looked over and it said 6:03 a.m. He was so exhausted he had slept through the first 3 minutes of beeping. He did a quick morning offering, the Angelus, and then stretched before making his way down to the kitchen. He flipped on the under-cabinet lights that cast a warm glow on the kitchen. He dug into the refrigerator and found eggs, cheese, ham, pepper, garlic — he loved garlic — and a cooked sweet potato still in the tin foil wrapping. He prepped everything for omelets and inserted a bowled container into the Keurig. As the coffee did a quick brew in the machine, he sat to the right at the island, staring out onto the golf course as the day poured out its freshness. The birds danced and sang in the large water landscape that was centered in the courtyard, inserting hope into the light that was peeking over the distant horizon. Joe grabbed the mug filled with the aromatic blackness and made his way out of the sliding glass door. He did a quick sweep with his eyes for scorpions and dropped down onto the outdoor couch. The table nearby had a Spanish tile surface where Joe set his mug. He breathed in the fresh morning air and listened to the mild rippling of water. In the distance, he saw the immigrants working the machines to precision sculpt the lush green fairways and greens amidst the harsh desert backdrop. Joe let his thoughts flow up like a fresh water spring. His wife and kids were always towards the top, along with his love for God and his faith that framed each day. Today, his thoughts and prayers would be for his brother Vinny and his meeting with the bishop, one of the successors of the apostles. Such a cool thought, that in his faith there was an unbroken chain of authority. Joe pondered the concept of authority. It was like oxygen in Joe's lungs. It was the cement that held everything together, like gravity in the universe. When authority was properly accepted and applied, there was a beauty to it. Joe also thought about his conversation with Tommy. This he would have to mull for quite a bit. It was too much to bite off for now. He took another sip, closed his eyes, and felt a faint breeze on his face as he listened to the birds and even insects interact. He let float from his heart a gentle prayer of thanks as he relished this brief oasis of peace. "Thank you, Father," Joe let out as he connected with the divine current that lived within himself. It was a short but powerful prayer as he contemplated the goodness of the Creator in creating this unfathomable love story. It was a different type of adoration, but one that also speaks to the heart. Joe was startled out of his mystical state with the sliding of the glass door. His niece, Lucy, made her way out, with mug in hand and a warm smile that rivaled the sun. Joe sprang to his feet and opened wide his arms. "How's my Lucille doing this fine day?" He wrapped his muscular arms around her, squeezing her into his heart and kissing the top of her head. He patted the seat next to his. "Have a seat, sweetie. How did you sleep?" "I was out like a rock, Uncle Joe. How about you?" "Ooh, I slept through my alarm for a bit, but felt good when I woke up." He exhaled slowly and looked toward the golf course. "Man, this is gorgeous," Joe commented as he waved his hand out toward the approaching day. "What a gift. What's on your plate today, Uncle Joe?" "Well, I was going to feed you two and drop you off at the hospital and maybe take a peek in on your dad. Do you think he would mind if I took his car?" "Not at all. I'll grab the keys from the key drawer when we go in." Lucy smiled. "I have an 11 a.m. meeting with the bishop here in Las Vegas, so I was thinking we should leave around 10 o'clock or so. Does Danny usually sleep in late?" As Joe asked, the sliding glass door flew open, and Danny, freshly charged, ran out and dropped in a stance his uncle had taught him. With hands raised in the fighting position, he let out a yell, "Ha!" Joe shook his head and smiled, and then put on a faux serious look, stood up, and inspected his stance. He gently kicked his back leg out further and turned his body slightly. He pulled his left fist down and turned it slightly under and barked out, "Are you ready to fight, Marine?" Danny let out a loud, "Sir, yes, sir." Joe laughed and mussed his hair. "At ease, Marine." He pulled him in a gentle headlock. Danny loved the attention and attempted to pull out of his uncle's arms. Joe pulled him up into his arms and gave him a giant hug. "How's my little special ops ace?" "Doing good, Uncle Joe. Are we going to go to the hospital?" "Yeah. Let me make you guys some food first and we can shove off in a bit. Are you good with omelets? I have ham, cheese, pepper, garlic, and I'll fry up a little sweet potato. How's that?" Lucy said it all sounded good, and Danny said, "Everything except pepper and garlic, please." After their meal, Joe grabbed the keys to the Range Rover and drove over to the hospital. He walked everyone in to get an update and to see how his brother was doing. Dr. Blumenthal had already made his rounds and prepped Kathy for what to expect. He said all the vitals looked good for them to bring Vinny out of the induced coma. There was always the chance for a negative response, but he was fairly confident that he would come out fine. And his only concern was if there was damage from the stroke. They had administered a TPA within an hour of the event, so he was optimistic. They started the process with the hope that in the next 10 minutes, Vinny would be coherent. Joe looked over at Kathy, and she had a worried look on her face. He leaned in to give her a hug and whispered in her ear, "Everything is going to be just fine." He said this as much for himself as he did for her. He hoped his brother would bounce back, but based on what his holy priest friend shared, he wasn't sure what to expect. The doctor and staff started prepping and injected drugs to counter the propofol and thiopental. Kathy started to get emotional and left the room stating, "I can't take this right now." Lucy and Danny followed her out. Joe was there as they nursed him off most of the aids. After a brief period, the doctor called out, "Vinny, can you hear us?" Joe looked at the doctor with a worried look and prayed out loud, "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, please!" Joe looked from Vinny's face back to the doctor and to Vinny's face again. Suddenly, Vinny's eyes slowly started to open. They appeared to have a distant, otherworldly look to them. Joe watched as his eyes scanned the room. They landed on him, and it appeared that a very slight smile appeared on his face. Joe looked down at his brother, and emotion overcame him. He quickly looked to the doctor, who with his eyes seemed to say, "Go ahead. Go to your brother." Joe dove to the side of his bed, and in typical Italian fashion, hugged and kissed him profusely. Joe thought to himself, what was going through his brother's head? Did he have any type of a near-death experience? He even thought, did he possibly have a vision of our Lord? Tears made their way out as Joe rejoiced that his brother seemed like he was going to make it. But he still had not said anything, and suddenly a new fear sprung up as Joe wondered if his brother's speech would ever come back. He had his face pressed next to his brother's as he held his head with both hands. He spoke into his ear. "Vinny! Vinny! Say something, brother! Anything!" Joe spoke emphatically. Joe could see Vinny's face seem to contort as he attempted to form something with his mouth. Perhaps some type of a perceptive insight? Joe leaned even closer, with his cheek to his brother's cheek, and Joe's excitement grew as Vinny's raspy voice started to form a word. Joe looked at his brother again, and with his face close to his, he said, "I love you, Vinny." Joe pressed his ear close to Vinny's mouth, and Vinny said rather clearly but quietly, "You effing smell like garlic." Joe exploded with laughter as he planted a long kiss on his brother's cheek. "Vinny, you little," and Joe broke into Italian, "avere culo, meno male, oh mio fratellino." Kathy and the kids burst into the room when they heard Joe's laugh. "Daddy!" both kids yelled as they rushed in and leaned down to kiss their father. Small slits of tears escaped from Vinny's eyes as he was trying to process what was happening. With raspy voice, he called out to each, "Lucy, Danny, I love both so much, I do." He looked from one face to the next. Kathy moved closer to the foot of his bed. No words were exchanged, but as their eyes met, there was an unspoken understanding, one that Kathy herself didn't yet understand. She looked down again at her husband and 2 children, and a single tear found its way to her cheek as she whispered a thanks to an unknown God. Prayers were storming heaven from all corners. Nuns, family members, a holy mystic. Now someone, who had long ago sold her birthright for the world, was uttering a prayer that was taken directly to the throne of the beatific vision, the Almighty and Immortal One, the one who was to be called Abba, Father, Dada, who with tireless eye had waited for this moment, the return of his daughter. To most, this prayer would seem negligible, a few measly words, but the gates of the heart were pried open with the consent of her will and accompanied by the smallest tear. Ah, as day follows night, all was set with precision to bring to fruition the return of the prodigal. Heaven again rejoiced as the father's daughter turned her gaze back toward him. A feeble flexing of the will was all that was needed. His grace, like the pounding waves, would take care of the rest. Joe stepped back and offered his own thanks for what was indeed a miracle on so many levels. After joyful exchanges, Joe excused himself to head over to his meeting with the bishop. The sun was now edging its way higher in the sky as Joe jumped into his brother's car. He prayed as he headed over to 336 Cathedral Way. He asked his guardian angel to go to the bishop's angel to bring about God's will. He always prayed this way before any important meeting. He still didn't understand why the bishop of this diocese would choose to insert himself into his request. He pondered these things, and he also thought back ominously to his priest friend's warning about the bishop. Joe backed his brother's Range Rover into its spot. He suddenly felt impelled to pray prayers of deliverance and protection as he took a deep breath and exited the car. He felt the sun beat down on his body as he approached the cream-colored two-story building. He saw two paintings at the entranceway. He looked to his left and saw a picture of the Holy Family. He tightened his lips, stretched his face, shook his head, and let out an exasperated sound. Ah! The picture showed St. Joseph as an old man. Joe thought to himself, as if old age was the only thing that could protect the virginity of the Holy Mother of God. Joe liked to think of his namesake as a young and vibrant man, someone who worked hard to love and respect his spouse, who was no doubt one of the most beautiful and sublime women ever created, who struggled like all men, who may even at times have had to do things to channel his virile powers through hard work and prayer, and maybe even a cold bath in a stream or pond, Joe thought with a smile. He offered up a quick prayer to one of his favorite saints. "St. Joseph, terror of demons, pray for us." He pulled open the door on the right, walked into the reception area, and gave the person at the desk his name. They explained that someone would come down shortly to escort him to the bishop's office. He was a few minutes early, so he took a seat off to the right side of the desk. After several minutes, an older lady dressed in a conservative black skirt and a white patterned collared shirt made her way over to Joe. She had salt and peppered short black hair and some type of a pin attached to the left side of her blouse. "Mr. Salvatore," as she reached down, extending her hand. Joe quickly stood up. "I am Sister Camille, Chancellor of the Diocese of Las Vegas. Bishop looks forward to meeting you," she said as she motioned for him to follow her. He tried to make eye contact, but she glanced away almost immediately. "Can I get you anything to drink, Mr. Salvatore?" "Please, sister, call me Joe. I'm good right now, thank you," he responded. She beckoned him to follow her down a long hallway toward the end of the building. She walked past the secretaries working at their desks, and motioning Joe toward French doors with beveled glass panes, she gave the door on the left a quick knock and pushed it open. "Bishop Turpis, Joe Salvatore," as she waved her hand toward the bishop. "Thank you so much, sister." Bishop Turpis extended his hand with a beaming smile. "Lieutenant General Joseph Salvatore, former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency, and numerous other accolades. What a pleasure it is to meet you, and thank you for your service." The bishop turned toward Sister Camille. "Did you know, sister, that General Salvatore was responsible for totally revamping the communications between agencies in dealing with terrorism, and was the main architect of the new Space Force arm of the military?" Sister turned to Joe and said, "Oh my goodness, that's incredible, and my apologies for not addressing you by your formal title. Please, sister, Joe is fine." Joe turned toward the bishop and firmly shook his hand. "And, Bishop, it looks like you did your homework. I have to say, I'm a little shocked that you took time out of your busy schedule to meet with me. I was looking to meet with someone from your marriage prep team and..." The bishop turned toward the nun. Sister, thank you so much. And he turned back to Joe. Please, have a seat. He motioned to a Chippendale-style wooden chair next to a round mahogany table apart from his desk. Joe turned and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, sister. He shook it, again attempting to make eye contact, but she quickly turned to look at the bishop. Nice to meet you, General Salvatore. She quickly exited the room. Bishop Turpis sat down across from the table as Joe pulled out the chair and sat down. General Sal... Joe interrupted. Please, Bishop, Joe is fine. In fact, I should be addressing you by Your Excellency. Now the bishop interrupted. Joe, let's keep it informal, shall we? Bishop is fine. He cupped his chin with his left hand and rubbed his forefinger up and down on his right cheek. Joe, what an honor it is to meet you. I did a little digging, and your story is fascinating. Enlisted man works his way up through the ranks, one step away from Chief of Staff for the Army. Quite impressive. What made you want to retire? Joe hesitated before giving an answer. He didn't want to lie to the bishop, nor did he want to give him too much information. I have been away from my family so much. It will be great to spend some quality time with them. I've missed more events for the kids than I care to admit. Joe went on. Plus, the higher up you go, the more politics gets involved. I'll bet you can attest to that, Joe said with a smile. The bishop laughed out loud. Oh my, politics. They're everywhere, Joe, especially in the church. I'm sure you could share some stories, Joe added. I'll bet we both have some interesting stories, the bishop added. There was a pregnant pause as the bishop looked at Joe, pursed his lips, and put his fingertips together in a praying motion. So tell me, Joe, why the interest in my marriage prep program? Joe observed how he used the word my, and took a moment to assess before answering. He thought about it, and he decided the direct approach would be best. He would only be delaying the inevitable if he tried to use Romanitza to avoid conflict. I got a call a while back from my youngest brother, Vinny, said Joe, filling the bishop in on everything that had happened, and how Vinny was going to get a divorce. You see, I just couldn't get my arms around where this came from. So, you think it may be inferior training? The bishop responded with a bit of an exaggerated air. It could have absolutely nothing to do with that, Joe said. Something inside just compelled me to dig deeper. I mean, all my other siblings have larger families and... Joe hesitated. I know that they decided to have a medical procedure. Joe tried to pick his words carefully. And I know our church teaches us. Joe looked directly into the bishop's eyes. That contraception, or purposefully eliminating openness to life, is seriously sinful. Joe paused, still looking directly in the bishop's eyes. The bishop stared back at Joe, and after several seconds he responded, The church does teach that. And with a moderate tone he followed up. It also teaches that you must follow your conscience when it comes to these very important decisions. Joe's face took on a slightly pained look as he turned his head to the side. He paused and thought to himself, Am I willing to destroy this relationship right here and now? He knew that the next words out of his mouth could wear out his welcome very quickly. They both surveyed each other, and Joe responded, again looking directly into the bishop's eyes. Bishop, isn't the application of conscience in regards to when we should utilize an acceptable form of natural family planning, not if we should use contraception? With this statement, the battle lines were officially established. Joe saw his eyes narrow just a little, and his smile became exaggerated. Some in the church teach that, yes, but some teach that the primacy of conscience in these matters must be followed. Joe saw where this was going as he totally ignored what he said and responded with a circular statement. Joe pulled back. Yes, a lot of people say a lot of different things, a lot of confusion in the church. He pondered carefully what he was about to say next, but he knew he had to eventually say it. Bishop, what do you believe regarding the church's teaching on contraception? The bishop donned a big smile and responded, That was another thing I liked about you, Joe. They said you were very direct. You didn't pull punches. Joe thought to himself, who is the they he is referring to? The bishop started rattling off names of conservative professors who trained him, as well as a number of other bishops he was friends with who were well-known conservatives, and then he totally switched gears. I'm happy to introduce you to my marriage prep team. They're made up of 3 young, beautiful couples and 2 older couples who kind of run the show. Joe noticed he never answered the question, and the bishop knew that Joe knew he did not answer the question. He knew better to protest, so he asked for information on how to get a hold of the team leaders. I will let them know you will be reaching out, Joe. I'll have someone from my office forward their contact information, and I'll let them know to share whatever they can to help you on your, quest? As he turned his head, he reached out his hand and plastered a big smile on his face. Thank you so much, Bishop. Joe reached across the table and they firmly shook hands. I really do appreciate you taking the time. It was unexpected but helpful. Joe's intuition was off the charts with Bishop Turpis. He thought to himself and assessed, this is somebody who has many, many layers. His facade was bright and cheery, but he looked into his eyes several times and sensed a very large, strong wall that was definitely meant to keep others at a distance. Joe had interrogated many a combatant in his life, and in some he could sense anger, hatred, even a simmering evil. But this one, it was hard to get any read whatsoever on. Probably one of the more polished politicians he had met in his life. As he exited, he made a note to reach out to Father McCloskey and fill him in, and to get his feedback. Father McCloskey was a little older, but his mind and instincts were as sharp as any tactician Joe had ever dealt with on the battlefield. As he unlocked the car door, he took another look at the building and shook his head. He slid into the car with an unsettled spirit and texted his priest friend, "When can you meet? Just met with BP. Need to talk." Almost immediately, a response came back. After Mass today, say 12:40 works. Joe looked at the time on his phone. 11:40 a.m. He was less than 15 minutes away, so he headed for Mass up Las Vegas Boulevard. There were some things that the bishop said that weren't sitting right. Who were the they that he referred to? And his evasiveness was troubling. Joe's gut was betting there was a lot more under the hood. When he arrived at St. Joan of Arc and found a spot to park, he called his friend Tommy. "Tommy, how did the night wrap up?" "What do you mean wrap up? I'm still going." "You're what?" Joe responded in shock. "Nah, just kidding. I turned in after walking off the drinks with you." Joe responded, "Tommy, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to find out what you can on a Catholic bishop here in Las Vegas. His name is Turpis. I just met with him, and there is something that doesn't feel right." Tommy knew Joe well enough, and his instincts were almost always spot on. "You bet. Is there anything in particular that you're looking for?" "It's a long story, just check him out, especially any conversations or contacts he's had in the last several days. He did a deep dive on me. Now I want to do the same for him. I'm going to jump into Mass and we'll be offline for the next hour or 2. "Oh, that's a long Mass," Tommy piped in. "Nah, I'm going to meet with my priest friend right after," Joe said. He gave him a semper fi and immediately hung up. Before heading into Mass, Joe placed his head and hands against the top of the steering wheel and interiorly offered up a short prayer. "God, show me the way, please." He was unsettled and sensed another front of battle opening up before him. "Holy Spirit, please give me wisdom," he uttered, and then he turned to one of his favorites. "St. Anthony, hey, a little help, please. Maybe a sign or something." No sooner had he uttered this than he heard a rap on the passenger side window. He lifted his head with a start and rolled the window down. A very old gentleman wearing a USS Alabama hat poked his head in. "You okay, son?" "Oh yeah, thanks. I was just praying," Joe said with a little embarrassment. "Well, that's a good thing," he said with a smile. "I saw your head down and wanted to make sure everything was all right," he responded with an old gravelly voice. Joe looked at his hat and brightened up. "You served on the Alabama?" "Yes, sir, I was a blacksmith." "A blacksmith?" Joe asked, surprised. "Yes, sir. Anything metal that broke, I had to fix." Couldn't run out to the hardware store in the middle of the ocean, he commented with a sparkle in his eyes. What's your name, sailor? Joe asked. My name's Jake Wren. Petty Officer Jake Wren, he replied as he gave a loose salute through the window. And you are? I am Joe Salvatore. Thank you for your service, Joe said. Well, I love my God, I love my family, and I love my country, and I'd do it again, even at my age, he said with a serious look in his eyes. He pulled up his shirt and gave a wink at Joe, showing the handle of a 9mm Glock. Always ready, Joe, he said with a smile. A large smile spread across Joe's face as he thought to himself, I like this guy. Well, Petty Officer Jake, could I ask you to pray for an intention? Joe was surprised as Jake let himself in on the passenger side and said, I'd be happy to, son. He grabbed Joe's hand in his gnarled, arthritic hand and bowed his head. Dear Father, I ask you to bless Joe and his intention. Jake paused as if listening to something in his head. He lifted his head and turned to face Joe. He looked at him with an otherworldly look, and words started to flow from his mouth. Joe, this is what God is putting on my heart right now. Heal my family. Be the voice for those who have none, he said. And lastly, give me souls. Jake lifted his head and stared off into the distance. He closed his eyes and nodded his head. He looked over at Joe. If you do these things, you will come face to face with the enemy. Remember, lean not on your own strength or understanding, he said as he sandwiched Joe's hand with his other one. And then Jake quoted a scripture passage, and you will turn the hearts of fathers to their children. A look of awe and then pity splashed across the old-timer's face. Looks like you got your work cut out for you, son, he said with a sad smile. He opened his door and pulled himself up from his seat. After closing the door, he leaned on the opened window and said, I'll pray for you, son. He stood up and said, Mass will be starting soon. Jake gave Joe another salute and turned to make his way into the church. Chapter 19. Battle Plan. Joe put his head down on the pew in front of him and tried to digest what was said to him. Heal my family. Be the voice of the voiceless. Give me souls. These were all pretty opaque statements that could take on a number of meanings. He felt overwhelmed. There were too many things flying around in his head. From a human military standpoint, he knew the best way to be defeated would be to allow himself to be spread too thin. Joe stared ahead at the tabernacle, attempting to penetrate metal walls, but his mind was clouded, and his ability to recollect was affected. An overshadowing was taking place, and Joe's first reaction was the temptation to discouragement. Devoid of any physical or emotional consolation, he had only his arid will. And so, he took part in the Mass, saying the words of response, but it hardly felt like praying. He received communion and wondered if he was in a state of grace. He questioned if he even believed that in his mouth was the body, blood, soul, and divinity of the second person of the Blessed Trinity. His mind and will carried him through this darkness. Jesus, I know you are here, and that you hear me. And Joe could say no more. Suddenly the words of Father Sudak came into his mind, about the shadow sometimes preceding God, and also about how we need to use jujitsu to turn the enemy's energy against him. So Joe made an act of faith and let go of the need to see and to feel. He also offered this state he was in for souls. God, I offer this for souls, for you. After Mass, he sat in the pew and waited for his friend to exit the sacristy. The anxiety was continuing to build as he continued making acts of faith. When Father McCloskey made his way over to Joe, he said, Why don't we go outside by the grotto to talk? There was a Lourdes replica in the courtyard with a small water fountain that would attract mourning doves, finches, sparrows, and robins. Joe and Father sat down on the stone bench facing the grotto. Joe, you look like hell. What's going on? Father asked. I hardly know where to begin, Joe said as he leaned forward and put his head in his hands. I feel like I'm under attack. Father stared at Joe and commented, That's because you are under attack. You sit there, and I'm going to say some prayers of deliverance." Father stood up and put his hand on Joe's right shoulder, his other in blessing above his head, and started. "In your name and by the power of your cross and blood, I ask you, Jesus, to bind any evil spirits, forces, and powers of the earth, air, fire, or water of the netherworld." Father continued by naming specific evil spirits and then binding them and casting them out. He ended with, "I place Joe Salvatore under the protection of your blood, Jesus Christ, which you shed for our salvation. Amen." Father slapped his hand down on Joe's shoulder and went to sit on the stone bench. "You know, Joe, you should really be praying prayers of deliverance and protection every day." Father looked up and thought, "Remind me, there is a box underneath the bookstand that has some Auxilium Christianorum prayer books. True story, some Catholic author who promotes these prayers with his apostolate. I think it was something with the word foundation. Well, anyway, he stopped by. He and this burly lad who had a limp were walking across the country carrying a relic of the true cross. He said he felt like Our Lady wanted him to drop these books at this specific church for some unknown person." Father shook his head with a smile. "I don't know if he's a nut or a saint. Well, the difference between the two is probably minuscule. Anyways, don't forget to grab one on your way out. So, I saw your text. You met with the bishop. What happened?" Joe sat up, placed his hands on the bench, stared at the fountain, and pouted his lips out, thinking about how to respond. He turned to face Father. "I felt like I needed to take a shower after leaving. It was kind of bizarre. He did intel on me and let me know it. He said he would be happy to help in any way he could, but I didn't sense any sincerity. I couldn't get a read on him. There were these iron walls surrounding him, and that nun—" "You mean the sister of the pin," Father quipped. Joe interjected. "I believe it was Sister Camille." "More like Sister Chameleon," Father added. "Ah, that was wrong of me. Can I take that one back?" Joe lifted up 3 fingers with a smirk on his face to go with it. I know. 3 Our Fathers, but usually that's me talking to you," Father joked. Joe grinned. "You know, I asked him point blank if he believed what the church taught on contraception." Father interrupted with a smile on his face. "You didn't?" "I did," Joe stated emphatically with a smile. "Oh, you little troublemaker, and wanting to rub his nose in it too, I imagine," Father said with glee. "Well, you better believe you are on his radar now." "And he's on mine," Joe said matter-of-factly. "I'm going to do a little intel myself. I've got someone who's going to do a deep dive. I'll let you know if anything interesting flushes out." "No wonder you're feeling under attack. You are rubbing up against corruption in the church, like I said before, Joe. Be careful." Joe took his phone out and asked his friend for his. With a slightly confused look, he obliged. Joe took them both and placed them on a table inside the church side door. Joe sat back down and moved closer to Father McCloskey and looked around, and then covered his mouth as he shared. "Remember when I told you about the school board meeting and how it seemed like a hit job? Well, I didn't share this with you before, but we've uncovered some very troubling things. The level of corruption in the government is much worse than I could have ever imagined." Father interjected. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" Joe put his hands together over his lips and exhaled. "Well, that's what I'm not sure of. On one hand, I'm working with my brother, really trying to figure out what went wrong with his marriage, and then the meeting with Bishop Turpis. There seems like there is a lot there. And now what we've uncovered in our government, it's a huge deal. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I feel like if I try to do both, there's just no way. It's too much." Father responded, "You're probably right, Joe. You have to ask God where he wants you." Joe tightened his lips and turned toward his friend. "What do you think is most important?" "That's a no-brainer, Joe. The choice between cleaning up corruption or figuring out how to save marriage. Well, you fix marriage, and you fix a lot of other things. Let the corruption wait. You'll always have scoundrels in the government. You were born a warrior, Joe. Maybe God is calling you to fight for marriage." Joe took a moment to digest what his friend had said. "Maybe I'll take the bishop up on talking to his team and really start to dig in. I'll check with my partner on the intel as well. Should I text you if I find anything of substance?" "By all means, Joe. I'll be close. We have adoration and confessions up until tonight, so I'll be bopping in and out." "Thanks, Padre." Joe stood up and reached over to give a man-hug to his friend. The priest reminded Joe, "Don't forget the prayer book in the church." "Ah, thanks for the reminder." Joe and the Padre headed in the side entrance and grabbed their phones, genuflected, and Joe took a left toward the back of the church. He saw the box on the floor under a small bookshelf. He picked up the already opened box and pulled out a green booklet. He flipped through it and put it in his back pocket. He noticed another book in the box. It said, "Pierced by a Sword." He picked it up and glanced at the front cover. It looked a bit outdated, so he turned it over and thought, "I don't have time to read this. Maybe I'll give it to Vinny when he's better," and bolted out the main entrance with it. Joe called Tommy when he got in the car. "Are you around?" "I'm head down, Joe. You won't believe what I found." He caught himself from sharing anything on the cell phone. "Let's meet. You're going to want to see this." "Where are you now?" Joe asked. "I'm in my room. Can we meet out by the pool? I could use a little sunshine. Actually, better yet, let's get a cabana." "Sounds good, Tommy. Give me about 15 minutes. They both hung up and Joe made his way over to Las Vegas Boulevard. Joe called Mary on the way over and filled her in on what had happened. He was careful not to give her too many of the details. She filled him in on all of the kids. With each story, Joe found himself missing each one more and more. He stared out the windshield and longed for a time when he could be with his family. As he aged, he saw what was really important. He reminisced about sitting on the porch, holding Mary's hand, watching the kids play. He shook his head as he pulled up to the Venetian. "Hey, sweetie, I have to go. I'll check in when I can." They both exchanged, "I love yous," and hung up. Joe made his way to the pool and he spied Tommy, black shorts, white Dago t-shirt, with a farmer's tan. On the shoulder of his right arm was a snake with the words, "Mori quam fidari," death before dishonor. Tommy always liked to be different. As a Marine, he couldn't just get the usual Semper Fi with an eagle, globe, or anchor. Joe smiled to himself and slowly shook his head as he made his way to a section of 3 cabanas. Tommy was in the center. "Welcome to my humble abode," Tommy said as he waved his arm around the opulent shelter. "I got all 3 cabanas. Figured we would be talking serious stuff, and they were available." Joe looked around. The cabanas had a white exterior, with a dark harlequin diamond exterior and striped awnings. The center structure where Tommy was had a large spread of food. Many kinds of fruits, nuts, meats, and cheeses were displayed, and a metal tub off to the side held ice and different types of beverages. "Wow, Tommy, nothing ordinary about you," Joe said. "Let's sit over here." Tommy pointed to a couch with a coffee table holding his laptop. They both grabbed a drink and took a seat, and Tommy started off the conversation. "Joe," he held his hand up, closed his eyes, and shook his head back and forth. "You are not going to believe what I've found." Tommy laid out a sheet, 11x17, with a hand-drawn chart that showed a myriad of connections coming from the bishop, some that even spanned the globe. With each bit of information, Joe's stomach sunk, and his mouth hung open. "Oh my goodness," was Joe's response. "Joe, I used our technology and let her fly, so to speak, and I got hits in places that even shocked me." He dumped his information over the next 3.5 hours, retracing connections on top of connections, and Joe sat there with a stunned look. "Tommy, are you absolutely certain about this info?" "It's all black and white, Joe. You can't make this stuff up. And I thought the government was bad," Tommy said, shaking his head. Joe thanked Tommy and let him know he had to mull on things. "Can you hang out here for another day? I'll call you when I have something." Are you kidding? Look at this place. Oh, wait. Oh, my goodness. Tommy donned a look of terror. Joe, look! Tommy pointed to his temple and let out a long moan, and there forming on the side of his face was a tiny bead of sweat. With an exaggerated, traumatic look, Tommy said, I think I am starting to perspire. Oh, Joe, the horror! Joe took on a disgusted look with a smile. I'll talk to you later, Tommy. Do you mind if I take this? Go ahead, it's yours. He grabbed the sheet, folded it up, shoved it in his pocket, grabbed another bottle of water and headed out. Joe called Kathy to check in. Hey, Kathy, how is Vinny? Is everything okay? Do you need a break? She responded, Actually, Vinny is doing great. He is taking liquids, they are doing test after test to see if there was any permanent damage, and he is chattering away with the kids. I've never seen this side of him before. The kids are filling him in on their trip to your house. Kathy paused. Joe, I want to thank you for all that you've done for them. I love seeing them like this. A thought began to form, like the tiniest of seeds. It passed through her. She stopped and shook her head to herself and audibly said the word, no. What was that? Joe asked. Kathy caught herself. Oh, nothing, Joe. It's not. Sorry, I was just thinking to myself. Is everything okay, Kathy? Joe asked with concern. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm just happy to see my kids happy, that's all. And she pushed all other thoughts out of her mind. Joe thought to himself, I should probably step back and give them time. You know what, Kathy? It sounds like you guys have things under control there. I'm going to take care of some things, and how about if I try you back tonight? That sounds good, Joe. Okay, talk soon. After hanging up, Joe was sitting in his brother's car wondering what he should do next. He remembered Father McCloskey saying there would be adoration all day, so he drove back to Joan of Arc. Joe needed to unwrap all of the toxic information Tommy just shared with him, and he wanted to share it with his priest friend to strategize next steps. When Joe pulled into the parking lot at Joan of Arc, he happened to glance left at E. Bridger and spotted a black SUV. Its windows were tinted and it displayed templates. He put a placeholder on this as he parked and exited the car. What happened next shook him to his core. As he was leaving the parking lot to head into the main entrance, a person from across S Casino Center Boulevard let out the most hideous screech and with a bellowing voice said, We know who you are. What sounded like a multitude of voices said, We will destroy you, Joseph Salvatore. The person spit multiple times, blaspheming and cursing at Joe. He was a large man with dark circled eyes and long black hair pulled back in a ponytail. He wore no shirt and walked back and forth with a frantic pace. He made the comment, Go in there, you fool. Talk to your little white wafer. As he said this, he doubled over and appeared to be in egregious pain. He let out a last stale moan. We will destroy you. You are one man, and we will destroy you. The person stared at Joe with a sinister smile, gestured with his middle finger extended, turned away, and disappeared into the shadows. And then, as if an afterthought, he hollered from the shadows, And we will destroy your family. Joe was visibly shaken at first, but when this creature mentioned his family, he lost his fear and started to fill with a holy fury. He slowly turned to go up the 4 steps, and he thought to himself, You can mess with me all you want, but if you're coming for my family, over my cold dead body. He tilted his head back, shaking, and looked up over the door. He saw a mural of Jesus and his Sacred Heart, along with Joan, the young woman soldier. He looked at this young peasant who led the armies of France to victory. Just a poor, solitary farm girl, and she changed history. Joe let his eyes hang on this picture with respect as a soldier and admiration as a saint, as he remembered her form of death. She was burned to death, on a stake. Joe shook the thought from his head as he pushed through the glass door and immediately dipped his hand extra deep into the holy water and remembered the vows of his baptism. Do you reject Satan and all of his works and pomps?" Joe breathed in the smell of Vita Mundi incense, and he looked to the front of the church. There he saw his Eucharistic Lord in a gold monstrance. He saw some of the Latino ladies on their knees, slowly making their way to the front of the church. Joe stared in appreciation and respect. These really are the treasures of the church. He had an enormous appreciation for the Latino culture. He would constantly engage his Marines who had Latin American heritage to embrace it, to not give it up. He made his way to the very front and prostrated himself on the ground before his hidden lord. There were several others who were doing the same, so he really didn't stick out, other than the fact that he was a good foot taller than most in that church. The air was thick with faith as he breathed it in slowly, glanced up at the monstrance, and poured out his fears and anxiety. After a time, Joe made his way to his seat in the front. He glanced to the right and saw that there was a line for the confessional. He would take some time to decompress and text his priest friend later. He looked up at the monstrance, and underneath were the words, Ecce, Agnus, Dei. He stared at the whiteness and pondered the words. Interiorly he prayed, "Jesus, why are you so quiet? Why did you come as a lamb? Why a lamb?" Joe prayed over and over, Ecce, Agnus, Dei, Ecce, Agnus, Dei, Ecce, Agnus, Dei. Behold, the Lamb of God. Omniscient and omnipresent, yet he wants to be known as a lamb. He thought about what a lamb really was, meek, gentle, certainly not dangerous. Actually, it was meant to be eaten. He just sat and stared, and he pondered the person who looked like he was possessed outside, screaming at him and threatening him. "Jesus, what do you want from me?" Joe asked, and again, "Jesus, what do you want from me?" And one more time he asked, "Jesus, what do you want from me?" Joe sat in silence as a different level of communication was taking place. Joe was saying words, and God's Spirit was moving through the body, the sinews, the mind, heart, and soul of Joe. He was receiving that which he couldn't understand or even detect interiorly. It was a constant challenge for Joe to look at his Eucharistic Lord. He always wanted more than just the silence, more than the subtle language that God spoke. He wanted friendship with this God-man. He wanted to walk amongst his company, to be with those who loved him intensely. He wanted to eat with him, to fight beside him. Joe was startled from his thoughts as a musician with a 12-string Spanish guitar started picking at chords in the most melodious yet somewhat aggressive way. And then, with a voice that spoke directly to his soul, a voice that was a cross between Jose Feliciano and Pavarotti, that was carried to his heart on a flame, he sang, "Eucharistic heart, you're gazing at me." A pause as the words echoed mysteriously throughout the church. "Eucharistic heart, tell me, what do you see? A man who's tired, a man who's weak, a man who's humbled." The Spanish guitar masterfully accented every chord and strike and accent. "A man who needs you, Eucharistic heart. You're gazing at me, Eucharistic heart. Tell me, what do you see?" And then he wailed in a falsetto tone that brought tears to Joe's eyes. "Eucharistic heart, the whole world can see." He brought it down to a bluesy contemporary. "Eucharistic heart, the whole world can see." The musician sang 2 more choruses. Then, as quickly as he came and set up, he was gone. Joe still had goosebumps as he played the song over and over again in his head. He thought about the words, and then he asked Jesus, "Jesus, what do you see when you look at me?" Suddenly, words started to make their way into Joe's mind. He wasn't sure if this was his imagination playing off of the inspirational music, or what. But words came, very, very strongly and very pronounced. Joe went down onto his knees and put his head down on the pew in front of him. He heard, "Joe, do you want to know what I see?" Joe responded interiorly, "Yes, Lord." "Joe, you are a child of the Father and my brother. You are a man after my own heart. Know this. My love for you is unconditional. I loved you just as much when you were in your dark place as I do now. Joe assumed this was when he struggled with PTSD and his marriage. I see in you, Joe, a man who seeks to do what is right and who walked away from a career because of righteousness. My father here on earth, he taught me what it meant to be righteous. He was a beautiful man, and I cherished the time with him, watching him work with wood, stone, and earth, taking walks with him in the countryside, listening to his wisdom. I look forward to the time you can meet him. My life on earth was hard, but it was a joy because of the love that permeated my family. I have a question for you, Joe. Will you heal my family? Will you be a voice for the voiceless? Will you bring souls with me to the Father? Lord, I'm a weak man, Joe prayed as he shook his head. And he heard the words in his heart say, yes, but my strength is made perfect in weakness. Joe said, Lord, I'll do what I can. I just need you. Satan has asked to sift you, Joe. You have only to keep your eyes fixed on me and be faithful to those who lead you. He can do nothing apart from my will. And then there was a slight pause, and he heard the words that he would treasure as one of his greatest gifts. Joe, I am proud of you. Tears slowly made their way out onto Joe's cheeks. Thank you, Lord, Joe whispered in his heart. As quickly as it happened, it went, and Joe was left in silence. He pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his face. He slowly lifted his head and looked again at his silent Lord, but could see only the simple white host. For just a moment the veil parted, and Joe was able to experience a union that he would never forget. He didn't see anything, or audibly hear anything, but what he experienced interiorly was as real as anything he could see and touch. He sat there with eyes closed. People started to drift into his mind, and each one he lifted up, asking grace and mercy. He looked down at his vibrating phone. It was time to say the Angelus. The angel of the Lord declared unto Mary. Joe finished and then texted Father McCloskey. Can you talk now? Father responded back. Give me 10. Joe decided to check in on the black sedan. He snuck out the side of the church into the courtyard and circled back around the church on South 3rd Street and then to East Carson and walked back toward the vehicle. He walked nonchalantly toward the back passenger side and knocked on the window. He heard a muffled expletive and the car shot out of the parking spot down 2 blocks and made a fast left with tires squealing. At least they knew they were made and would be forced to try other methods to keep track of him. Joe's phone buzzed again. It was a text from Father. Meet me in the courtyard. Joe crossed Escasino and found his friend sitting on the stone bench praying his breviary. You still look like heck, Joe, were Father McCloskey's first words out of his mouth. Joe slowly shook his head and put his left hand on his right shoulder. You have no idea. Joe plopped down, kicked his feet out, and pulled his arms tight to his body. Padre, I have so much information, I'm still trying to sort it out. Well, lay it on me, Joe. Joe motioned for his friend's phone and took them out of earshot. He then reached down in his pocket and pulled out the rough chart that Tommy had put together. Joe began showing the communication trail of the bishop over the last week. With each new wrinkle, all Father could say was, well, I'll be. Joe explained, our friend is quite the fundraiser. He raised over $153 million for his own personal fund, and then he established over 10 foreign missions in a number of exotic places, and transferred a lot of this money to these missions that, by the way, he has control over. He has accepted sizable donations by some people known to be affiliated with organized crime families, and almost the same amount, less 20%, gets shipped to a particular mission overseas, usually where their accounting practices are more arcane. This is textbook money laundering. Bishop Turpis is on over 20 NGO boards and at least 3 legacy grant committees. He brings credibility to all of these, and as a thank you, all 3 of the legacy grant committees, which are connected to these NGOs, have made sizable donations to his personal fund, which he is able to take with him wherever he goes. There is no question the bishop has donated a substantial amount of money to the foreign missions, which is a good thing. He has also given sizable amounts to the Secretariat of State. They show on record that they received 4 separate gifts of cash in excess of $2 million. He also is involved in working with some of the NGOs that focus on immigration. He has a number of these immigrants sent to his diocese. Father looked at Joe quizzically. And why would that be a problem? Joe answered, well, there is nothing definitive, but we see some possible ties to human trafficking. Tommy has to do a little more digging to see if he can find something concrete. These are some of the more interesting contacts the bishop has had in the last week. Joe circled with his finger. Do you see this? This was a communication with an unknown person, who then reached out to the deputy director of the FBI. The deputy director, Joe emphasized by tapping the sheet with his finger. Why, on God's green earth, is a bishop of the church, in essence, communicating with the FBI? And this connection here, Joe pointed to another part of the chart. Do you know who this person is? He is one of a handful of dark players who deal with the drug cartels, arms smuggling, and many other things I'd rather not talk about. I know of this person from some of the missions I had worked on. We actually had to contact this person to get permission for some very sensitive operations in foreign countries. Joe ran his hand over and over the top of his head and scratched the back of his neck. Well, Joe, I told you to be careful. I didn't know the specifics, but I knew people who told me to steer clear. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Joe thought for a moment as he looked up at the blood-red sky. He turned to his friend with an intense look. We've got to take him out. The priest raised his eyebrows. Joe, what do you mean? Take him out. Joe let a slight smile enter his face. Not take him out like have him whacked, Father, but have him removed, you know. Take it to Rome. Father exhaled, relieved. You had me worried. Sometimes I never know what's going to come out of your mouth. Joe stated, there has to be some way to get someone like this removed. Father shook his head. Joe, what you're saying is practically impossible. It is. I can't. There is no chance you'll be able to do something like this. The bishop is like the Pope in his own diocese. The precedence is... Father stopped and just kept shaking his head. Joe interrupted. But it's not impossible? Well, no. Not impossible, but it's very, very difficult. Father emphasized. Joe asked, well, tell me, what would the first step be? Father put his hands under his chin. I suppose the first thing you would have to do would be to consult a canon lawyer, and a good one at that. Okay, I'm going to ask for your help with this part. I'll have my partner Tommy do more intel. This bishop has to have his hands in other things. I really need to get back home to my family. Joe stood up and then hesitated. Father, I had something very unusual happen tonight. Joe explained his encounter with the deranged person, and then the message he received interiorly during adoration. The priest stood up and led Joe over to the grotto. It sounds like, as they say, you are over the target. The evil one always prefers to stay hidden. He only manifests himself when he is about to lose his control. So, this is a good sign, Joe. He turned toward him. Did you grab one of those green books? I did, Padre. Good. Say them every day. Keep going to Mass, confession, and say your rosary. He paused. There is one more thing. I read that if you say the Angelus every day, 6 a.m., noon, and 6 p.m., it will give you an extra grace over evil and the persistent sins in your life. Been trying to do that, Padre. Joe shared. Excellent, son. Let's do this. You get home to your family and that good wife of yours. I will work on getting a good canon lawyer and we can circle back in a day or so. Sound good? Sounds good, Padre. Can I have your blessing? Father extended his hands and verbatim prayed the prayer of St. Patrick. I arise today through God's strength to pilot me, God's might to uphold me, God's wisdom to guide me. Father finished the entire prayer, traced the sign of the cross on Joe's forehead, and they both parted ways. Joe headed for the hospital to check in on his brother and family, and he reached out to Tommy while he was in the car to ask for one more meeting later that night. He also checked in with his buddy Richie, who was the logistics genius, to see if there was anything going to Chicago the next day out of McCarran Airport. Joe made his way to the hospital and found his brother sitting up in bed playing cards with his two kids. Joe entered the room with a giant smile. "Look who's among the living." He shook his head. "What some people will do to get attention." Joe noticed Kathy off to his left on her phone, and he leaned over to give her a half of a hug. Then he knelt down on the bed and mussed up Danny's hair and leaned to the right to kiss Lucy on her head. Vinny donned a smile and with a hoarse voice said, "I heard you've been driving my car. There better not be any scratches on it. And don't leave the gas tank empty." Joe walked around the bed and gave his brother a somewhat gentle hug and whispered in his ear, "No garlic this time." He smiled. Both brothers' eyes moistened up. "I'm so glad you're doing better, Vinny. I was worried, man." "It's going to take a lot more than this to take me out," he said. Kathy finished her call and walked over. "Hey, Joe, sorry, I was actually on a call with Mary to let her know how Vinny is doing. I asked her to pass on the information." "Kathy, how are you holding up? Do you want me to stand guard while you and the kids get a bite?" Joe asked. "Actually, I am a little hungry." "Kids, do you want to grab a bite?" They both responded in the affirmative. Each kid gave their dad a hug, and then Joe noticed that Kathy walked over to the side of Vinny's bed and said, "We'll be back in a bit." Vinny responded, "Okay, thanks, Kathy." As they made their way out of the room, Joe pulled a chair close to Vinny's head so he could see him with his brother not having to turn his head too much. They just looked at each other for a frozen moment. Joe purposefully remained quiet to let his brother speak. Vinny stared at him with a different look in his eyes. There was a profound sense of peace that Joe could see. "Thank you, Joe. Sincerely, thank you." Joe continued to look at his brother. "All of this craziness has shaken our family, Joe, but I feel like it's also brought us closer together. I'm not getting the daggers anymore. In fact, you heard her. She was actually nice to me." "Well, a lot has happened, Vinny. I hate to say it, but I think everything that's been going on has been a blessing." Joe stared even more intently at his brother. "You look different." "What? Did you have some type of experience or something?" Vinny pulled his eyes away from Joe's gaze. "I don't quite know what happened, Joe. I don't know," he said as he tilted his head to the side and got a faraway look. Joe attempted to change the mood. "Well, all I know is you are here. Thank God for that." "Yeah, and very minimal damage to the heart. And they were right on top of the stroke, so I should be able to get out in the next couple days. I hope," Vinny said. The two brothers talked for the next hour and a half when Kathy and the kids returned. Joe excused himself. "Kathy, I have to make a short visit to someone. Can I scoop you guys up when I'm done?" She responded, "Why don't you come by and get the kids? I'll stay here for the night." Joe was elated inside. He could see the bitterness in her starting to dissolve. "Sounds good, Kathy. We will see you all later." Joe dashed out of the room. On his way to Tommy's hotel, he called him to let him know he would be there in 15. He asked him to meet him outside and he would only stay briefly. When he rolled up, Tommy was walking out. Joe rolled down the window. "Hey, Tommy, why don't you jump in?" Tommy jumped in as Joe made his way on Kruger Doctor and headed to a nearby McDonald's. As Joe drove, Tommy talked. "Well, Joe, I did some more digging. His liquid cash assets are north of $23 million. Tommy's eye bugged out. $23 million, he pronounced slowly, saying each word separately. And that's not counting the real estate, which I've tracked 5 pieces so far. Not sure on any valuation. I thought these guys took vows of poverty." Tommy continued. "One more thing. He appears to be a switch hitter, according to my calculations." Joe looked over at Tommy with a puzzled look and mouthed the words, "Switch hitter?" Tommy looked at him with a bit of astonishment. "Really? Do I need to spell this out?" The light bulb eventually turned on and Joe answered, "Sorry, I am tired. I get it. But how could you possibly know this?" "It was actually easy. I used geo-tracking to put together a heat map of all of his movements. I could see within an 18-inch diameter everywhere he went, and some areas were, shall we say, very consistent and known for certain types of activities." Joe shook his head slowly. What else did you find out? Tommy pulled out another sheet of paper. I have other information listed on here, and handed it to Joe. Thanks, Tommy. I'll look at this later. Joe filled Tommy in on what his plans were to go after this corrupt prelate, and he added, This stuff has got me feeling depressed, and I need to get home. Joe folded the paper and placed it in his pocket next to the other chart that Tommy put together. Joe pulled into the Venetian entranceway. Tommy, thanks for everything. And as usual, you knocked it out of the park. Joe gave Tommy a fist bump and man hug. Let's talk again in about a week, okay? Joe asked. Sounds good, Tommy answered. They both exchanged semper fees, and Tommy departed the vehicle. While they were talking, Richard Locke had tried to call. He sent a text that said no military traveling tomorrow. I will get you a commercial flight. I will text the itinerary a little later. Joe cruised back to the hospital and decided to leave the car for Kathy and get an Uber with the kids. It was a tearful goodbye for the brothers, Joe and Vinny, as they hugged. I'll be back out to see you, okay, bro? Vinny lifted his head off the pillow and nodded. His meds were kicking in, and he let it drop down on his pillow. He said in a raspy voice, Goodbye, Joe. I love you, brother. Love you too. Chapter 20. Home. Joe caught an early flight out of McCarran. It was uneventful, and once again his friend Richie took care of him by setting him up in first class on United Airlines. The whole flight home, Joe thought about what he had encountered. It was all pouring at his windshield like a tsunami, and he was overwhelmed. He was content for now to do more discovery on marriage, to understand how it devolved into its current form. The noise of same-sex marriage he didn't need to concern himself with. The government had no authority, in his opinion, to change a divine institution. With time, that part would play itself out. His concern was for those who were appropriately married and were not able to live the sacrament faithfully. He knew the reasons were many, but there had to be some solid flaw underpinning the current process. His look at the bishop and diocese of Las Vegas should be a credible benchmark toward his discovery. Tommy would do a deep dive. Father McCloskey would direct him to a good canon lawyer, and Joe would prayerfully take the information and develop a strategy toward victory, a strategy that would have to contend with powers and principalities. Joe knew warfare as well as any war scholar, but he was getting an education in spiritual warfare. The person who encountered him at the church said, "We know who you are." That was eerie and unsettling, but the last comment, "We will destroy your family," was sobering, and quite frankly, it angered the hell out of Joe. He redoubled his commitment to see this through, and to vanquish, inasmuch as he was able, the enemy. His thoughts drifted to his wife, his children, his mom and dad who he had not seen for a while, and some of his old friends. He had a hunger for the ordinary, for relationships, and his numerous missions had left him hollow. Like an adrenaline junkie, he was tapped out and craved the simple, meaningful things of life. He closed his eyes to the hum of the airplane and thought about what he wanted to do when he got home. Hugs for his little ones. This is what he missed. The girls had a special place in his heart, and they were still young enough to appreciate him and the special time they would spend together. Movies, tea and cookies, hide and seek, all kinds of things they could do, and Joe reminisced about some of the pastimes they shared. Mary, with her confident, I'm in charge attitude, and her bubbly personality, Emma with her deep, dramatic flair and piercing brown eyes, and Gianna with a constant song on her lips and in her heart, dancing her way through the house. He looked forward to spending time with them. The boys, or actually young men now, were always up for a game of basketball, baseball, football, or ping pong. All these things Joe looked forward to with a special hunger. He remembered his ritual while flying, and took out his weapon, his rosary, and started on the sorrowful mysteries. After meditating his way through, he closed his eyes and leaned against the window and drifted off to sleep. In what seemed like minutes, he was being asked to put his seat up for landing. When the plane touched down, he grabbed his carry-on and called his wife. She wanted to hear all about his time in Vegas, how his brother was doing, and how he and Kathy were doing. Joe answered as concisely as he could without seeming short. He really wanted to immerse himself in his family and leave Vegas behind. "Babe, fill me in on everyone. Also, can you drive home? I am spent." Mary responded, "Sure, no problem. Why don't you shut your eyes on the way home?" "No, I'm good. I just need to unwind, but I really just miss everyone." Mary looked intently at him. "Well, Gianna and Emma are doing great with their Irish dance. They have a tournament coming up next month, so they will be doing a lot more practicing in the basement." Joe had gotten used to the constant clickety-clapping with the hard shoe that would pour out of the basement, as well as the tortuous non-stop accordion music. Mary's friend Elizabeth had her spend the night last night. Needless to say, they didn't get very much sleep. "Luca is home for a few more days before he has to go back to Franciscan University. He said the priestly discernment program people need to be back a day before the general population. Francesco is growing like a weed. I think he's over 6-1 now. He and Joseph put together the funniest video. You'll have to see it." Joe piped in. "How is Joseph's book coming?" "Do you mean the dragon book? He's almost finished. I think he wants to do 3 or 4 more illustrations and he is ready to go to the publisher." "I can't believe he's publishing a book and he's like, 16 years old writing a book?" Joe commented. "I know. I'm so proud," Mary added. "How are Anthony and Dominic doing?" Joe asked. "Well, basketball is over, so now it's baseball practice every day." Joe added, "Baseball's probably their best chance for a scholarship. They're both 6'4". Anthony throws lefty, and Dominic swings the bat like a lumberjack. Mary interrupted. "Have you eaten anything lately?" "No, I'm starving. How about a nice family meal when we get home?" "Already way ahead of you. I have meals planned for every day this week. Tonight it's spaghetti and meatballs with your favorite homemade sauce. And I'm not supposed to say anything, but your mom and dad are coming over for dinner." Joe belted out, "Perfect! It will be great to see them both." Mary and Joe traded stories until they pulled in the driveway. As soon as their tires hit the gravel, Rover, the dog, started barking, and the house came alive as the younger ones came out on the porch to welcome their mom and dad home. Joe gathered all 3 of his girls in his arms and squeezed with profound gratitude, kissing each one on the cheek and pressing his cheek against theirs, holding it there. Rover was pressing his nose into Joe's face, and everybody laughed as he allowed him to lick his face profusely. "I even missed the dog," Joe smiled. They all made their way into the kitchen and sat around the island as Mary continued stirring sauce, and each kid took turns sharing their personal story. Joe couldn't get enough. He wished he could shut every other part of his life off and stay in his little Rivendell. Joe got up and hugged his wife from behind. Each of the older boys eventually made their way into the kitchen. Joe peeled off of his wife and gave each one a hug. "I missed you guys. What do you say to some hoops tonight?" They all echoed the same, "Sure." "And how about some hide and seek before dinner?" Joe proposed to his girls. Mary piped in, "I'll count first." The 2 youngest grabbed a hand each and pulled Joe up the back staircase towards the attic. All the while, Mary counted, 1,010, 1,011, 1,000. Gianna pulled Joe towards the bin that held the laundry chute, and Emma pulled him towards the shower curtain. Joe diplomatically said, "This time I will hide behind the shower curtain, and next time I will do yours, Gianna, okay? Please, pretty please?" "Okay," she responded. In the background, they could hear Mary say, "Ready or not, here I come." And suddenly there was a fresh excitement to secure a spot. Repressed giggles escaped both girls as Mary got closer, all the while trying to scare them out like a good hunting dog. When she got close to the shower curtain before she could even pull it open, Emma jumped out and screamed, "Ha!" in Mary's face. Mary instinctively slapped her, causing no small episode of fighting, in which Gianna jumped out of the bin in a huff, saying, "You quit looking for me," and she moved toward Mary to do her some mischief. Joe stared, smiling at all 3 girls fighting. He corralled them all together, and lightly squeezed them, or so he thought, which elicited screams from all three girls aimed at their dad. "You little chipmunks need to stop fighting so much," he said to growing screams to be freed. When all else failed, they screamed for Mom. Mary led the pack. "Mom, Dad is torturing us, help!" Gianna and Emma all joined in. "Help! Help! Help!" All of a sudden, their mom could be heard saying, "I'm coming up there," to which their dad feigned a worried look and took off running down the hall, followed by three giggling girls. They chased up and down the front, then back staircase, screaming, tickling, and giggling, with shouts from their mom in the kitchen saying, "Someone's going to get hurt." When they tired down a bit, Gianna grabbed her dad's hand and said, "I have a magic trick. You sit down here." She grabbed a coin off of the top of the TV cabinet. "Okay, I'm going to make this coin disappear." Emma jumped in. "I know how she does it." Gianna turned with a searing look. "Don't you dare." "Emma, Gianna, stop. Go ahead, Gianna. Let's see the trick." "She better not say anything," she said, and as she started to show the trick, she kept looking at her sister with a vengeful look. "Okay, you see this coin?" She looked over at Emma, who had a mischievous grin. "I'm going to make it disappear." She passed her hand in front of it, and the coin dropped on the floor. With this, Mary and Emma busted out laughing, which set off tears from Gianna. Joe gave a warning to the two girls and lifted Gianna in his arms. "Hey, I like that trick, Gianna. You can show me that one again sometime, okay? Let's go see what Mommy is doing in the kitchen." Joe squeezed her tight and made his way into the kitchen. "Hey, Mommy, how's everything going?" Mary answered, "Doing good. Would you guys want to help with the green beans? I could use some help cutting off the stems and then cleaning them." Joe set Gianna down and he reached down below in the cabinet to find a large metal bowl to put them in. "Gianna, do you want to help?" She always prided herself on her work, especially in the kitchen. "Sure, I'll cut the ends off with the scissors because the scissors are sharp and dangerous, and you can take the cut ones and clean them off." Joe went to grab a handful of beans and Gianna interjected, "I will do that," as she took the beans from his hand. Joe turned to Mary with a smile. "Little Miss Bossy Pants here." His daughter gave him a smug smile and cold shoulder, and a Within the next several minutes, the other two girls came into the kitchen. "Can we help with anything?" Mary said. "Could you start setting the table, and don't forget Nonna and Papa are coming." All three girls gave restrained shrieks of joy. They loved their grandparents. Emma asked, "Do you think they will bring polenta?" Little Mary jumped in. "They always bring polenta." "I love it with the red sauce," Gianna joined in from her bean cutting. "They should be here pretty soon, kids. I'm going to go get washed up and I'll be right down to help them in," Joe said. "Joe, can you check and see where the boys are? I asked them to carry some boxes in from the garage and they need to pick up their room before your parents get here," Mary asked. Joe scanned the house for signs of life. Francesco and Joseph were working on a video in the library. They were attempting to do a war scene using miniature figures. Joe poked his head in and asked if they could go downstairs to ask their mom if she needed any help. He thought he heard screams coming from up in the attic. He climbed the next flight of stairs and interrupted a heated ping-pong game. "Hey, men, who's winning?" Joe asked. "Anthony just won, again," Luca said. "Undefeated, and still reigning, ping-pong champion of the free world." Anthony raised his paddle in the air, and then he pointed to his dad. "I challenge you to a match. To the death," he said with dramatics. "Yeah, I appreciate that, but Nonna and Papa are coming." "Are we scared? Chicken?" Anthony pushed. Joe busted out his best Irish brogue. "That's a word I take from no man. Put up your paddles." He grabbed the paddle from Dominic's hand. The classic father-son match was about to begin. Joe had not played in a while, but pride can overcome a plethora of excuses as he used every trick he could cobble. The first serve was a slow, close-to-the-net backspin serve. Next was the fast topspin serve right down the middle. Back and forth it went. Both boys cheering for their brother, Dad breaking a sweat, holding nothing back. The game wound to the end, and the son Anthony was up 18, 17. It was Joe's serve. The tension was in the air. Though Joe would do anything for his kids, one thing he never did was lose on purpose. And it was always a special time in the household if someone could unseat their dad in something, anything. Just as Joe was preparing his next serve, in walked Mom, with a look that could cut metal. "Nana and Papa are here." Joe quickly put his paddle down and donned a false serious look. "What did I tell you guys about getting downstairs?" He sprinted past his wife, giving her a little pat on her backside, and boys following close behind, pouring down 2 flights of stairs. Mary rolled her eyes and let off an exasperated, "Kids! Mama, ti voglio tanto bene! E papà!" Joe ran to his mother's arms and proceeded to try to outdo her by kissing her cheeks profusely, as she did the same with her son. "Mi sei mancato tanto." Joe said he missed her so much. His mama replied, "E mi sei mancato il mio piccolo angelo," which translated is, and "I missed you, my little angel." Joe turned to his father, Giovanni, who was not as affectionate as his mother, but more affectionate than most men. Joe and he embraced, kissing each other's cheek. His mama and papa, as he affectionately called them, were in their early 70s. Weathered from the sun, his dad had hands that were massive and fingers that more closely resembled Italian sausage. That's what years of laying brick would do. His father was pious, but not overly. In his older years, when he was still working, he would take a shot of whiskey with his coffee to offset the acute arthritis. Joe could think of few people he admired more than his papa, a man who was honest to a fault and worked as hard as any man he knew. He had his bouts with a fiery temper, but age seemed to have mellowed it. He remembered the often-told story about when his mama would lock herself in her room and pray when he would lose his temper, and she wouldn't come out until he apologized. Of course, when emotions cooled, you would find him leaning his head against the door, knocking quietly, whispering between the crack in the door. "Mi dispiace, amore mio." "I'm sorry, my love." He had a soft heart and a steel will. Joe's mama was the heart of the family. To this day, no one can ever remember seeing her without a smile on her face. She was as warm and welcoming as the sunshine, and she would never turn someone in need away. Joe swears she was a living saint. If word of a needy family ever got to her, she would do whatever she could, beg, borrow, or steal to help them out. The joke was that someday she would get the winter coat she had always wanted, yet never got. She bought the same coat several times, but would always take it back when someone more needy showed up. It was from her that Joe grew to love the Mother of God. He could remember her holding him in front of their statue on the fireplace and talking to the Madonna in such a sweet and affectionate way, and singing Marian hymns while she worked around the house. All the neighborhood kids affectionately called her Mama. She always had some type of candy or fresh-baked goods sitting out, coffee in the old steel urn, a smile on her face, and a kind word for everyone. The kids had helped unload everything. The usual tin tray held Nana's famous potica, and a deep pan was loaded with polenta that was cooked with olive oil and garlic. Mary made her way down to delegate the setting of the table as all kids converged on their grandparents with great affection. If there was some type of meter that could detect love and affection, it would surely be 10 out of 10. Hugs, kisses, and more hugs. Even Rover got kissed on the snout, and Papa would always pull the hairbrush out of his back pocket and brush the dog with it. Mary brought out the sauce that the family loved, and her special meatballs that she boiled in a special beef stock to give them a richer flavor. The 2 oldest girls brought the garlic bread, piping hot out of the oven, and Gianna brought the steel bowl of fresh green beans. Mary yelled from the dining room, "Can someone bring in the salad dressings on the refrigerator door, and the pitcher of water by the sink?" Eventually, everyone made their way into the dining room. The younger girls were waiting for it with restrained smiles as Papa started to pray grace. His tears started to stream down his face as he thanked God for such a beautiful family. Some things in life were certainties: paying taxes, dying, and Papa crying during his prayer before a meal. There was a mass exodus of plates and bowls of food from one side of the table to the other, and as plates were filled, almost in unison, Mary's hand reached out as Joe was doing the same. With the kids laughing, eating, and sharing stories with their grandparents, Joe's eyes filled with gratitude as he breathed in this slice of heaven. He uttered a very simple prayer. "Thank you, Father." After the kids tore into the potica, everyone on cue grabbed what they could and emptied out the dining room. Joe grabbed Mary and his mom and dad and pulled them toward the porch. "Let's let the kids finish up. We can go sit on the porch." Joe grabbed cushions for the rocking chairs, and they made their way over to the west side of the porch. There was a smaller door off the dining room with a separate screen door that always slammed if you didn't hold it closed. The porch was extra deep with painted white, simple wooden slats. The facade of the porch was stone, but the floor was a wood plank. The only thing that stood out were the hurricane-grade electric shutters for the windows and side door. Joe's contractor thought he was off his rocker for putting these in, but Joe had his reasons. Joe pulled the rocking chairs in a semicircle facing the east and pulled a heavy-duty coffee table in front of them. "Okay, who wants coffee?" Mary asked. Joe's dad asked, "Joseph, I left my pipe on the counter next to the stove. Can you please get it for me and the little pouch next to it?" His dad liked his pipe after meals. Mary and Joe walked in together as his parents sat next to each other and started to rhythmically rock. Joe brought pipe and pouch and one of those old-fashioned lighters that you had to occasionally fill with lighter fluid. You flipped it open with the flick of your wrist and ran your finger over the rough, textured wheel to generate sparks. His dad thanked him, and Mary brought coffee out for her mother and father-in-law. "What, no cigar for you?" his dad asked. "No, I plan on kissing my wife passionately tonight," Joe said, as he and Mary sat down on the two chairs further out. Mary gave him a fake slap and blushed a slight bit. Joe's dad let out a short burst of laughter. "That's for young people. I like my pipe," he said with a smile as he flicked open the lighter to put a fresh flame on his rolled-up ball of Captain Black. It seemed as if time stood still, and there was a moment of quiet when even the noise inside of the house calmed. Joe gently rocked, put his head back, and attempted to freeze this picture into his head. He smelled his dad's pipe wafting over, and Joe's dog snuck up and put his wet nose onto his hand as he started to get sleepy. Eventually, the three girls made their way out and each sat on the outdoor couch that butted up to the railing on the west side of the deck. Luca, the oldest, ran out. "Dad, do you want to shoot some hoop?" "Oh, Luca, I would love to, but right now I am loaded down with probably 5 extra pounds of spaghetti and meatballs. Can I take a rain check, son?" Luca started to leave, and his dad called after him. "Hey, Luca, can you get your brothers in about 30 minutes? Let's say the rosary out on the porch, okay?" Joe turned to his wife and parents. "Are you guys good with saying the rosary out here?" Joe's dad chimed in. "This will be like rosary number 20 for your mom today." Maria pointed a finger at her husband. "Gio, you don't joke about the rosary." "Ah," was all he said, but with a smile. Maria asked her daughter-in-law, "Did you guys get your seeds in the ground yet, I hope?" Mary donned an "I'm busted" posture and looked at Joe. "Actually, I did not. I thought we were supposed to wait until the feast of St. Isidore the Farmer. Was that like May sometime?" Mary asked. "May 15th, and that's for plants. The seeds you should have gotten in at least a month ago," Maria shared. Joe decided to change the subject. "Hey, did you hear Vinny is doing much better?" Suddenly his parents took on a new life. "I swear it's a miracle," his mom proclaimed. "I asked my St. Anthony to get in there and get it done for me." "Oh, I love my St. Anthony," Nana proclaimed. "Yeah, it was a little touch and go for a bit, but I had Far McCloskey, remember him, Ma? At the Knights of Columbus ceremony, he was making fun saying I didn't need a sword, I could use my hands. Anyways, he gave Vinny the anointing. The doctor, who was, I think Jewish said everything changed after Father gave them all a blessing. He was such a nice man, Mama. Now the fact that one of the best heart surgeons in the country happened to be in that hospital at that time, now we're talking a miracle. Mary piped in. Well, we had a ton of people praying for him, not to mention the 2 different Poor Clare monasteries, and I had so many friends I reached out to. Gio gave a short, "Grazie Dio," and puffed extra hard on his pipe. In silence, everyone let the reality of God's goodness and mercy set in as they rocked, staring at the clear sky. Before too long, the rest of the kids found their way to the front of the porch. Joe reached into his pocket to grab his favorite weapon, and he happened to glance over at his dad, who was doing the same thing. He looked over at his oldest son, who reached into his shorts pocket and pulled out a small finger rosary. Joseph and Francesco sat on the floor on the other side of the coffee table, and Dominic, Anthony, and Luca grabbed the heavier outdoor chairs and turned them toward their parents. Joe turned to his dad and asked if he wanted to do the honors and lead. He nodded his head. Nel nome del Padre e del Figlio e dello Spirito Santo. His wife hit him with her elbow, in English Gio, and he shifted gears to English. The sun was displayed in the sky like a jewel in its crown as it prepared to make its exit, surrounded by glowing red and orange spread out like a watercolor until it changed to a subtle washed-out blue. The prayers, in unison, lifted off the porch. They seemed to turn the sun into a heart, and the final warmth of the day spent itself. Mary squeezed her husband's hand as they finished the last decade, and she turned her head and nodded to each of the children. Joe looked at her, and then the children, as they all joined in the Hail, Holy Queen. A single tear made its way to the corner of Joe's eye, and he wiped it before it could be released. He thanked God again, and wondered how long this peace could last.